Lover Revealed. Black Dagger Brotherhood. Book 4. By J.R. Ward. Chapter 1. What if I told you I had a fantasy? Butch O'Neill put his scotch down and eyed the blonde in front of him. Against the backdrop of Zero Sum's VIP area, she was something else, dressed in white patent leather strips, a cross between Barbie and Barbarella. It was hard to know if she was one of the club's professionals or not. The Reverend only trafficked in the best, but maybe she was a model for FHM or Maxim. She planted her hands on the marble tabletop and leaned in toward him. Her breasts were perfect, the very best money could buy. And her smile was radiant, a promise of acts done with knee pads. Paid or not, this was a woman who got plenty of vitamin D and liked it. "Well, Daddy?" she said over the trippy techno music. "Want to make my dream come true?" He shot her a hard smile. Sure as hell. She was going to make someone very happy tonight. Probably a busload of someone's. But he wasn't going to be riding that double-decker. "Sorry, you need to go taste the rainbow somewhere else." Her total lack of reaction sealed the deal on her professional status. With a vacant smile, she floated over to the next table and pulled the same lean and gleam. Butch tilted his head back and swallowed the inch of Lagavulin left in his glass. His next move was to flag down a waitress. She didn't come over, just nodded and beat feet for the bar to get him another. It was almost 3 a.m., so the rest of the troika were going to show up in a half hour. Vishouse and Rage were out hunting lessers, those soulless bastards that killed their kind. But the two vampires were probably going to come in for a landing disappointed. The secret war between their species and the lessening society had been quiet all January and February, with few slayers out and around. This was good news for the race's civilian population. Cause for concern for the Black Dagger Brotherhood. "Hello, cop." The low male voice came from right behind Butch's head. Butch smiled. That sound always made him think of night fog, the kind that hides what's going to kill you. Good thing he liked the dark side. "Evening, Reverend," he said without turning around. "I knew you were going to turn her down. You a mind reader?" "Sometimes." Butch glanced over his shoulder. The Reverend was poised in the shadows, amethyst eyes glowing, mohawk trimmed tight to his skull. His black suit was sweet Valentino. Butch had one just like it, although in the Reverend's case the worsted wool had been bought with the guy's own money. The Reverend, a.k.a. Revenge, a.k.a. brother of Ziz Shellen, Bella, owned Zero Sum and took a cut of everything that went down. Hell, with all the depravity for sale in the club, he had a forest worth of green funneling into his piggy bank at the end of every night. "Nah, she just wasn't for you." The Reverend slid into the booth, smoothing his perfectly knotted Versace necktie. "And I know why you said no." "Oh yeah. You don't like blondes." "Not anymore," he didn't. "Maybe I just wasn't into her." "I know what you want." As Butch's newest scotch arrived, he gave it a quick vertical workout. "Do you now? It's my job. Trust me. No offense, but I'd rather not about this." "Tell you what, cop." The Reverend leaned in close and he smelled fantastic. Then again, Cool Water by Davidoff was an oldie but goodie. "I'll help you anyway." Butch clapped a hand on the male's heavy shoulder. "Only interested in bartenders, buddy. Good Samaritans give me the scratch. Sometimes only the opposite will do. Then we're SOL. Butch nodded out at the half-naked crowd writhing on hits of X and Coke. "Everyone looks the same around here." Funny, during his years in the Caldwell Police Department, Zero Sum had been an enigma to him. Everyone knew the place was a drug hole and a sex pool. But no one at the CPD had been able to pin down enough probable cause to get a search warrant, even though you could walk in any night of the week and see dozens of legal infractions, most of them happening in tandem. But now that Butch was hanging with the Brotherhood, he knew why. The Reverend had lots of little tricks in his bag when it came to changing people's perceptions of events and circumstances. As a vampire, he could scrub clean the memories of any human, manipulate security cameras, dematerialize at will. The guy and his biz were a moving target that never moved. "Tell me something," Butch said. "How have you managed to keep your aristocratic family from knowing about this little night job you got going on?" The Reverend smiled so that only the tips of his fangs showed. Tell me something. How did a human get so tight with the Brotherhood? Butch tipped his glass in deference. Sometimes fate takes you in fucked up directions. So true, human. So very true. As Butch's cell phone went off, the Reverend got up. I'll send you over something. Unless it's scotch, I don't want it, my man. You're going to take that back. Doubt it. Butch took out his Motorola Razr and flipped it open. What up, V? Where are you? This house was breathing like a racehorse with the dull roar of wind distortion backing him up. A symphony of ass hauling. Shit, cop. We got problems. Butch's adrenaline kicked in, lighting him up like a Christmas tree. Where are you? Out in the burbs with a situation. The damn slayers have started hunting civilians in their homes. Butch leaped to his feet. I'm coming. The hell you are. You stay put. I only called so you wouldn't think we were dead when we didn't show. Later. The connection cut off. Butch sank back down in the booth. From the table next to him, a group of people let out a loud, happy burst. Some shared joke teeing their laughter off like birds flushed into the open air. Butch looked into his glass. 6 months ago he'd had nothing in his life. No woman. No family he was close to. No home to speak of. And his job as a homicide detective had been eating him alive. Then he'd gotten canned for police brutality. Fallen in with the Brotherhood through a bizarre series of events. Met the one and only woman who'd ever awed him stupid. Also had a total wardrobe makeover. At least that last one was in the good category and had stayed there. For a while the change had been a great mask of reality, but lately he'd noticed that for all the differences, he was right where he'd always been. No more alive than when he'd been rotting in his old life, still on the outside looking in. Sucking back his lag, he thought of Marissa and pictured her hip-length blonde hair, her pale skin, her light blue eyes, her fangs. Yeah, no blondes for him. He couldn't go even remotely sexual with the pale-haired types. Hell, screw the Clairol chart. It wasn't like any woman in this club or on the face of the planet could come close to Marissa. She had been pure in the manner of a crystal, refracting the light, and life around her improved, enlivened, colored with her grace. Shit, he was such a sap. Except man, she'd been so lovely. For the short time when she'd seemed to be attracted to him, he'd hoped they might get something off the ground. But then she'd up and disappeared, which of course proved she was smart. He didn't have much to offer a female like her, and not because he was just a human. He was treading water on the fringes of the Brotherhood's world, unable to fight at their side because of what he was, unable to go back to the human world because he knew too much. And the only way out of this deserted middle ground was with a toe tag. Now was he a real eHarmony contender or what? With another rush of happy joy, the group next door let off a fresh buckshot of hilarity and Butch glanced over. At the center of the party was a little blonde guy in a slick suit. He looked 15, but he'd been a regular in the VIP section for the past month, throwing cash around like it was confetti. Obviously, the guy made up for his physical deficiencies through the use of his wallet. Another example of green being golden. Butch finished his scotch, fingered for the waitress, then looked at the bottom of his glass. Shit, after 4 doubles he didn't feel buzzed at all, which told him how well his tolerance was faring. Clearly he was a varsity alcoholic now, no more of that training at the junior levels thing. And when the realization didn't bother him, he realized he'd stopped treading water. Now he was sinking. Well, wasn't he a party tonight? The Reverend says you need a friend. Butch didn't bother glancing up at the woman. No thanks. Why don't you look at me first? Tell your boss I appreciate his. Butch glanced up and clapped his mouth shut. He recognized the woman immediately, but then again, Zero Sum's head of security was pretty damn unforgettable. 6 feet tall, easy. Hair jet black and cut like a man's. Eyes the dark gray color of a shotgun barrel. With the wife beater she had on, she was popping the upper body of an athlete, all muscles, veins, and no fat. The vibe she gave off was that she could break bones and enjoy it, and absently he looked at her hands. Long-fingered, strong, the kind that could do damage. Holy hell, he would like to be hurt. Tonight he would like to hurt on the outside for a change. The woman smiled a little, like she knew what he was thinking, and he caught a glimpse of fangs. So she was not woman. She was female. She was vampire. The Reverend had been right, that bastard. This one would do because she was everything Marissa wasn't. And because she was the kind of anonymous sex Butch had had all his adult life. And because she was just the sort of pain he was looking for and hadn't known it. As he slipped a hand into his Ralph Lauren Black Label suit, the female shook her head. I don't work it for cash. Ever. Consider it a favor for a friend. I don't know you. You're not the friend I'm talking about. Butch looked over her shoulder and saw Revenge staring across the VIP section. The male shot back a very self-satisfied smile, then disappeared into his private office. He's a very good friend of mine, the female murmured. Oh, really? What's your name? Not important. She held out her hand. Come on, Butch, a.k.a. Brian, last name O'Neill. Come back with me. Forget for a while whatever makes you hammer those shots of Lagavulin. I promise you, all that self-destruction will be waiting for you when you get back. Man, he really wasn't psyched about how much she had on him. Why don't you tell me your name first? Tonight you can call me Sympathy. How about that? He eyed her from bangs to boots. She was wearing leather pants. No surprise. You happen to have two heads there. Sympathy? She laughed. A low, rich sound. No, and I'm not a she-male either. Yours isn't the only sex that can be strong. He stared hard into her cast-iron eyes, then looked back at the private bathrooms. God, this was so familiar. A quickie with a stranger, a meaningless crash between two bodies. This shit had been the cash and carry of his sex life since he could remember, except he didn't recall ever feeling this kind of sick despair before. Whatever. Was he really going to stay celibate until he kicked it when his liver corroded? Just because a female he didn't deserve didn't want him? He glanced down at his pants. His body was willing. At least that part of the math added up. Butch slid out of the booth, his chest as cold as winter pavement. Let's go. On a lovely tremble of violins, the chamber orchestra glided into a waltz, and Marissa watched the glittering crowd coalesce in the ballroom. All around her, males and females came together, hands linking, bodies meeting, stares locking. The mingling of dozens of different variations on the bonding scent filled the air with a rich spice. She breathed in through her lips, trying not to smell so much of it. Escape proved futile, however, which was the way things worked. Though the aristocracy prided itself on its manners and style, the Glimmerer was, after all, still subject to the race's biological truths. When males bonded, their possessiveness carried a scent. When females accepted their mates, they bore that dark fragrance on their skin with pride. Or at least Marissa assumed it was with pride. Of the 125 vampires in her brother's ballroom, she was the only unmated female. There were a number of unmated males, but it wasn't as if they would ever ask her to dance. Better that those princeps sit out the waltzing or take their mothers or sisters to the floor than get anywhere near her. No, she was forever unwanted, and as a couple twirled by right in front of her, she glanced down to be polite. Last thing she needed was for them to trip all over each other as they avoided looking her in the eye. While her skin shriveled, she wasn't sure why tonight her status as shunned spectator seemed a special burden. For God's sake, no member of the Glimmerer had met her stare for 400 years, and she was used to it. First she had been the blind king's unwanted Shellin. Now she was his former unwanted Shellin, who had been passed over for his beloved half-breed queen. Maybe she was finally exhausted with being on the outside. Hands shaking, lips tight, she picked up the heavy skirt of her gown and made for the ballroom's grand archway. Salvation was just outside in the hall, and she pushed open the door to the mistress's lounge with a prayer. The air that greeted her smelled of freesia and perfume, and within the arms of its invisible embrace there was only silence. Thank the scribe virgin. Her tension eased marginally as she went in and looked around. She'd always thought of this particular bathroom in her brother's mansion as a luxurious locker room for debutantes. Decorated in a vivid Russian Tsarist motif, the blood-red sitting and primping area was kitted out with 10 matching vanities, each makeup station holding everything a female could want to improve her appearance. Extending out the back of the lounge were the private lavatory chambers, all of which were done in the scheme of a different Faberge egg from her brother's extensive collection. Perfectly feminine, perfectly lovely. Standing in the middle of it all, she wanted to scream. Instead, she bit her lip and bent down to check her hair in one of the mirrors. The blonde weight, which reached the small of her back when down, was arranged with watchmaker precision on the top of her head, and the chignon was holding up well. Even after several hours, everything was still in place. The pearl strands woven in by her dog Jen exactly where they'd been when she'd come down to the ball. Then again, standing on the fringes hadn't really given the Marie Antoinette job a workout. But her necklace was out of whack again. She jogged the multi-tiered pearl collar back into position so that its lowest drop, a Tahitian 23mm, pointed directly down into what little cleavage she had. Her dove gray gown was vintage Balmain, one that she'd bought in Manhattan in the 1940s. Shoes were Stuart Weitzman and brand new, not that anyone saw them under the floor-length skirt. Necklace, earrings, and cuffs were Tiffany, as always. When her father had discovered the great Louis Comfort in the late 1800s, the family had become loyal customers of the company and had stayed that way, which was the hallmark of the aristocracy, wasn't it? Constancy and quality in all things, change and defects to be greeted with glaring disapproval. She straightened and backed up until she could see her whole self from across the room. The image staring back at her was ironic. Her reflection was of utter female flawlessness, an improbable beauty that seemed sculpted, not born. Tall and thin, her body was made up of delicate angles, and her face was absolutely sublime, a perfect combination of lips and eyes and cheeks and nose. The skin over it all was alabaster. The eyes were silver blue. The blood in her veins was among the very purest in the species. Yet here she was, the forsaken female, the one left behind. The unwanted, defective spinster virgin who not even a purebred warrior like Wrath had been able to bear sexually even once, if only to rid her of being a newling. And thanks to his repulsion, she was ever unmated, though she'd been with Wrath for what had seemed like forever. You had to have been taken to be considered someone's shellin'. Their end had been a surprise and no surprise at all. To anyone. Despite Wrath declaring that she had left him, the Glimmerer knew the truth. She'd been untouched for centuries, never carrying the bonding scent from him, never spending a day alone with him. More to the point, no female would have left Wrath voluntarily. He was the blind king, the last purebred vampire on the planet, a great warrior and a member of the Black Dagger Brotherhood. There was no higher than he. The conclusion among the aristocracy? Something had to be wrong with her, most likely hidden beneath her clothes, and the deficiency was probably sexual in nature. Why else would a full-blooded warrior have no erotic impulse toward her? She took a deep breath, then another, and another. The scent of the fresh-cut flowers invaded her nose, the sweetness swelling, taking over, replacing the air until it was only fragrance going down into her lungs. Her throat seemed to close up, as if to fight the onslaught, and she pulled at her necklace. Tight, it was so tight on her neck, and heavy like hands choking her. She opened her mouth to breathe, but it didn't help. Her lungs were clogged with the flower stench. Coated by it, she was suffocating, drowning, though she was not in water. On loose legs, she walked to the door, but she couldn't face those dancing couples, those people who defined who they were by ostracizing her. No, she couldn't let them see her. They would know how upset she was. They would see how hard this was for her. Then they would despise her even more. Her eyes shot around the ladies' lounge, skipping over everything, bouncing off all the mirrors. Frantically, she tried to. What was she doing? Where could she go? Broom. Upstairs she had to. Oh, God, she couldn't breathe. She was going to die here, right here and now, from her throat closing up tight as a fist. Havers, her brother, she needed to reach him. He was a doctor. He would come and help her, but his birthday would be ruined. Ruined because of her. Everything ruined because of her. It was all her fault, everything. All the disgrace she bore was her fault. Thank God her parents had been dead for centuries and hadn't seen her for what she was. Going to throw up. She was definitely going to throw up. Hands shaking, legs like pudding. She lurched into one of the bathrooms and locked herself inside. On the way to the toilet, she fumbled with the sink, turning the water on to drown out her rasping breath in case someone came in. Then she fell to her knees and bent over the porcelain bowl. She gagged and wretched, her throat working through the dry heaves, nothing coming up but air. Sweat broke out on her forehead and under her armpits and between her breasts. Head spinning, mouth gaping. She struggled for breath as thoughts of dying and having no one to help her, of ruining her brother's party, of being an abhorred object swarmed like bees in her head, buzzing, stinging, causing the death thoughts like bees. Marissa started to cry, not because she thought she was going to die, but because she knew she wasn't. God, the panic attacks had been brutal these last few months. Her anxiety a stalker with no solid form, whose persistence knew no exhaustion. And every time she had a meltdown, the experience was a fresh and horrible revelation. Propping her head on her hand, she wept hoarsely, tears running down her face and getting trapped in the pearls and diamonds at her throat. She was so alone, caged in a beautiful, wealthy, fancy nightmare where the bogeymen wore tuxedos and smoking jackets and the vultures swooped down on wings of satin and silk to peck out her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she tried to get some control over her respiration. Easy now. You're okay. You've done this before. After a while, she looked down into the toilet. The bowl was solid gold and the surface of the water rippled from her falling tears as if sunlight shined within it. She became abruptly aware that the tile was hard beneath her knees, and her corset was biting into her rib cage, and her skin was clammy. She lifted her head and glanced around. Well, what do you know? She'd picked her favorite private chamber to fall apart in, the one based on the lilies of the valley egg. As she sat draped over the toilet, she was surrounded by blush-pink walls hand-painted with bright green vines and little white flowers. The floor and counter and sink were pink marble veined with white and cream. The sconces were gold. Very nice. Perfect background for an anxiety attack, really. But then, lately panic went with everything, didn't it? The new black. Marissa pushed herself up from the floor, turned off the faucet, and collapsed into the little silk-covered chair in the corner. Her gown settled around her as if it were an animal stretching out now that the drama was over. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was blotchy, her nose red. Her makeup was ruined. Her hair was a ragged mess. See, this was what she looked like on the inside, so no wonder the Glimmer despised her. Somehow they knew this was the truth of her. God, maybe that was why Butch hadn't wanted her. Oh hell no. The last thing she needed was to think about him right now. What she had to do was straighten herself up as best she could and then scoot up to her bedroom. Sure, hiding was unattractive, but so was she. Just as she reached up to her hair, she heard the outside door to the lounge open, the chamber music swelling, then easing off as it closed. Great. Now she was trapped. But maybe it was only one female, so she didn't have to worry about being an eavesdropper. I can't believe I spilled on my shawl, Sanima. Okay, so now she was an eavesdropper as well as a coward. It's barely noticeable, Sanima said. Although thank the Virgin you caught it before anyone else did. We'll go in here together and use some water. Marissa shook herself into focus. Don't worry about them. Just fix your hair. And for the Virgin's sake, do something about that mascara. You look like a raccoon. She grabbed a washcloth and wet it quietly while the two females went into the little room across the way. Obviously, they left the door open, their voices were undimmed. But what if someone saw? Sure, let's take the shawl off, oh my lord. There was a short laugh. Your neck. The younger female's voice dropped to an ecstatic hush. It's Marlou's. Ever since we were mated last month, he's been. Now the laughter was shared. Does he come to you often during the day? Sanima's secretive tone was delighted. Oh yes, when he said he wanted our bedrooms connected, I didn't know why. Now I do. He's insatiable. And he doesn't just want to feed. Marissa stopped with the washcloth under her eye. Only once had she known a male's hunger for her. One kiss, only one, and she held the memory with care. She was going to her grave a virgin, and that brief meeting of mouths was all she would ever have of anything sexual. Butch O'Neill. Butch had kissed her with stop it. She went to work on the other side of her face. To be newly mated, how marvelous. Though you mustn't let anyone see these marks. Your skin is marred. That's why I rushed in here. What if someone told me to take off the wrap because of the wine I spilled? This was said with the kind of horror usually reserved for accidents involving knives. Although, given the glimmer, Marissa could understand all too well wanting to avoid their attention. Tossing the washcloth aside, she tried to rework her hair and gave up not thinking about Butch. God! She would have loved having to hide his teeth marks from the eyes of the glimmer. Would have loved to hold the delicious secret that under the civilized gowns she wore, her body had known his raw sex. And she would have loved to bear the scent of his bonding for her on her skin, emphasizing it, as mated females did, by choosing the perfect complementary perfume. But none of that was going to happen. For one thing, humans didn't bond, from what she'd heard. And even if they did, Butch O'Neill had walked away from her the last time she'd seen him, so he wasn't interested in her anymore. Probably because he'd heard about her deficiencies. As he was close with the Brotherhood, no doubt he knew all kinds of things about her now. Is there someone in here? Sanima said sharply. Marissa cursed under her breath and figured she'd just sighed out loud. Giving up on her hair and her face, she opened the door. When she stepped out, both females looked down, which was in this instance was a good thing. Her hair was a train wreck. Worry not. I will say nothing, she murmured, because sex was never to be discussed in a public place. Or any private ones, really. The two curtsied dutifully and did not reply while Marissa left. And as soon as she walked out of the lounge, she felt more glances sliding away from her. All eyes going elsewhere, especially those of the unmated males smoking cigars over in the corner. Just before she turned her back on the ball, she caught Havers's stare through the crowd. He nodded and smiled sadly, as if he knew she couldn't stay a moment longer. Dearest brother, she thought. He had always supported her, had never given any indication he was ashamed of how she had turned out. She would have loved him for their shared parents, but she adored him for his loyalty most of all. With a last look at the glimmer in all its glory, she went to her room. After a quick shower, she changed into a simpler floor-length dress and lower-heeled shoes, then went down the mansion's back stairs. Untouched and unwanted she could deal with. If that was the fate the scribe virgin laid upon her, so be it. There were far worse lives to be led, and bemoaning what she lacked, considering all she had, was boring and selfish. What she couldn't handle was being purposeless. Thank God that she had her position on the Princeps Council, and that her seat was secure by virtue of her bloodline. But there was also another way to leave a positive mark on her world. As she keyed in a code and unlocked a steel door, she envied the couples dancing at the other end of the mansion and probably always would. Except that was not her destiny. She had other paths to walk. Chapter 2. Butch walked out of Zero Sum at 3:45, and though the Escalade was parked in the back, he headed in the opposite direction. He needed air. Jesus, he needed air. The middle of March was still winter so far as upstate New York was concerned, and the night was meatlocker cold. Butch walked alone down Trade Street, his breath leaving his mouth in white clouds and drifting over his shoulder. The chill and the isolation suited him. He was hot and crowded even though he'd left the club's crush of people behind. As he went along, his Ferragamos hit hard against the sidewalk, the heels grinding the salt and sand on the little concrete strip between dirty snowbanks. In the background, muffled music thumped out of the other bars on Trade, though business hours were soon going to be over. When he came up to McGrider's, he popped his collar and upped his pace. He avoided the blues bar because the boys on the force hung out there and he didn't want to see them. Far as his former colleagues in the CPD knew, he'd up and disappeared, and that was the way he wanted to keep it. Screamers was next and hardcore rap pounded, turning the whole damn building into a bass extender. When he got to the far side of the club, he paused and looked down the alley that ran the length of the place. It had all started here. His weird trip into the vampire world had started right here the previous July, with a car bomb he'd investigated at this site. A BMW blown to shit. A man ashed. No material evidence left behind except a couple of martial arts throwing stars. The hit had been very professional, the kind of thing that sent a message, and shortly thereafter the bodies of the prostitutes had appeared in the alleys. Throats cut. Blood levels sky high with heroin. With more martial arts weapons around. He and his partner, Jose de la Cruz, had assumed the blast was a pimp-related turf toaster and the dead women payback, but soon enough he'd learned the whole story. Darius, a member of the Black Dagger Brotherhood, had been taken out by his race's enemies, the Lessers. And the murders of those prostitutes were part of a strategy by the Lessening Society to capture civilian vampires for questioning. Man, back then he'd never have even guessed vampires existed, much less drove $90,000 BMWs, or had sophisticated enemies. Butch walked down the alley, right to the spot where the 650 I had been blown to high heaven. There was still a black soot ring on the building from the bomb's heat, and he reached out, putting fingertips on the cold brick. It had all started here. A gust of wind came up and flashed under his coat, lifting the fine cashmere, getting to the fancy suit underneath. Dropping his hand, he looked down at his clothes. Overcoat was Missoni, about $5,000. Suit underneath, an RL Black Label, about $3,000. Shoes were Amateur Night at a mere $700. Cuff links were Cartier and into the 5-digit category. Watch was Patek Philippe, $25,000. The two 40mm Glocks under his pits were $2,000 apiece. So he was sporting Jesus Christ, about $44,000 worth of Saks Fifth and Army/Navy. And this wasn't even the tip of the iceberg for his threads. He had 2 closets worth of the shit back at the compound, none of which he'd bought with his own cash. All of which had been purchased with Brotherhood green. Shit he dressed in clothes that weren't his. Lived in a house and ate food and watched a plasma screen TV, none of which were his. Drank scotch he didn't pay for. Drove a sweet ride he didn't own. And what did he do in return? Not a whole hell of a lot. Every time action went down, the brothers kept him on the sidelines. Footsteps rang out at the far end of the alley. Pounding, pounding, getting closer. And there was more than one set. Butch eased back into the shadows, slipping free the buttons on his coat and his suit jacket so he could get at his heat if he needed it. He had no intention of mixing up someone else's biz, but he wasn't the type to hang back if an innocent was getting cracked. Guess the cop in him wasn't dead yet. As the alley had only one open end, the track and fielders heading this way were going to pass by him. Hoping to avoid any crossfire, he got tight with a dumpster and waited to see what turned up. Young guy flew by, terror on his face, his body all jerky panic. And then, well, what do you know, the 2 thugs in his trunk were pale-haired, big as houses, smelling like baby powder. Lessers. Going after a civilian. Butch palmed one of his Glocks, speed-dialed V's cell phone, and took off in pursuit. As he ran, the call dumped into voicemail, so he just shoved his razor back into his pocket. When he caught up with the drama, the 3 were at the base of the alley, a loose knot of bad news. Now that the Slayers had the civilian cornered, they were moving all lazy, closing in, backing off, smiling, toying. The civilian was shaking, eyes so wide the whites glowed in the dark. Butch leveled his gun at the scene. "Hey, blondies, how about you show me your hands?" The Lesser stopped and looked at him. Man, it was like getting pegged with headlights, assuming you were a deer and the thing coming at you was a Peterbilt. Those undead bastards were pure power backed up by cold logic, a nasty combination, especially in duplicate. "This isn't your business," the one on the left said. "Yeah, that's what my roommate keeps telling me. But see, I don't take direction real well." He had to give the Lessers credit. They were smart. One focused on him. The other closed in on the civilian, who looked as if he was way too scared to be able to dematerialize. This is quickly going to become a hostage situation, Butch thought. "Why don't you head out?" the bastard on the right said. "Better for you. Probably, but worse for him." Butch nodded toward the civilian. An ice-cube breeze shot down the alley, ruffling orphan newspaper pages and empty plastic shopping bags. Butch's nose tingled and he shook his head, hating the smell. "You know," he said, "this whole baby powder thing, how do you Lessers stand it?" The Slayer's pale eyes traveled up and down him as if they couldn't figure out why he even knew the word, and then they all flipped into action. The Lesser closest to the civilian made a grab and hauled the vampire against its chest, turning the hostage potential into a reality. At the same moment, the other one lunged at Butch, moving quick as a blink. Butch wasn't into getting rattled, though. He calmly angled the muzzle of the Glock and shot the steamrolling son of a bitch right in the chest. The second his bullet penetrated, a screech worthy of a banshee exploded out of the slayer's throat, and the thing hit the ground like a bag of sand, immobilized. Which was not the normal lesser response to getting plugged. Usually they could throw it off, but Butch was packing something special in his clip, thanks to the Brotherhood. "What the fuck?" the upright slayer breathed. "Surprise, surprise, cocksucker. Got me some fancy lead." The lesser snapped back to reality, hauling the civilian off the ground in a one-arm waist hold, using the vampire as a body shield. Butch leveled the gun at the twosome. "God damn it. No shot. No shot at all. Let him go." A muzzle emerged from under the civilian's armpit. Butch dove for a shallow doorway as the first bullet ricocheted off the asphalt. Just as he took shelter, a second shot ripped through his thigh. "Fuck, welcome to Roadkillville." His leg felt like it had a red-hot roofing spike drilled into it. The niche he was jammed into offered about as much protection as a lamppost, and the lesser was moving into better shooting position. Butch grabbed an empty Coors bottle and tossed it across the alley. As the lesser's head popped around the civilian's shoulder to track the sound, Butch lit off 4 precisely targeted shots in a semicircle around the pair. The vampire panicked, just as expected, and became an unstable load. As he fell loose from the slayer's grip, Butch put a slug into the lesser's shoulder, spinning the bastard away, landing him face first on the ground. Good shot, but the undead was still moving, and sure as shit he was going to be on his feet in another minute and a half. Those special bullets were good, but the stun didn't last forever, and it helped if you nailed a chest rather than an arm. And what do you know? More problems. Now that the civilian vampire was free, he'd caught his breath and started to scream. Butch limped over, cursing through the pain in his leg. Jesus Christ, this male was making enough racket to bring in an entire police force all the way from goddamned Manhattan. Butch got up in the guy's face, pegging him with hard eyes. "I need you to stop yelling, okay? Listen to me. Stop yelling. Now." The vampire sputtered, then clammed up like his voice box's engine had run out of gas. "Good. I got 2 things I need from you. First, I want you to calm yourself so you can dematerialize. Do you understand what I'm saying? Breathe slow and deep, that's right. Nice. And I want you to cover your eyes now. Go on, cover them. How do you know? Talking wasn't on your to-do list. Close your eyes and cover them. And keep breathing. Everything's going to be okay provided you get yourself out of this alley." As the male clamped trembling hands over his eyes, Butch went over to the second slayer, who was lying face down on the pavement. The thing had black blood oozing from its shoulder and little moans coming out of its mouth. Butch grabbed a fistful of the lesser's hair, tilted the thing's head off the asphalt, and put the doc's muzzle in tight to the base of the skull. He pulled the trigger. As the top half of the bastard's face vaporized, its arms and legs twitched, fell still. But the job wasn't done. Both slayers needed to be stabbed in the chest to truly be dead. And Butch didn't have anything sharp and shiny on him. He got out his cell phone and hit speed dial again as he rolled the slayer over with his foot. While V's cell started to ring, Butch went through the lesser's pockets. He lifted a BlackBerry as well as a wallet. "Fuck me," Butch breathed. The slayer had activated his phone, obviously calling for an assist. And through the open line, the sounds of heavy breathing and flapping clothes were a loud and clear sign that the backup brigade was coming fast. Butch glanced at the vampire as V's phone continued to ring. "How we doing? You look good. You look really calm and in control." "V, pick up the damn phone." V. The vampire dropped his hands, and his eyes fell upon the slayer, whose forehead was now all over the brick wall on the right. "Oh my God." Butch stood up, putting his body in the way. "You don't think about that." The civilian's hand came out and pointed downward. "And you reshot." "Yeah, you don't worry about me either. I need you to cool out and leave, my man. Like right fucking now." Just as V's voicemail kicked in, the sound of boots pounding the pavement drifted down the alley. Butch shoved his phone in the vicinity of his pocket and ditched the clip out of the Glock. As he slammed in a fresh one, he was through with the hand-holding. "Dematerialize." Dematerialize now. But. Now. For fuck's sake. Get your ass out of here or you're going home in a box. Why are you doing this? You're just a human. I am so sick of hearing that. Leave. The vampire closed his eyes, breathed a word in the old language, and disappeared. As the hellfire beat of the slayers got louder, Butch looked around for shelter, aware that his left shoe was soaking wet from his own blood. The shallow doorway was his only bet. Cursing again, he flattened himself in it and looked at what was coming at him. Oh shit, Jesus God in heaven, there were 6 of them. This house knew what was about to happen next, and it was nothing he needed to be a part of. As a flash of brilliant white light turned the night to noontime, he spun away, shoving his shitkickers into the ground. And there was no reason to glance back when the great roar of the beast rumbled through the night. V knew the drill. Rage had turned, the creature was loose, and the lessers they'd been fighting were about to be lunch. Pretty much business as usual except for their current location. Caldwell High School's football field. Go, Bulldogs. V pounded over to the bleachers and stairmastered them, taking himself to the top of CHS's cheering section. Down below, on the 50-yard line, the beast snatched a lesser, tossed the thing up into the air, and caught the undead between its teeth. This house glanced around. The moon wasn't out, which was great, but there were maybe 25 frickin' houses around the high school. And the humans inside those split levels and ranches and Middle America colonials had just woken up to a flare as bright as a nuclear explosion. V cursed and whipped off the lead-line driving glove that covered his right hand. As he put his arm out, the glow from his godforsaken palm's inner core illuminated the tattoos that ran from his fingertips to his wrist on both sides. Staring at the field, V concentrated on the beat of his heart, feeling the pump in his veins and getting into the pulse. Buffering waves came out of his palm, something like heat waves rising off asphalt. Just as a couple of porch lights came on and front doors were opened and fathers of the household poked their heads out of their castles, the masking of mice took over. The sights and the sounds of the fighting on the field were replaced with the nothing special illusion that all was well and as it should be. From the bleachers, V used his night vision to watch the human men look around and wave to each other. When one smiled and shrugged, V could imagine the conversation. Hey Bob, you see that too? Yeah, Gary. Big light. Huge. Should we call the police? Everything looks okay. Yeah. Weird. Hey, you and Marilyn and the kids free this Saturday? We could do a mall crawl, maybe hit pizza afterward? Great idea. I'll talk to Sue. Night. Night. While the doors were shut and those men no doubt shuffled to the refridge for a night bite, this house kept up the masking. The beast didn't take long, and didn't leave much uneaten. When it was finished, the scaled dragon looked around and as the thing spotted V, a growl rippled up to the bleachers, then ended in a snort. You finished, big guy? V called down. FYI, goalpost over there would work righteous as a toothpick. Another snort. Then rage lay down. The creature appeared to be naked in its place on the black-soaked ground. As soon as the change was complete, V hauled it down the bleachers and jogged across the field. My brother. Rage groaned as he shivered in the snow. Yeah, Hollywood, it's me. I'm gonna get you home to Mary. Not as bad as it used to be. Good. V whipped off his leather jacket and stretched it across Rage's chest. Then he snagged his cell phone from a pocket. 2 calls had come through from Butch's number and he hit back at the cop, needing a pickup fast. When there was no answer, V called the pit and got voicemail. Holy hell, Fury was at Havers's getting his prosthesis adjusted again. Wrath couldn't drive because of his blindness. No one had seen Torment for months. That left Zodist. After 100 years of dealing with that male, it was hard not to curse as the call went out. Z was not lifeboat material, not by a long shot. He was more like the sharks in the water. But what was the other option? Besides, at least the brother had been a little better since he'd gotten mated. Yeah, came the sharp answer. Hollywood expressed his inner Godzilla again. I need a car. Where are you? Weston Road. Caldwell High School football field. I'll be there in 10. First aid. No, we're both intact. Got it. Hang tight. The connection ended and V looked at his phone. The idea that that scary-ass bastard could be relied upon was a surprise. Never would have seen that one coming, not that he saw anything anymore. V put his good hand on Rage's shoulder and looked up at the sky. An infinite, unknowable universe loomed above him, above them all, and for the first time the vastness terrified him. But then, for the first time in his life, he was flying without a net. His visions were gone. Those snapshots of the future, those bullshit, invasive telecasts of what was coming, those pictures without dates that had kept him on edge ever since he could remember, were just gone. And so were the intrusions of other people's thoughts. He'd always wanted to be alone in his head. How ironic that he found the silence deafening. V? We okay? He looked down at Rage. The brother's perfect blonde beauty was still blinding, even with all the lesser blood on his face. Ride's coming soon. We'll get you home to your Mary. Rage started to mumble and V just let him go. Poor miserable guy. Curses were never a party. 10 minutes later, Zadist pulled right up onto the football field in his twin's BMW, busting through a shrinking, dirty snowbank and mud tracking it in. As the M5 came through the snow, V knew they were going to trash the leather in the back seat, but then Fritz, butler extraordinaire, could get stains out like you wouldn't believe. Zadist got out of the car and came around the hood. After a century of being half-starved by choice, he was now packing a good 285 pounds on his 6'6" frame. The scar on his face remained obvious, and so did his tattooed slave bands. But thanks to his Shellin, Bella, his eyes were no longer black pits of hatred. For the most part, without saying anything, the two of them manhandled Rage over to the car and stuffed his massive body into the back seat. You poofing it home? Z said as he got behind the wheel. Yeah, but I need to clear the scene, which meant using his hand to fry clean the lesser blood that was splattered everywhere. You want me to wait? No, get our boy home. Mary's going to want to see him ASAP. Zadist scanned the vicinity with a quick head twist. I'll wait. Z, it's cool. I won't stay here alone long. That ruined lip lifted into a snarl. If you're not at the compound by the time I get there, I'm coming for you. The Beamer took off, back tires kicking up mud and snow. Jesus, Z really was back up. 10 minutes later, V dematerialized to the compound, just as Zadist was pulling in with Rage. As Z took Hollywood inside, this house looked around at the cars parked in the courtyard. Where the hell was the Escalade? Butch should be back by now. V took out his phone and hit speed dial. When he got voicemail, he said, Hey, buddy, I'm home. Where are you, cop? As the two of them called each other constantly, he knew Butch would check in soon enough. Hell, maybe the guy was getting busy for the first time in recorded history. It was about time the sorry SOB shelved his obsession with Marissa and got a little sexual relief. And speaking of relief, V measured the light in the sky. He figured he had about an hour and a half of darkness left. And man, he was twitchy as shit. There was something going on tonight, something bad in the air, but with his visions gone, he didn't know what it was. And the blank slate was making him mental. He fired up his cell again and hit a number. When the ringing stopped, he didn't wait for a hello. You will get ready for me now. You will wear what I bought for you. Your hair will be bound and off your neck. He waited to hear the only 3 words he cared about, and they came right away. The female voice saying, Yes, my liege. V hung up and dematerialized. Chapter 3. Zero Sum was doing excellent business lately, Revenge thought as he looked at the tallies. Cash flow was strong. There was growth in the sports booking receipts. Attendance was up. God, he'd owned the club for how long now? 5? 6 years? And it was finally cranking enough income that he could take a deep breath. It was a despicable way of making money, of course, what with the sex and the drugs and the booze and the betting. But he needed to support his mommin and, up until recently, his sister, Bella. Then there was the blackmail overhead he had to cover. Secrets could be so expensive to keep. Rev looked up as the door to his office opened. As his chief security officer came in, he could smell the lingering scent of O'Neill on her, and he smiled a little. He liked being right. Thanks for taking care of Butch. Shex's gray eyes were direct as always. I wouldn't have if I hadn't wanted him. And I wouldn't have asked if I hadn't known that. Now, where are we? She sat down opposite his desk, her powerful body as hard as the marble he was resting his elbows on. Non-consensual sex in the mezzanine men's room. I took care of it. The woman is pressing charges. Was the guy walking after you were through with him? Yeah. But he was wearing a new pair of earrings, if you know what I mean. I also found 2 minors on the premises and kicked them out. And one of the bouncers was taking kickbacks from the line. So I fired him. Anything else? We had another OD. Shit. Not our product, though, right? Nope. Outside junk. She pulled a small cellophane bag out of the back pocket of her leathers and tossed it on his desk. I managed to snag this before the EMTs arrived. I'm hiring some extra staff to deal with the situation. Good. You find that freelancer, you bring his ass to me. I want to take care of him personally. Will do. You got anything more for me? In the silence that followed, Shex leaned forward and linked her hands together. Her body was all tight muscle. Nothing but hard angles except for her high, small breasts. She was deliciously hermaphroditic, although fully a female so far as he'd heard. The cop should feel lucky, he thought. Shex didn't have sex that often, and then only when she found the male worthy. She also didn't waste time. Usually. Shex, talk. I want to know something. Rev eased back in his chair. Is this going to piss me off? Yup. Are you looking for a mate? As his eyes started to glow purple, he tilted his chin down and stared at her from under his brows. Who said I was? And I want the name. Deduction, not gossip. According to GPS records, your Bentley's been by Havers's a lot lately. I happen to know Marissa is unattached. She's beautiful, complicated, but you've never cared about the glimmer. You thinking about mating her? Not at all, he lied. Good. As Shex's eyes nailed into him, it was obvious she knew the truth. Because it would be crazy for you to give it a shot. She'd find out about you, and I'm not talking about what goes down here. She's a member of the Princeps Council, for Chris' sakes. If she knew you were a Symphith, that would compromise both of us. Rev rose to his feet and palmed his cane. The Brotherhood already knows about me. How? Shex breathed. He thought about the little lip/fong thing he and the brother Fury had shared and decided to keep that on the down low. They just do. And now that my sister's mated to a brother, I'm a member of the frickin' family. So even if the Princeps Council found out, those warriors would keep them at bay. Too bad his blackmailer was unaffected by the ways of the normals. Symphiths, he was learning, made very bad enemies. No wonder his kind were hated. You sure about that? Shex said. It would kill Bella if I were sent to one of those colonies. You think that Hellrun of hers would stand for her being upset like that? Especially as she's pregnant? Z's one mean-ass motherfucker, and he is very protective of her. So yeah, I'm sure. She ever guessed about you? No. And though Zadis knew, he wasn't going to tell his mate. No way he'd put Bella in that position. Laws read that if you knew of a Symphith you had to report him or her or face prosecution. Rev came around the desk, relying on his cane now that Shex was the only one around. The dopamine he shot himself up with regularly kept the worst of the Symphith urges at bay, enabling him to pass for a normal. He wasn't sure how Shex managed it. Wasn't sure he wanted to know. But the thing was, with his sense of touch gone, he had to use a cane or he was liable to fall. After all, depth perception got you only so far when you couldn't feel your feet or legs. You don't worry, he said. No one knows what either one of us are. And it's going to stay that way. Gray eyes stared up at him. Are you feeding her, Rev? Not a question. A demand. Are you feeding Marissa? That's my business, not yours. She shot to her feet. Goddamn, Yue agreed. 25 years ago, when I had my little problem, we agreed. No mates. No feeding with normals. What the hell are you doing? I'm in control and this conversation is over. He checked his watch. And what do you know, it's closing time and you need a break. The Moors can lock up. She glared at him for a moment. I don't leave until the job is done. I'm telling you to go home. Not being nice. I'll see you tomorrow night. No offense, but fuck you, Revenge. She stalked over to the door, moving like the killer she was. As he watched her go, he was reminded that this security stuff for him was nothing compared to what she was capable of. "Shex," he said. "Maybe we were wrong about the mating." She sent an "Are you stupid?" frown over her shoulder. "You shoot yourself up twice a day. You think Marissa wouldn't notice that eventually? How about the fact that you have to go to her brother, the good doctor, for the neuromodulator you rely on? Besides, what would an aristocrat like her say about all this?" She swept her arm around his office. "We weren't wrong. You're just forgetting the whys of it all." The door eased shut behind her and Rev looked down at his numb body. He pictured Marissa, so pure and beautiful, so different from the other females he was around, so different from Shex, who he fed from. He wanted Marissa, was half in love with her at this point. And the male in him wanted to claim what was his even though his drugs made him impotent. Except surely he wouldn't hurt what he loved, even if his dark parts were out, right? He thought of her, wearing her lovely haute couture gowns, so properly dressed, so genteel, so clean. The glimmer was wrong about her. She wasn't defective. She was perfect. He smiled, his body flushing up with a burn that only hardcore orgasms could douse. It was getting to be that time of the month, so she would be calling him soon. Yeah, she would need him again soon. As his blood was diluted, she had to feed with gratifying frequency, and the last time had been almost 3 weeks ago. She would be calling him within days, and he couldn't wait to be of service to her. V got back to the Brotherhood's compound with minutes to spare, materializing just outside the gatehouse's front door. He'd hoped his kind of sex would have taken the edge off of him, but no, he was still bladed as shit. He went through the pit's vestibule and disarmed along the way, all tensed up and so ready for a shower to get the smell of the female off him. He should have been hungry. Instead, all he wanted was some gray goose. "Butch, my man," he called out. Silence. V walked down the hall to the cop's bedroom. "You crashed." He pushed open the door. The king-sized bed was empty, so maybe the cop was up at the main house? V jogged through the pit and put his head out through the vestibule's door. A quick glance around at the cars parked in the courtyard and his heart went snare drum on him. No Escalade. So Butch wasn't at the compound. With the sky beginning to lighten off to the east, the glow of day stung V's eyes, so he ducked back into the house and sat down behind his bank of computers. Firing up the coordinates on the Escalade, he saw that the SUV was parked behind Screamers, which was good. At least Butch wasn't wrapped around a tree. V froze. Slowly, he pushed his hand into the back pocket of his leathers, a horrible feeling coming over him, hot and prickly like a rash. Flipping open the razor, he accessed his voicemail. First message was a hang-up from Butch's number. As the second message clicked on, the pit steel shutters started to come down for the day. V frowned. There was only a hissing sound coming from the voicemail, but then a clatter had him yanking the phone away from his ear. Now Butch's voice, hard, loud. "Dematerialize. Dematerialize now." A scared male. But, now. For fuck's sake. "Get your ass out of here," sounds of muffled flapping. "Why are you doing this? You're just a human. I am so sick of hearing that. Leave." There was a metallic shifting, a gun being reloaded. Butch's voice. "Oh shit." Then all hell broke loose. Gunshots, grunts, thuds. V leaped up from his desk so fast he knocked his chair over, only to realize he was trapped inside by daylight. Chapter 4. The first thing Butch thought when he came around was that someone needed to turn that faucet off. The drip, drip, drip was annoying. Then he cracked an eyelid and realized his own blood was pulling the Kohler routine. Oh right, he'd been beaten and he was leaking. This had been a long, very bad day. How many hours had he been interrogated? 12? Felt like 1,000. He tried to take a deep breath, but some of his ribs were broken, so he picked hypoxia over more pain. Man, thanks to his captor's attentions, everything hurt like a motherfucker, but at least the lesser had sealed up that gunshot wound, just to keep questioning going longer. The only saving grace to the nightmare was that not one thing about the Brotherhood had passed his lips. Not a thing. Even when the Slayer went to work on his fingernails and between his legs. Butch was going to die soon, but at least he could look St. Peter in the eye and know he wasn't a squealer when he got to heaven. Or had he died and gone to hell? Was that what all this was about? Given some of the shit he'd pulled on Earth, he could see why he'd ended up in the devil's guest house. But then wouldn't his torturer have horns like devils did? Okay, he was flirting with Looney Tunes here. He opened his eyes a little farther, figuring it was time to try to separate reality from mind-grinding nonsense. He had a feeling this was probably his last shot at consciousness, so he should make it count. Vision was blurry. Hands, feet, chained down. And he was still lying on something hard. A table. Room was dark. Dirt smell meant he was probably in a basement. Bald light bulb revealed, the torture toolkit. He looked away from the spread of sharp things, shuddering. What was that sound? A dim roar, getting louder, louder. As soon as it was cut off, a door opened upstairs and Butch heard a man say in a muffled voice, "Master." Soft reply, indistinct. Then a conversation, with one set of footsteps pacing around, causing dust to filter down from the floorboards. Eventually, another door squeaked open, and the stairs next to him started to creak. Butch broke out in a cold sweat and lowered his eyelids. Through the cracks between his lashes, he watched what came at him. First guy was the lesser who'd been working him out, the guy from over the summer, from the Caldwell Martial Arts Academy. Joseph Xavier was his name, if Butch remembered correctly. The other was draped from head to foot in a brilliant white robe. His face and hands completely covered. Looked like some kind of monk or priest. Except that was no man of God under there. As Butch absorbed the person's vibe, he couldn't breathe from his repulsion. Whatever was hidden by that robe was distilled evil. The kind that mobilized serial killers and rapists and murderers and people who enjoyed beating their children. Hatred and malevolence in an upright, solid form. Butch's fear level shot through the roof. He could handle being knocked around. The pain was bitch, but there was a definable endpoint marked by when his heart stopped beating. But whatever was hiding under that robe held mysteries of suffering the likes of which were biblical. And how did he know? His whole body was revolting, his instincts firing off to run, save himself prey. Words came to him marching through his mind. "The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want." The robed figure's hood turned toward Butch with the boneless swivel of an owl's head. Butch slammed his lids shut and hurried through the 23rd Psalm. Faster needed to get the words into his mind. Faster. "He mocketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake." This man is the one? The voice that reverberated through the basement tripped Butch up, making him lose his rhythm. It was resonant and carried an echo, something out of a sci-fi movie with all that eerie distortion. His gun had the Brotherhood's bullets in it. "Get back to the Psalm. And do it faster. Yeah, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. I know you wake, human." The echoing voice shot right into Butch's ear. "Look upon me and know your captor's master." Butch opened his eyes, turned his head, and swallowed compulsively. The face staring down into his was condensed blackness, a shadow come to life. "The Omega." The evil laughed a little. "So you know what I am, do you?" The straightened. "Given you anything, has he? For lesser? I'm not finished." "Ah, so that is no. And you have worked him well, given how close to death he is." "Yes, I can feel it coming to him. So close." The Omega bent down again and inhaled the air over Butch's body. "Yes, within the hour. Maybe less. He'll last as long as I want him to." "No, he won't." The Omega started to circle the table and Butch tracked the movement, terror getting tighter and tighter, strengthening in the centrifugal force of the evil's pacing. Around, Butch trembled so badly his teeth clapped together. The shaking dried up the second the Omega came to a halt at the far end of the table. Shadowy hands lifted up, grasped the white robe's hood, and pulled it off. Overhead, the bald light bulb flickered as if its illumination were sucked in by the black form. "You are letting him go?" the Omega said, that voice like a wave, filtered and enhanced by the air in turns. You are leaving him out in the woods. You are telling the others to stay away from him. What? Butch thought. What? The Four Lesser said. The Brotherhood has among its weaknesses a paralyzing loyalty. Do they not? Yes, paralyzing fidelity. They claim what is theirs. It is the animal in them. The Omega held out its hand. A knife, please. I am of a mind to make this human useful. You just said he was going to die. But I'm going to give him a little life, as it were, as well as a gift. Knife. Butch's eyes cracked wide open as an 8-inch hunting number changed hands. The Omega placed one hand on the table, put the blade to the tip of its finger, and bore down. There was a crack, like a carrot had been cut. The Omega leaned over Butch. Where to hide? Where to hide? As the knife came up and hovered over Butch's abdomen, Butch screamed. And he was still screaming as a shallow slice was made into his belly. Then the Omega picked up the little part of itself, the black digit. Butch fought, yanking against the binds. Horror had his eyes bulging until the pressure on his optic nerve blinded him. The Omega inserted its fingertip into Butch's gut, then bent low and blew over the fresh cut. The skin sealed up, the flesh knitting together. Immediately, Butch felt the rotting inside him, sensed the evil worming around, moving. He lifted his head. The skin around the cut was already turning gray. Tears raced to his eyes, seeped down his raw cheeks. Release him. The Four Lesser went to work on the chains. But when they were off, Butch realized he couldn't move. He was paralyzed. I will take him, the Omega said, and he will survive and find his way back to the Brotherhood. They'll sense you, perhaps, but they will take him. He'll tell them. No, because he won't remember me. The Omega's face tilted toward Butch. You won't remember a thing. As their stares met, Butch could feel the affinity between them, could sense the bond, the sameness. He wept for the violation of himself, but more for the Brotherhood. They would take him in. They would try to help him in whatever way they could. And sure as the evil in him, he would end up betraying them. Except maybe Vishouse or the brothers wouldn't find him. How could they? And with no clothes on, surely he would die from exposure fast. The Omega reached out and wiped the tears from one of Butch's cheeks. The shimmer of wetness was iridescent against those translucent black fingers, and Butch wanted what had come out of him back. Not to be. Lifting the hand to its mouth, the evil savored Butch's pain and fear, licking, sucking. Despair scrambled Butch's memory, but the faith he'd thought he'd forsworn spit out another line of the psalm. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. But that was no longer possible now, was it? He had evil inside him, under his skin. The Omega smiled, though Butch didn't know how he knew it. Pity we don't have more time, as you are in a fragile state. But there will be opportunities for you and me in the future. What I claim as my own always comes back to me. Now sleep. And like a lamp being clicked off, Butch did. Answer the fucking question, Vishouse. V looked away from his king just as the grandfather clock in the corner of the study started to go off. It stopped at 4 chimes, so it was 4 in the afternoon. The Brotherhood had been in Wrath's command central all day long, prowling around the ridiculously elegant Louis XIV salon, saturating the delicate air of the place with their anger. Vishouse, Wrath growled. I'm waiting. How will you know how to find the cop? And why didn't you mention this before now? Because he'd known it was going to create problems, and their shopping cart of shit was already full. As V tried to think of what he could say, he looked at his brothers. Fury was on the pale blue silk couch in front of the fireplace, his body dwarfing the piece of furniture, his multicolored hair now back down past his jawline. Z was behind his twin, up against the mantel, his eyes back to black because he was enraged. Rage was by the door, his beautiful face set in a nasty expression, his shoulders twitching as if his inner beast was likewise shit-pissed. And then there was Wrath. Behind a dainty desk, the blind king was all menace, his cruel visage set hard, his weak eyes hidden behind black-framed wraparounds. His heavy forearms, marked on the insides with tattoos of his pure-blooded lineage, were planted on a gold-embossed blotter. That Tor was not with the group was a gaping wound to all of them. V? Answer the question, or so help me God, I'll beat it out of you. I just know how to find him. What are you hiding? V went over to the bar, poured himself a couple fingers of Grey Goose, and hammered the shot. He swallowed a number of times and then let the words fly. I fed him. A chorus of inhales floated around the room. As wrath rose in disbelief, V poured himself another hit of Goose. You did what? The last word was bellowed. I had him drink some of me. Vishouse wrath stalked around the desk, shit-kickers hitting the floor like boulders. The king got face-to-face close. He's a male. He's human. What the fuck were you thinking? More vodka. Definitely time for more Goose. V swallowed the shot and poured number 4. With my blood in him, I can find him, and that's why I had him drink. I saw that I was supposed to. So I did it, and I would do it again. Wrath wheeled away and paced around the room, hands cranked into fists. As the boss man walked off frustration, the rest of the Brotherhood looked over with curiosity. I did what I had to, V snapped, throwing his glass back. Wrath stopped by one of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The thing was shuttered for the day, no light coming through. Did he take your vein? No. A couple of the brothers cleared their throats, like they were urging him to be honest. V cursed and poured some more. Oh, for God's sake, it's not like that with him. I gave him some in a glass. He didn't know what he was drinking. Shit, V, Wrath muttered. You could have killed him outright. It was 3 months ago. He got through it, so there's no harm done. Wrath's voice rang out loud as an airstrike. You violated the law. Feeding a human. Christ, what am I supposed to do with this? You want to serve me up to the scribe virgin, I'll go willingly. But I want to be clear. First, I find Butch and bring him home, dead or alive. Wrath popped up his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes, a habit he developed lately when he got tired of the king's shit. If he was interrogated, he may have talked. We could be compromised. V looked down into his glass and slowly shook his head. He'd die before giving us up. I guarantee it. He swallowed the vodka and felt it slide down his throat. My man is good like that. Chapter 5. Revenge had not seemed at all surprised when she called him, Marissa thought. But then, he'd always had this uncanny way of reading her. Gathering up her black cloak, she stepped out the back of her brother's mansion. Night had just fallen, and she shivered, though not because of the cold. It was that horrible dream she'd had during the day. She'd been flying across the landscape, flying over a frozen pond with pines on its far side, going farther past a ring of trees, until she'd slowed and peered downward. On the snowy ground, curled up and bleeding, she saw Butch. The urge to call the Brotherhood lingered as much as the images of the nightmare did. Except how stupid would she feel when the warriors called back all annoyed, just to tell her he was perfectly fine. They'd probably think she was stalking him. Except, God, that vision of him bleeding into the white-covered earth, that picture of him, helpless in the fetal position, haunted her. It was only a dream, though. Merely a dream. Closing her eyes, she forced herself into a semblance of calm and dematerialized downtown to the terrace of a penthouse apartment some 30 stories up. As soon as she took form, Revenge slid open one of 6 glass doors. He immediately frowned. You're upset. She forced a smile as she went over to him. You know, I'm always a little uncomfortable. He pointed his gold-engraved cane at her. No, this is different. God. She'd never known anyone so in tune with her emotions. I'll be fine. As he took her elbow and pulled her inside, a tropical warmth embraced her. Rev always had the temperature this high, and his floor-length sable coat always stayed on until they got to the couch. She had no idea how he could stand the heat, but he seemed to crave it. He shut the slider. Marissa, I want to know what's doing. Nothing, really. With a twist, she took off her cloak and draped it on a chrome and black chair. 3 sides of the penthouse were made up of sheets of glass, and the sprawling view of Caldwell's too have showed the shimmering lights of downtown, the dark curve of the Hudson River, the stars over it all. The decor was minimalist, all ebony and cream elegance rather like Rev, with his black mohawk and his golden skin and his perfect clothes. Under different circumstances, she would have adored the penthouse. Under different circumstances, she might have adored him. Rev's violet eyes narrowed as he leaned on his cane and came to her. He was a huge male, built like a brother, and he had looming down pat, his handsome face hard. "Don't lie to me." She smiled slightly. Males like him tended to be very protective, and though the two of them were not mated, she wasn't surprised he seemed ready to hunt something down on her behalf. "I had a disturbing dream this morning and haven't shaken it off yet. That's all." As he measured her, she had the oddest sense he was sifting through her emotions, examining how they interconnected from the inside. "Give me your hand," he said. She reached out with no hesitation. He always observed the glimmerous formalities, and he hadn't yet greeted her as custom required. Except when their palms met, he didn't brush his lips across hers in a kiss. He put his thumb over her wrist and pushed down a little. Then even harder. Suddenly, as if he'd opened up some kind of drain, her feelings of fear and worry tunneled down her arm and out to him, pulled through by the contact. "Revenge?" she whispered weakly. The instant he let her go, the emotions came back. A wellspring no longer tapped. "You won't be able to be with me tonight." She flushed and rubbed the skin where he'd touched her. "Of course I will. It's time." To get them started, she went to the black leather couch they usually used and stood beside it. After a moment, Revenge came over to her and took off his sable coat, slinging the fur out flat for them to lie on. Then he unbuttoned his black suit coat and removed it as well. His fine silk shirt, which seemed so very white, parted down the middle at his fingertips, and then the heavy, hairless expanse of his chest was revealed. Tattoos marked his pecs, 2 5-pointed stars in black ink, and there were more designs on his ribbed stomach. As he sat down and eased back into the couch's arms, his muscles flexed. Looking up at her, his glowing amethyst stare drew her in, and so did his hand as he extended his arm and crooked his forefinger at her. "Come here, Tali. I've got what you need." She lifted the skirt of her gown and climbed between his legs. Rev always insisted she take from his throat, but in the 3 times they had done this, he had never once been aroused, which was a relief as well as a reminder. Wrath had never had an erection when he was near her either. As she glanced down at Rev's smooth-skinned male glory, the low-level hunger she had been feeling for the past few days hit hard. She put her palms on his pecs and arched over him, watching as he closed his eyes, tilted his chin to the side, and ran his hands up her arms. A soft groan left his lips, which was something he always did right before she struck. In another situation, she would have said it was anticipation, but she knew that wasn't true. His body was always flaccid, and she couldn't believe he liked being used that much. She opened her mouth, her fangs elongating, extending downward from her upper jaw. Leaning into Rev, the image of Butch in the snow froze her, and she had to shake her head to refocus on Rev's throat and her hunger. "Feed," she told herself. "Take what he offers." She tried again, only to stop with her mouth on his neck. As she squeezed her eyes shut in frustration, Rev put his hand under her chin and lifted her head up. "Who is he, Tali?" Rev's thumb stroked her bottom lip. "Who is this male you love who won't feed you? And I'm going to be totally insulted if you don't tell me." "Oh, Revenge, it's no one you know. He is a fool." "No, I am the fool." With an unexpected surge, Rev pulled her down to his mouth. She was so shocked, she gasped, and in an erotic rush, his tongue entered her. He kissed her with skill, all smooth moves and sliding penetrations. She felt no arousal but could tell what kind of lover he would be. Dominant, powerful, thorough. When she pushed against his chest, he let her break the contact. As Rev eased back, his amethyst eyes glowed, a beautiful purple light pouring out of them, pouring into her. Though she felt no erection at his hips, the trembling that ran throughout his big, muscular body told her he was a male with sex on his mind and in his blood and that he wanted to penetrate her. "You look so surprised," he drawled. Considering the way most males regarded her, she was. "That was unexpected. Especially as I didn't think you could." I am capable of mating with a female. His lids dropped, and for a moment he looked frightening. Under certain circumstances. As she inhaled sharply and covered her eyes, the vision disappeared and he murmured, "My apologies, Tali. I fear my fantasies are rather well developed. But don't worry, we can just keep them in my head. Dear God, revenge, I never would have guessed. And maybe if things were different. Fair enough." He stared into her face and then shook his head. "I really want to meet this male of yours. That's the problem. He's not mine. Then, like I said, he's a fool." Rev touched her hair. "And hungry as you are, we're gonna have to do this another time, Tali. That heart of yours isn't going to allow it tonight." She pushed away from him and stood up, her eyes going to the windows and the glowing city. She wondered where Butch was and what he was doing, then looked back over at Rev and wanted to know why in the hell she wasn't attracted to him. He was beautiful in the ways of a warrior, potent, thick-blooded, strong especially now, with his massive body sprawled on the sable-covered couch, his legs spread in blatant sexual invitation. "I wish I wanted you, Rev." He laughed dryly. "Funny. I know just what you mean." V pushed out through the mansion's vestibule and stood in the courtyard. In the lee of the looming stone manse, he cast his mind out into the night, radar looking for a signal. "You do not go in alone," Rage snarled at his ear. "You find the place they're keeping him and you call us." When V didn't reply, he was grabbed by the back of the neck and shaken like a rag doll. In spite of the fact that he was a jacked 6'6", Rage's face pushed into his, all no fooling around. "This house. You hear me?" "Yeah, whatever." He shoved the male off him, only to become very aware that they were not alone. The rest of the Brotherhood was waiting, armed and angry, a cannon ready to be fired. Except in the midst of all their aggression, they were looking over at him with worry. As the concern drove him nuts, he turned away. V marshaled his mind and sifted through the night, trying to find the small echo of himself inside Butch. Penetrating the darkness, he searched across fields and mountains and frozen lakes and rushing streams out. Oh God, Butch was alive. Barely. And he was north and east, 12, maybe 15 miles away. As V took out his Glock, an iron hand grabbed his arm. Rage was back with a hard-on. "You do not take those lessers on alone." "I got it." "Swear to me," Rage snapped, like he knew damn well V was thinking of rushing whoever held Butch and only calling for cleanup. Except this was personal, not just about the war between the vampires and the lessening society. Those undead bastards had taken his well. He didn't know what Butch was to him specifically, but it ran deeper than anything he'd felt in a long time. "This house. I'll call you when I'm good and fucking ready." V dematerialized free of his brother's hold. Traveling in a loose scramble of molecules, he misted out into Caldwell's rural farmland to a grove of woods beyond a pond that was still frozen. He triangulated his reappearance about 100 yards away from the signal he got from Butch, coming together crouched and ready for a fight, which was a good plan because, holy hell, he could feel lessers everywhere. V frowned and held his breath. Moving slowly, he turned in a semicircle, searching with his eyes and his ears, not his instincts. There were no slayers around. There was nothing around. Not even a shack or a hunting lodge. Abruptly, he shuddered. No, there was something in these woods, all right, a big-ass something. A condensed mark of malevolence. An evil that made him twitchy. The Omega. As he swiveled his head toward the dreadful concentration, a cold blast of wind nailed him in the face, like Mother Nature was urging him in the opposite direction. Tough shit. He had to get his roommate out of here. V ran toward what he could sense of Butch, his shit-kickers punching through the crusty snow. Up ahead, the full moon shone brightly at the margin of a cloudless sky, but the presence of evil was so vivid V could have followed the way blindfolded. And shit, Butch was close to that blackness. 50 yards later, V saw the coyotes. They were circling something on the ground, growling not as if they were hungry but as if the pack was being threatened. And whatever had captured their interest was of such magnitude they didn't even notice V's approach. To break them up, he pointed his gun overhead and let off a couple of rounds. The coyotes scattered and, V skidded to a halt. As he looked at what was on the ground, he couldn't swallow, which was fine because his mouth went dry. Butch was lying in the snow on his side, naked, beaten, blood all over him, face swollen and bruised. His thigh was bandaged, but whatever wound was under the gauze had bled through. None of that was the horror, however. Evil was all around the cop, all around shit. He was the black, foul footprint V had sensed. Oh, sweet virgin in the fade. This house did a quick scan of the environs, then dropped to his knees and gently laid his gloved hand on his friend. As a painful zinger shot up his arm, V's instincts told him to bolt because what he'd laid his palm on was to be avoided at all costs. Evil. Butch, it's me. Butch. With a groan, the cop stirred, a kind of hope flaring in his battered face, as if he'd lifted his head to the sun. But then the expression faded. Dear Lord. The man's eyes were frozen shut because he'd been crying and the tears hadn't gotten far in the cold. Don't worry, cop. I'm going to do what? The male was about to die out here, but what the hell had been done to him? He was saturated by darkness. Butch's mouth opened. The hoarse sounds that came out might have been words, but they didn't carry. Cop, don't say anything. I'm going to take care of you. Butch shook his head and began to move. With pathetic weakness, he stretched out his arms and grabbed at the ground, trying to pull his broken body through the snow. Away from V. Butch, it's me. No, the cop went all frantic, clawing, dragging himself. Infected, don't know how infected, you can't take me. Don't know why. V used his voice like a slap, making it sharp and loud. Butch, stop it. The cop settled down, although whether it was because he was following orders or had run out of steam wasn't clear. What the hell did they do to you, my man? V whipped out a mylar blanket from his jacket and put it around his roommate. Infected. Butch awkwardly rolled onto his back and shoved the silver sheath down, his busted-up hand falling onto his belly. Infected. What the fuck? There was a fist-sized black circle on the cop's stomach, something like a bruise with highly defined edges. In the center of it, there seemed to be a surgical scar. Shit. They'd put something in him. Kill me. Butch's voice was a chilling rasp. Kill me now. Infected. Something inside. Growing. V sat back on his heels and grabbed at his hair, forcing his emotions to the back burner. He put his mind to work and prayed that his overdose of gray matter would come to the rescue. Moments later, the conclusion he reached was radical but logical, and it focused him to the point of calmness. He unsheathed one of his black daggers with a perfectly steady hand and leaned in to his roommate. What shouldn't be in there needed to come out. And given the evil that it was, the extraction had to be done here, in neutral territory, rather than at home or in Havers's clinic. Plus, death was breathing down the cop's neck, and the sooner he was decontaminated the better. Butch, buddy, I want you to take a deep breath, then hold still. I'm going to be of care, warrior. V whirled around in a crouch. Right behind him, hovering above the ground, was the scribe virgin. As always, she was pure power, her black robes unruffled by the wind, her face hidden, her voice clear as the night air. This house opened his mouth, but she cut him off. Before you overstep your bounds and render inquiry, I will tell you, no, I cannot help directly. This is a matter of the sort I must stay out of. However, I will say this. You would be wise to unveil the curse you detest. Handling what is within him will bring you closer to death than ever you have been. And no one could remove it save you. She smiled a little as if she read his thoughts. Yes, this moment now is part of the reason you dreamed of him in the beginning. But there is another why of which you may see in time. Will he live? Get to work, warrior, she said in a hard tone. You shall make more progress toward his salvation if you act rather than offend me. V leaned down to Butch and moved fast, drawing the knife over the cop's belly. As a moan left the man's cracked lips, a gaping hole opened up. Oh, Jesus! There was something black cocooned in the flesh. The scribe virgin's voice was closer now, as if she were right over his shoulder. Unsheathe your hand, warrior, and be of speed about it. How quickly that spreads. V shoved his dagger back into his chest holster and ripped his glove off. He reached down, then stopped. Wait, I can't touch anyone with this. The infection will offer the human protection. Do it now, warrior. And as you make contact, visualize the white glow of your palm all around you, as if you were skinned by light. This house brought his hand forward while imagining himself surrounded by a pure, radiant incandescence. The moment he made contact with the black piece, his body shuddered and bucked. The thing, whatever it was, disintegrated with a hiss and pop. But, oh shit, he felt ill. Breathe, the scribe virgin said. Just breathe through it. This house swayed and caught himself on the ground, his head hanging off his shoulders, his throat starting to pump. I think I'm going to be. Yeah, he got sick. And as the retching tackled him again and again, he felt himself get eased off his arms. The scribe virgin supported him through the vomiting, and when it was over, he sagged into her. For a moment, he even thought she was stroking his hair. Then, from out of nowhere, his cell phone appeared in his good hand, and her voice was strong in his ear. Go now, take this human, and trust that the seed of evil is in the soul, not the body. And you must bring back the jar of one of your enemies. Bring it to this place and use your hand upon it. Do this without delay. V nodded. Unsolicited advice from the scribe virgin was not the kind you left at the roadside. And warrior, keep your shield of light in place around this human. Further, use your hand to heal him. He may yet die unless enough light enters his body and heart. V felt the power of her fade as another shot of nausea hit his gut. While he dealt with the lingering effects of touching that thing, he figured, Jesus, if he felt this bad, he couldn't imagine how Butch was doing. When the phone rang in his hand, he realized he'd been lying on his back in the snow for some time. Hello? He said, all groggy. Where are you? What's happening? Rage's bass holler was a relief. I have him. I have V.I.'d the bloody mess that was his roommate. Jesus, I need a pickup. Oh shit. Rage V put his hand to his eyes and started to shake. Rage, what they did to him. The tone of his brother's voice instantly gentled, as if the guy knew V had gone bye-bye. Okay, just relax. Tell me, where are you? Woods, I don't know. God, his brain had totally shorted out. Can you pinpoint me on the GPS? A voice in the background, probably Fury, yelled, Got him. All right, V. We got you and we're coming. No, place is contaminated. As Rage started in with the what's, V cut the brother off. Car. We need a car. I'm gonna have to carry him out. I don't want anyone else to come here. There was a long pause. All right, head straight north, my brother. About a half-mile you'll run into Route 22. We'll be there waiting for you. Call, he had to clear his voice and wipe his eyes. Call Havers. Tell him we're bringing in a trauma case. And tell him that we need a quarantine. Jesus, what the hell did they do to him? Hurry, Rage, wait. Bring a lesser jar with you. Why? No time to explain. Just make sure you have one. V shoved his phone into his pocket, stuffed his glowing hand back into its glove, and went to Butch. After making sure the mylar blanket was in place, he gathered the cop in his arms and eased all that dead weight off the ground. Butch hissed with pain. This is going to be a rough ride, V said. But we gotta get you moving. Except then V frowned and looked at the ground. Butch wasn't bleeding much anymore. But holy hell, what about the footprints tracking out through the snow? If a lesser happened to come back, he might catch them on the way out. From out of nowhere, storm clouds rolled in and snow started to fall hard. Damn, the scribe virgin was good. As V headed off through what was now nearly a blizzard, he imagined a white light of protection around both him and the man in his arms. You came. Marissa smiled as she shut the door to the cheery, windowless patient room. On the hospital bed, looking small and fragile, was a 7-year-old female. By her side, looking only somewhat larger but much more breakable, was the young's mother. I promised last night I would visit you again, didn't I? When the young grinned, there was a black hole where her front tooth was missing. But still, you came. And you look so pretty. So do you. Marissa sat on the bed and took the young's hand. How are you? Maman and I have been watching Dora the Explorer. The mother smiled a little, but the expression didn't touch much of her plain face or any of her eyes. Since the young had been brought in 3 days ago, the mother had seemed to be on some kind of numbed-out autopilot. Well, except when she jumped every time someone came into the room. Maman says that we can only stay here a little while longer. Is that true? The mother opened her mouth, but Marissa answered, You don't have to worry about leaving. We need to take care of your leg first. These were not wealthy civilians, probably couldn't pay for any of this, but Havers never turned anyone away. And he wasn't going to rush them out. Maman says that my leg is bad. Is that true? Not for long. Marissa glanced down at the blankets. Havers was going to operate on the compound fracture momentarily. Hopefully it would heal right. Maman says I'll be in the green room for an hour. Can it be shorter than that? My brother will keep you there only as long as he has to. Havers was going to replace her shin bone with a titanium rod, which was better than losing the limb but still a hard path. The young would need more operations as she grew, and going by the mother's exhausted eyes, the female knew this was just the beginning. I'm not scared. The young tucked her tattered stuffed tiger in closer to her neck. Mastaman is coming with me. The nurse said he could. Mastaman will protect you. He is fierce as a tiger should be. I told him not to eat anybody. Wise of you. Marissa reached into the skirting pocket of her pale pink gown and took out a leather box. I have something for you. A present. Yes. Marissa turned the box to face the young and opened it. Inside, there was a gold plate about the size of a tea saucer, and the precious object was buffed to a high shine, all mirror bright, gleaming like sunshine. That's so pretty, the child breathed. This is my wishing plate. Marissa took it out and turned the thing over. Do you see my initial on the back? The young squinted. Yes, and look, there's a letter like as in my name. I had yours added. I'd like you to have this. There was a little gasp from the mother in the corner. Clearly she knew what all that gold was worth. Really? The young said. Hold your hands out. Marissa put the gold disc in the girl's palms. Oh, it's so heavy. Do you know how these wishing plates work? When the young shook her head, Marissa took out a little piece of parchment and a fountain pen. Think of a wish and I'll write it down. While you sleep, the scribe virgin will come and read it. If she doesn't give you your wish, does that mean you're bad? Oh no, it just means she has something better planned for you. So what would you like? Can be anything. Ice cream when you wake up. More Dora. The little female frowned in concentration. I want my maman to stop crying. She tries to pretend she doesn't, but ever since I fell down the stairs she's been sad. Marissa swallowed, knowing full well the child hadn't broken her leg like that. I think that's fine. I'll write that down. Using the intricate characters of the old language, she penned in red ink. If it would not offend, I would be grateful for my maman's happiness. There. How is it? Perfect. Now we fold it and leave it. Perhaps the scribe virgin will reply to you while you are in the operating the green room. The child hugged her tiger closer. I would like that. As a nurse came in, Marissa stood up. In a rush of heat, she felt a near-violent urge to protect the young, to shield her from what had happened at her home and what was about to happen in the ore. Instead, Marissa looked at the mother. This is going to be fine. When she went over and put her hand on a thin shoulder, the mother shuddered, then gripped Marissa's palm hard. Tell me he can't get in here, the female said in a low voice. If he finds us, he'll kill us. Marissa whispered. No one can get into the elevator without identifying themselves in front of a camera. The two of you are safe. I swear to it. When the female nodded, Marissa left so that the young could be sedated. Outside the patient room, she leaned against the hallway wall and felt more heaving rage. The fact that those two were bearing the pain of a male's violent temper was enough to make her want to learn how to shoot a gun. And God, she couldn't imagine setting that female and her young loose in the world, because surely that Hellrin would find them when they left the clinic. Although most males put their mates higher than themselves, there had always been among the race a minority of abusers, and the realities of domestic violence were ugly and far-reaching. A door shutting to the left brought her head up, and she saw Havers come walking down the hall, his head buried in a patient chart. Odd, his shoes were covered with little yellow plastic booties, the kind he always put on when he donned a hazmat suit. "Have you been in the lab again, brother mine?" she asked. His eyes shot up from the chart and he pushed his horn-rimmed glasses higher on his nose. His jaunty red bow tie was cocked at a bad angle. "Come again." She nodded at his feet with a smile. "The lab? Ah yes, I have." He reached down and took the covers off his loafers, crushing the yellow plastic in his hand. "Marissa, would you do me the favor of returning to the house? I've asked the Princeps Council Leodire and 7 other members to dinner on Monday next. The menu must be perfect and I would talk to Carolyn myself, but I'm due in the or. Of course. Except then Marissa frowned, aware that her brother was still as a statue. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, thank you. Go now." "Yes, please go now." She was tempted to pry, but she didn't want to keep him from the Young's operation. So she kissed him on the cheek, straightened his bow tie, and walked away. When she reached the double doors that led into the reception area, though, something made her glance back. Havers was stuffing what he'd been wearing on his feet into a biohazard bin, and his face was drawn into tight lines. With a deep breath, he braced himself, then pushed open the door to the surgical suite's anteroom. Ah, she thought, so that's what it was. He was upset about operating on the Young. And who could blame him? Marissa turned back to the doors, then heard the boots. She froze. Only one kind of male made that thunder when he approached. Pivoting around, she saw Vishouse striding down the hall. His dark head lowered, and behind him, fury and rage were similar silent menaces. All 3 were dripping with weapons and weariness, and Vishouse had dried blood on his leathers and his jacket. But why had they been in Havers's lab? That facility was the only thing back there. Really? The brothers didn't notice her until they practically mowed her down. Coming to a stop as a group, their eyes quickly went elsewhere, no doubt because of her having fallen from Wrath's grace. Dear Virgin, up close they looked truly awful. Sick yet not unwell, if that made any sense. "Is there anything I can do for you?" she asked. "Everything's cool," Vishouse said in a hard voice. "'Scuse us. The dream Butch lying in the snow. Is someone hurt? Is Butch?" Vishouse just shrugged her off and stepped past her, punching open the doors into reception. The other 2 offered stiff smiles, then did the same. Following at a distance, she watched them walk by the nursing station to the access elevator. As they waited for the doors to open, Rage reached out and put his hand on Vicious's shoulder, and the other brother seemed to shudder. The exchange made warning bells go off, and the instant the elevator doors closed, Marissa headed for the wing of the clinic the 3 had originally come from. Moving quickly, she passed the sprawling, brilliantly lit lab, then put her head into the 6 older patient rooms, all of which were empty. Why had the brothers been here? Maybe just to talk to Havers? On instinct, she went out to the front desk, logged on to the computer and scanned the admissions. Nothing about any of the brothers or Butch came up, but that didn't mean a thing. The Warriors were never entered into the system, and she had to imagine it would be the same for Butch if he were in-house. What she was after was how many beds were occupied of the 35 they had. She got the number and did a quick walk around, scouting each room. Everything was accounted for. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Butch had not been admitted unless he was in one of the other rooms in the main house. Sometimes patients who were VIPs stayed there. Marissa picked up her skirts and hightailed it for the back stairs. Butch curled into himself even though he wasn't cold, operating on the theory that if he could just bring his knees up high enough, the pain in his stomach would ease a little. Yeah, right. The hot poker in his gut was not impressed by that plan. He peeled his puffy eyelids apart, and after a lot of blinking and deep breathing, he came to the following conclusions. He was not dead. He was in a hospital, and shit that was no doubt keeping him alive was being pumped into his arm. As he rolled over gingerly, he came to one more realization. His body had been used for a punching bag. Oh, and something nasty was in his belly. Like his last meal had been rancid roast beef. What the fuck had happened to him? Only a vague series of snapshots came to mind. This house finding him in the woods. Him with a screaming instinct that the brother should leave him to die. Then some knife action and something about that hand of V's, that glowing thing used to take out a vile piece of. Butch lurched over onto his side and gagged just from the memory. There had been evil in his belly. Pure, undiluted malice. And the black horror had been spreading. With shaking hands, he grabbed the hospital Johnny he was wearing and yanked it up. Oh, Jesus! There was a stain on the skin of his stomach, like the scorch mark of a fire that had been snuffed out. In desperation, he weeded through his sloppy brain, trying to remember how the scarring had gotten there and what it was, but he just came up with a big fat 0. So like the detective he'd been before, he examined the scene, which in this case was his body. Lifting one of his hands, he saw that his fingernails were a mess, as if something like a file or some small nails had been hammered under a number of them. A deep breath told him his ribs were cracked, and going by his swollen eyes, he had to assume his face had partied with a lot of knuckles. He had been tortured. Recently, reaching into his mind again, he panned for memories, trying to get back to the last place he'd been. Zero-sum with, oh God, that female. In the bathroom, having hardcore who cares sex. Then he'd gone out and lessers. Fighting with those lessers. Getting shot and then. His recollections came to the end of their train track at that point. Just shot off the edge of reasoning into a pit of what? Had he squealed on the Brotherhood? Betrayed them? Had he given his nearest and dearest away? And what the hell had been done to his belly? God, he felt like there was sludge in his veins thanks to whatever had festered there. Letting himself go limp, he breathed through his mouth for a while, and found there was no peace to be had. As if his brain didn't want to stop working, or maybe because it was showing off, the thing kicked up random visions from the distant past. Birthdays with his dad glaring at him and his mom tense and smoking like a chimney. Christmases where his brothers and sisters got presents and he didn't. Hot July nights that no fan could cool off. The heat driving his father into the cold beer. The Pabst Blue Ribbon driving his father into fist-cracking wake-up calls just for Butch. Memories he hadn't thought of for years came back. All unwanted visitors. He saw his sisters and brothers, happy, shouting, playing on bright green grass, and remembered how he'd wished he could be among them instead of hanging back, the oddball who'd never fit in. And then, oh God, no, not this memory. Too late. He pictured himself as the 12-year-old he'd been, scrawny and shaggy, standing at the curb in front of the O'Neill family row house in South Boston. It had been a clear, beautiful fall afternoon when he'd watched his sister Janie get into a red Chevy Chevette that had rainbow stripes down the side. With perfect recollection, he saw her waving at him through the window in the back as the car drove off. Now that the door to the nightmare was open, he couldn't stop the horror show. He recalled the police coming to the door that night and his mother's knees going out when they finished talking to her. He remembered the cops questioning him because he was the last person to see Janie alive. He heard his younger self telling the badges that he hadn't recognized the boys and had wanted to tell his sister not to get in. Mostly, he saw his mother's eyes burning with a pain so great she had no tears. Then flash forward 20+ years. God, when was the last time he'd spoken to or seen either of his parents? Or his brothers and sisters? 5 years? Probably. Man, the family had been so relieved when he'd moved away and started missing holidays. Yeah, around the Christmas table, everyone else had been part of the O'Neill family fabric and he'd been the stain. Eventually he'd stopped going home altogether, leaving them only phone numbers to reach him, numbers they never dialed. So they wouldn't know if he died now, would they? This house no doubt knew everything about the O'Neill clan, down to their social security numbers and bank statements, but Butch had never spoken about them. Would the Brotherhood call? What would they say? Butch looked down at himself and knew there was a good chance he wasn't walking out of this room. His body looked a lot like those he'd seen in Homicide, the kind he investigated in the woods. Well, Natch, that's where he'd been found. Discarded. Used. Left for dead. Rather like Janie. Exactly like Janie. Closing his eyes, he floated away on the pain in his body. And from out of the swill of agony, he had a vision of Marissa from the first night he'd met her. The image was so vivid, He could almost smell the ocean scent of her, and he saw exactly what had been. The filmy yellow gown she'd had on, the way her hair had looked, down over her shoulders, the lemon-colored sitting room they'd been in together. To him, she was the unforgettable woman, the one he'd never had and never would, but who nonetheless reached into the core of him. Man, he was so freaking tired. He opened his eyes and took action before he really knew what he was doing. Reaching up to his inner forearm, he peeled the clear plastic tape off the skin around the 4 insertion site. Sliding the needle out of his vein was easier than he'd thought it would be, but then again, the rest of him hurt so bad. Messing around with that little piece of hardware was a drop in the bucket. If he'd had the strength, he'd have gone looking for something with a little more punch to off himself. But time was the weapon he was going to use, because that's what he had at his disposal. And going by how shitty he felt, it wasn't going to take long. He could practically hear his organs coughing up their livelihoods. Closing his eyes, he let go of everything, only dimly aware that alarms were going off in the machinery behind the bed. A fighter by nature, the ease with which he gave up was a surprise, but then a heavy tide of exhaustion crashed over him. He knew instinctually that this was not the exhaustion of sleep but rather of death, and he was glad that it came so fast. Drifting free of everything, he imagined that he was at the start of a long, blinding hallway at the end of which was a door. Marissa was standing in front of the portal, and as she smiled at him, she opened the way into a white bedroom full of light. His soul eased as he took a deep breath and began to walk forward. He'd like to think he was going to heaven in spite of all the bad things he'd done, so this made sense. It wouldn't be paradise without her. Chapter 6. This house stood in the clinic's parking lot and watched as rage and fury pulled out in the black Mercedes. They were going to grab Butch's phone from the alley behind Screamers, then pick up the Escalade from the zero-sum lot and head home. It went without saying that V wasn't going back into the field tonight. The remnants of the evil he'd handled lingered in his body, making him weak. But more than that, seeing Butch worked out and nearly dead had done some kind of inner damage. He had the sense that a part of him had become unhinged, that some inner escape hatch was hanging open and segments of him were fleeing the core. Actually, he'd had this feeling for a while now, ever since his visions had left him. But this horror movie of a night made it so much worse. Privacy. He needed to be alone. Except he couldn't stand the idea of going back to the pit. The silence there, the empty couch where Butch always sat, the weighty knowledge that there was something missing, would be unbearable. So he went to his undisclosed place. Taking form again 30 stories in the air, he materialized on the terrace of his penthouse at the Commodore. The wind was howling and it felt good, biting through his clothes, making him feel something other than the gaping hole in his chest. He went to the terrace's edge. Bracing his arms against the railing, he looked over the lip of the skyscraper, down to the streets below. There were cars, people going into the lobby, someone reaching into a cab, paying the driver. So normal. So very normal. Meanwhile, he was up here dying. Butch was not going to make it. The Omega had been inside him. That was the only explanation for what had been done to him. And although the evil had been taken out, its infection was beyond deadly and the harm was done. V rubbed his face. What the hell was he going to do without that smart-ass, tough-talking, scotch-sucking SOB? The rough bastard somehow smoothed the edges of life, probably because he was like sandpaper, a scratchy, persistent wrong-way rub that left everything more even. V turned away from the 300-foot drop to the pavement. Going over to a door, he took a gold key out of his pocket and pushed it into the lock. The penthouse beyond was his private space, for his private endeavors. And the scent of the female he'd had the night before lingered in the darkness. At his will, black candles flared. The walls and the ceilings and the floors were black, and the chromatic void absorbed the light, sucking it in, eating it up. The only true piece of furniture was a king-sized bed that was likewise covered in black satin sheets. But he didn't spend a lot of time on the mattress. The rack was what he relied on. The rack with its hard tabletop and its restraints. And he also used the things hanging beside it. The leather straps, the lengths of cane, the ball gags, the collars and spikes, the whips, and always the masks. He had to have the females anonymous, had to cover their faces as he tied up their bodies. He didn't want to know them as anything more than the equipment for his deviant workouts. Shit, he was depraved about sex and he knew it, but after trying out a lot of things he'd finally found what worked for him. And fortunately there were females who liked what he did to them, craved it as he craved the release he got when he mastered them singly or in pairs. Except tonight, as he looked at his equipment, his perversions made him feel dirty. Maybe because he never came here unless he was ready to use what he had, so he'd never given the place a look-see when his head was clear. His cell phone's ring startled him. As he glanced at the number, he numbed out. Havers. Is he dead? Havers's voice was all professional doctor sensitive, which was the tip-off that Butch was hanging by a spider's thread. He coded, "Sire." He pulled the 4 out and his vitals dipped. "We brought him back, but I don't know how long he can keep going. Can you restrain him?" "I did, but I want you to be prepared. He's just a human." "No, he is not." "Oh, of course, sire. But I didn't mean it like, shit. Look, I'm coming back. I want to be with him." "I would prefer you didn't. He gets agitated whenever anyone's in the room and that doesn't help things. Right now he's as stable as I can make him and as comfortable as possible. I don't want him dying alone." There was a pause. "Sire, we all die alone. Even if you were in the room with him, he would still leave unto the fate alone. He needs to be kept calm so his body can decide whether it's going to revive. We're doing everything we can for him." V put a hand over his eyes. In a small voice that he didn't recognize, he said, I don't want to lose him. I don't know what I would do if he coughed a little. Fuck. I shall care for him as mine own. Give him a day to try and stabilize. Nightfall tomorrow then, and you will call me if his condition gets worse. V hung up the phone and found himself staring at one of the lit candlewicks. Over its black wax torso, the captured little head of light weaved in the currents of the room. The flame got him thinking. The bright yellow of it was, well, it was kind of like the color of blonde hair, wasn't it? He whipped out his cell, deciding that Havers was wrong about the no visitors thing. It just depended on who the visitor was. As he dialed, he resented the only option he had, and knew that what he was doing probably wasn't fair. Probably would cause a hell of a lot of trouble, too. But when your best friend was doing the tombstone two-step with the Reaper, you kind of didn't give a shit about a lot of things. Mistress. Marissa looked up from her brother's desk. The seating chart for the princeps dinner was in front of her, but she couldn't concentrate. All that searching of the clinic and the house, and she'd come up with nothing. Meanwhile, her senses were screaming that something was wrong. She forced a smile for the dog Jen in the doorway. Yes, Carolyn? The servant bowed. A call for you. On line 1. Thank you. The dog Jen inclined her head and left as Marissa picked up the receiver. Hello. He's in the room down by your brother's lab. This house. She jumped to her feet. What? Go through the door marked housekeeping. There's a panel to the right that you push open. Make sure you put on a hazmat suit before you go in to see him. Butch, dear God. Butch. What? Do you hear me? Put the suit on and keep it on. What ha? Car accident. Go. Now. He's dying. Marissa dropped the phone and ran from Havers' study, nearly mowing down Carolyn out in the hall. Mistress. What's wrong? Marissa shot through the dining room, punched open the butler's door, and stumbled into the kitchen. As she made the corner to the back stairs, she lost one of her high heels, so she kicked off the other and kept going in her stocking feet. At the bottom of the steps, she entered the security code to the rear entrance of the clinic and burst into the ER's waiting room. Nurses called out her name, but she ignored them as she raced for the lab's corridor. Tearing past Havers' laboratory, she found the door marked housekeeping and slammed it open. As she panted, she looked around at nothing. Just mops and empty buckets and smocks. But this house had said, wait, there were faint marks on the floor. A little pattern of wear that suggested a hidden door opening and closing. She shoved the smocks out of the way and found a flat panel. Clawing with her nails, she forced it open and frowned. It was some kind of dimly lit monitoring room with a high-tech setup of computers and vitals readouts. Leaning into the blue glow of one of the screens, she saw a hospital bed. On top of it, A male was lying spread-eagled and restrained with tubes and wires coming out of him. Butch. She barged past the yellow hazmat suits and facial masks hanging next to the door and pushed into the room, the airlock breaking with a hiss. Virgin in the fade, her hand went to her throat. He was definitely dying. She could sense it. But there was something else, something frightening. Something that set off her survival instincts, sure, as if she were confronted by an attacker with a gun. Her body screamed for her to run, get out, save herself. But her heart brought her to his bedside. Oh God! The hospital Johnny left his arms and his legs bare, and it seemed as if he was bruised everywhere. And his face, good Lord, he was desperately battered. As he made a groaning noise in the back of his throat, she reached out to take his hand. Oh, no, not there, too. His blunt fingers were swollen at the tips, the skin purple, some of the nails missing. She wanted to touch him, but there was no place that she could. Butch! His body jerked at the sound of her voice and his eyes opened. Well, one of them did. As he focused on her, a ghost of a smile pulled at his lips. You're back. I just saw you at the door. His voice was weak, a tinny echo of the bass it normally was. I saw you, then lost you. But here you are. She sat gingerly on the edge of the bed and wondered which nurse he thought she was. Butch! Where did the yellow dress go? His words were garbled, his mouth not moving much, as if his jaw were broken. You were so beautiful in that yellow dress. Definitely a nurse. Those suits hanging next to the door were yellowshit. She hadn't put one on, had she? Holy hell, if his immune system was compromised. She needed to protect him. Butch! I'm going to go out and get a... No, don't leave me, don't go. His hands started twisting in the binds, the leather restraints creaking. Please, dear God, don't leave me. It's okay. I'll be right back. No, woman, I love yellow dress, don't leave me. Not knowing what else to do, she leaned down and softly laid her palm on his face. I won't leave you. He dragged his bruised cheek into her touch, his cracked lips brushing her skin as he whispered, Promise me. The airlock broke with a hiss and Marissa looked over her shoulder. Havers burst into the room as if he'd been torpedoed inside. And through the yellow mask he wore, the horror in his stare was as obvious as a scream. Marissa! He swayed in the protective suit he had on, his voice muffled and frantic. Sweet virgin in the fade, what are you? You should have a hazmat on. Butch started to struggle on the bed, and she lightly stroked his forearm. Shoo, I'm right here. When he'd calmed a little, she said, I'll put one on right now. You have no idea, oh God. Havers's whole body shook. You're compromised now. You could be contaminated. Contaminated? She looked down at Butch. Surely you felt it when you came in. Havers launched into all kinds of words, none of which she heard. As her brother kept at it, her priorities realigned themselves, steel locking into steel. It didn't matter that Butch had no idea who she was. If the mistaken identity kept him alive and fighting, that was all that mattered. Marissa, are you hearing me? You're contam. She glanced over her shoulder. Well, if I'm contaminated, then it looks like I'm staying with him, doesn't it? Chapter 7. John Matthews squared off at his target and tightened his grip on his blade. On the far side of the gym, across a sea of blue mats, there were 3 punching bags hanging from the bottom lip of the bleacher section. As he concentrated, the middle one became a lesser in his mind. He pictured the white hair and the pale eyes and the pasty skin that haunted his dreams, and he started to run, his bare feet slapping over thick plastic skin. His little body had neither speed nor strength, but his will was enormous. And sometime in the next year or so, the rest of him would catch up to the power of his hatred. He couldn't fucking wait for his transition to hit. Lifting his blade over his head, he opened his mouth to scream a war cry. Nothing came out because he was a mute, but he imagined he was making a whole lot of noise. As far as he was concerned, the Lessers had killed his parents. Tor and Wellesley had taken him in, told him what he really was, showed him the only love he'd known. When those bastard slayers had murdered her and Tor had disappeared, John had been left with nothing but his revenge for them and the other innocent life that had been lost back in January. John approached the bag running flat out with his arm above his shoulder. At the last instant he ducked into a ball, rolled on the mats, then shot up off the ground with the blade, hitting the bag from underneath. If it had been a real combat scenario, the knife would have gone into the lesser's gut. Deep. He twisted the hilt. Then he sprang to his feet and spun around, imagining the undead falling to its knees, holding on to the hole in its abdomen. He stabbed the bag from up top, seeing himself bury the blade in the back of the neck. John! He whirled around, panting. The female who approached made him tremble, and not just because she'd surprised the shit out of him. It was Beth Randall, the half-breed queen, the female who was also his sister, or so blood tests proved. Strangely, whenever she was around, his head went on a little vacation, his brain seizing up, but at least he didn't pass out anymore, which had been his first reaction to meeting her. Beth came across the mats, a long, lean female dressed in jeans and a white turtleneck, her dark hair the exact color of his. As she came closer, he could smell Wrath's bonding scent on her, a dark perfume specific to her Hellrin. John suspected the marking happened through sex, as the spice was always strongest at first meal when they came down from their bedroom. John, will you join us up at the house for the last meal of the night? I have to stay and practice, he signed in American Sign Language. Everyone in the household had learned ASL, and the concession to his weakness, to his lack of voice, irked him. He wished they didn't have to make any allowances for him. He wished he were normal. We'd like to see you. And you spend so much time here. Practice is important. She eyed the blade in his hand. So are other things. As he continued to stare at her, her dark blue eyes looked around the gym as if she were trying to find an appealing argument. Please, John, I'm worried about you. At one time, 3 months ago, he would have loved to have heard those words from her. From anybody. But no more. He didn't want her concern. He wanted her to get out of his way. When he shook his head, she took a deep breath. All right, I'm gonna leave more food in the office. Okay? Please eat. He inclined his head once, and when she lifted her hand as if to reach out, he stepped away. Without another word, she turned around and walked back across the blue mats. When the door shut behind her, John jogged back to the far side of the gym and crouched to start running. As he took off once again, he lifted his blade high, rank hatred powering his arms and legs. Mr. X flipped into action at high noon. Walking into the garage of the house he recharged in, getting into the Don't Notice Me minivan that disguised him among Caldwell's human traffic. He had no interest in his assignment, but you acted when the master called in a command and you were the forelesser. It was either that or you got canned, something Mr. X had been through once before and not enjoyed. Having the Omega slap a pink slip on you was about as much fun as eating a barbed wire salad. The fact that Mr. X was back on the flipping planet and in this role once again was still a shocker to him. But it seemed as if the master had grown tired of his revolving door of forelessers and wanted to make one stick. As Mr. X had evidently been the best of the lot in the last 50 or 60 years, he'd been called into service for another round, reissued out of hell. And so he was going to work today. As he pushed the key into the ignition and the town and country's anemic engine coughed over, he was utterly uninspired, no longer the leader he'd first been. But it was hard to get motivated in this kind of lose-slash-lose situation. The Omega was going to get pissed off again and take it out on his number one. It was inevitable. In bright noonday sun, Mr. X headed out of the fresh and perky subdivision, passing by monopoly houses that had been built in the late 1990s. The things all shared a common architect, the gene pool of features locking the homes into cheap variations on Duck and Bunny adorable. Lot of front porches with insubstantial molding. Lot of plastic shutters. Lot of seasonal decorations, this time themed out on Easter. Perfect hiding place for a lesser, a bramble of frazzled soccer moms and hassled mid-management daddies. Mr. X took Lily Lane out to Route 22, pausing at the stop sign to the big road. Using a GPS tracker, he got a ballpark location on the place in the woods that the Omega had asked him to pay a visit to. Travel time to destination was 12 minutes, and that was good. The master was all impatient, eager to see if his plan with that Trojan human had worked, all jonesing to know if the Brotherhood had taken their little pal back. Mr. X thought about the guy, sure that the two of them had met before. But even as he wondered about the where and when of it, none of that mattered today. And it hadn't mattered when Mr. X had been working the tough bastard over, either. Jesus, that had been a hard SOB. Not one word about the Brotherhood had passed the man's lips, no matter what was done to him. Mr. X had been impressed. Guy like that would have been quite an asset if they could have turned him. Or maybe that had already happened. Maybe that human was one of them now. A little later, Mr. X parked the town and country on Route 22's shoulder and hoofed it into the woods. Snow had fallen last night in some freak March storm, and it patted the pine boughs, like the trees had geared up to play football with each other. Kind of pretty, actually, if you were into the nature shit. The farther he went through the forest, the less he needed the tracker because he could feel the master's essence, sure as if the Omega was up ahead. Maybe the human hadn't gotten picked up by the brothers. Well, what do you know? As Mr. X emerged into a clearing, he saw a scorched circle on the ground. The heat that had flared there had been great enough to melt the snow and mud up the ground for a time, and the now refrozen earth showed the contours of the burst. All around, remnants of the Omega's presence lingered, like the stink of summer garbage long after the trash had been picked up. He breathed in through his nose. Yup, there was something human in the mix, too. Holy shit, they'd killed the guy. The Brotherhood had exterminated that human. Interesting. Except why hadn't the Omega known the man was dead? Maybe there hadn't been enough in him to have him get called home to the master? The Omega wasn't going to like this report. He was allergic to failure. It made him itchy. And itchy led to bad things for forelessers. Mr. X knelt down to the withered earth and envied the human. Lucky bastard. When a lesser bit it, what waited for him on the other side was an endless liquid misery. A horror bath that was every Christian's vision of hell times 1,000. After slayers were killed, they returned to the veins of the Omega's body, circling and recircling in an evil swill of other dead lessers, becoming the very blood the master put in you when you were inducted into the society. And for these reconstituting slayers, there was no end to the burning cold or the driving starvation or the crushing pressure because you remained conscious. For eternity. Mr. X shuddered. An atheist in life, he hadn't thought of death as anything other than a dirt nap. Now, as a lesser, he knew exactly what was waiting for him when the master lost patience and fired him again. And yet there was hope. Mr. X had found a little loophole, assuming the pieces fell together right. By a stroke of luck, he might have found a way out of the Omega's world. Chapter 8. Butch took 3 long, trippy days to wake up, and he resurfaced from his coma in the manner of a buoy, popping out of the depths of nothingness and wobbling on top of reality's lake of sights and sounds. Eventually, he put things together enough to understand that he was looking at a white wall in front of him and hearing a soft beeping in the background. Hospital room, right? And the ties on his arms and legs were now gone. Just for kicks and giggles, he rolled over onto his back and pushed his head and shoulders off the bed. He kept himself upright because he liked the sensation of the room going around. It distracted him from his Whitman sampler of aches and pains. Man, he'd had bizarre, wonderful dreams. Marissa at his bedside caring for him, stroking his arm, his hair, his face, whispering to him to stay with her. That voice of hers had been what kept him in his body, what kept him back from the white light that any idiot who'd seen Poltergeist knew was the afterlife. For her, he'd somehow hung on, and going by the steady, strong beat of his heart, he knew he was going to make it. Except, of course, the dreams had all been a jip. She wasn't here, and now he was stuck in this bag of skin of his until the next badass thing took him down. God damn it, just his rotten luck to have kept breathing. He looked up at the 4-pole, eyeballed the catheter bag, then glanced over at what appeared to be a bathroom. Shower. Oh God, he'd give his left nut for a shower. As he shifted his legs around, he was aware that what he was about to do was probably a very bad call. But he told himself, as he hung up the catheter bag next to his 4 meds, that at least the room spins had mostly stopped. A couple of deep breaths and he grabbed the 4-pole to use as a cane. Feet hit the cold floor. Weight eased onto his legs. Knees buckled without hesitation. As he fell back on the bed, he knew he wasn't going to make it to the bathroom. With no hope of hot water, He turned his head and eyed the shower with naked lust. Butch inhaled like he'd been cracked on the back of the head. Marissa lay sleeping on the floor in the corner of the room, curled up on her side. Her head rested on a pillow and a beautiful gown of pale blue chiffon spilled over her legs. Her hair, that incredible waterfall of pale blonde, that medieval romance novel rush of waves, was all around her. Holy shit. She had been with him. She had truly saved him. His body had newfound strength as he stood and lurched across the linoleum. He wanted to kneel down but knew he'd probably get stuck on the floor, so he settled for standing over her. Why was she here? Last thing he knew, she didn't want to have anything to do with him. Hell, she'd refused to see him back in September when he'd come to her hoping for everything. Marissa! His voice was shot to shit and he cleared his throat. Marissa, wake up. Her lashes flicked open and she snapped upright. Her eyes, those pale blue, sea-glass-colored eyes, shot to his. You're going to fall. Just as his body swayed backward and he toppled off his heels, she leaped to her feet and caught him. In spite of her willowy body, she took all of his weight easily, reminding him that she was no human woman and was likely stronger than he was. As she helped him back onto the bed and pulled the sheets over him, the fact that he was weak as a child and she was treating him like one out of necessity bit into his pride. Why are you here? He asked, his tone as sharp as his embarrassment. When her eyes didn't meet his, he knew she also was uncomfortable with their situation. This house told me you were hurt. So V had guilt her into this Florence Nightingale routine. That bastard knew Butch was a simpering idiot for her and that the sound of her voice would do exactly what it did and bring him around. But it was a hell of a position for her to be in, a reluctant rope to the proverbial lifeboat. Butch grunted as he rearranged himself. And also from the knock his pride was taking. How do you feel? She said. Better, comparatively. Then again, he could have been dragged under a bus and still been miles ahead of what the lesser had done to him. So you don't have to stay. Her hand drifted off the sheet and she took a slow breath, her breasts rising under the expensive bodice of her gown. As she wrapped her arms around herself, her body became an elegant S-curve. He looked away, ashamed because part of him wanted to take advantage of her pity and keep her with him. Marissa, you can go now, you know? Actually, I can't. He frowned and glanced back at her. Why not? She paled, but then lifted her chin. You're under. There was a hiss and an alien walked into the room. The figure dressed in a yellow suit and a breathing mask. The face behind the molded plastic was female, but the features indistinct. Butch looked back at Marissa with horror. Why the fuck aren't you wearing one of those get-ups? He had no idea what kind of infection he had, but if it was bad enough that the medical staff was pulling a Silkwood, he had to imagine he was deadly. Marissa cringed, making him feel like a total thug. I'm just not. Sire? The nurse interrupted gently. I'd like to take a blood sample if you don't mind. He kicked out a forearm while still glaring at Marissa. You were supposed to be wearing one of those when you came in, weren't you? Weren't you? Yes. God damn it, he snapped. Why didn't you? As the nurse nailed him a good one in the crook of his elbow, Butch's strength ran out of him like she'd popped the balloon of his energy with that needle of hers. Dizziness slammed into him and his head fell back against the pillow. But he was still pissed off. You should have one of those on. Marissa didn't respond, just paced around. In the silence, he glanced over at the little vial that was plugged into his vein. As the nurse swapped it for an empty one, he couldn't help noticing that his blood seemed darker than usual. Much darker. Good God, what the hell's coming out of me? It's better than it was. Much so. The nurse smiled through the mask. Then what color was it before? He muttered, thinking the shit looked like brown sludge. When the nurse was done, she shoved a thermometer under his tongue and checked the machines behind the bed. I'll bring you some food. Has she eaten? He mumbled. Keep your mouth closed. There was a beeping noise and the nurse took the plastic-covered stick from his lips. Much better. Now, is there anything you'd like? He thought of Marissa risking her life because of guilt. Yeah, I want her to get out of here. Marissa heard the words and stopped walking around. Easing back against the wall, she glanced down at herself and was surprised to find that her gown still fit her the same. She felt half her usual size, small, insubstantial. As the nurse left, Butch's hazel eyes burned. "How long do you have to stay?" "Until Havers tells me I can go." "Are you sick?" She shook her head. "What are they treating me for?" "Your injuries from the car accident, which were extensive." "Car accident?" He looked confused, then nodded at the 4 as if he wanted to change the subject. "What's in there?" She linked her arms over her chest and recited the antibiotics, the nutrients, the pain meds, and the anticoagulants he was on. "And Vishouse comes in to help as well." She thought of the brother and his disarming diamond eyes and the tattoos at his temple and his obvious dislike of her. He was the only one who came into the room without protective clothing on, and he dropped by twice a day, at the beginning and the end of night. "V's been here to visit?" He lays his hand above your belly. It eases you. The first time that Warrior had stripped the sheets from Butch's body and pulled up the hospital Johnny. She'd been speechless both at the intimate sight and the brother's authority. But then she'd grown mute for another reason. Butch's belly wound had been frightening, and then Vishouse had scared her, too. He'd taken off the glove she'd always seen him wear, revealing a glowing hand that was tattooed front to back. She'd been terrified about what would happen next, but Vishouse just hovered that palm of his about 3 inches over Butch's belly. Even in the coma, Butch had sighed raggedly in relief. Afterward, Vishouse had rearranged the hospital Johnny and the bedsheets and turned to her. He'd told her to close her eyes, and though she was scared of him, she did. Almost immediately a profound peace had come over her, as if she were bathed in white, calming light. He did that to her each time before he left, and she knew he was protecting her. Although she couldn't think of why, given that he clearly despised her. She refocused on Butch and thought about his wounds. "You weren't in a car accident, were you?" He closed his eyes. "I'm very tired." As he shut her out, she sat on the bare floor and clasped her arms around her knees. Havers had wanted to bring things in like a cot or a comfortable chair, but she'd been concerned that if Butch's vitals crashed again, the medical staff wouldn't be able to get the necessary equipment to the bedside fast enough. Her brother hadn't disagreed. After God only knew how many days of this, her back was stiff and her eyelids were like sandpaper, but she hadn't felt tired when she'd been fighting to keep Butch alive. Hell, she hadn't even noticed the passage of time. Had always been surprised when food was brought in or the nurses or Havers came, or Vishouse arrived. So far, she wasn't sick. Well, she had felt ill before Vishouse stopped by for the first time. But ever since he'd started doing whatever he did with that hand of his, she'd been fine. Marissa glanced up to the hospital bed. She was still curious why Vishouse had called her to this room. Surely that Warrior's hand was doing more good than she was. As the machines beeped softly and the air blower came on up in the ceiling, her eyes drifted down the length of Butch's still body. A flush hit her face as she thought of what was underneath the covers. She knew what every inch of him looked like now. His skin was smooth over all his muscle, and he was tattooed on the small of his back with black ink, a series of lines grouped in 4s, with each bundle carrying a slash that ran at an angle. 25 of them, if she added correctly, some having faded as if made years ago. She wondered what they commemorated. As for the front of him, the dusting of dark hair across his pectorals had been a surprise, as she hadn't known humans weren't bare-skinned as her kind were. He didn't have a lot of hair on his chest, though, and it narrowed quickly, becoming a thin line under his belly button. And then she was ashamed of herself, but she'd looked at his male sex. The hair at the juncture of his legs was dark and very dense, and from the midst, he had a thick stalk of flesh almost as wide as her wrist. What was below was a heavy, potent sack. He was the first male she'd ever seen naked, and the nudes from art history just weren't the same as the real thing. He was beautifully made. Fascinating. She let her head fall back and stared at the ceiling. How unattractive was it that she'd invaded his privacy? And how unattractive that her body stirred just remembering. God, how much longer now before she could get out of here? She absently fingered the fine fabric of her gown and tilted her head so she could look at the fall of pale blue chiffon. The lovely creation by Narciso Rodriguez should have been utterly comfortable, but her corset, which she wore always as was proper, was really starting to bug the hell out of her. The thing was, though, she wanted to look nice for Butch even though he wouldn't care, and not because he was ill. He just wasn't attracted to her anymore. Didn't want her around, either. Still, she would continue to dress well when fresh clothes were brought in. Pity that what she wore here had to go into the incinerator. What a shame to burn all those dresses. Chapter 9. That pale-haired fucker was back, Van Dien thought as he glanced through thick chicken wire fencing. Third week in a row the guy'd come to Caldwell's fight underground. Against the cheering crowd around the fight cage he stood out like a neon sign, although Van wasn't clear exactly why. As a knee made contact with his side, he refocused on what he was doing. Drawing back his bare fist, he snapped his arm out and connected with his opponent's face. Blood exploded from the guy's nose, a starburst of red that landed on the mat right before the man's body did. Van planted his feet and stared down at his opponent, drops of his sweat landing on the guy's abs. There was no referee to stop Van from throwing more head punches. No rules to keep him from kicking this side of beef in the kidneys until the bastard needed dialysis for the rest of his life. And if there was even one twitch from that human throw rug, Van was going to let loose. Bringing death with his bare hands was what the special part of him wanted to do, what the special part of him craved to do. Van had always been different, not just from his opponents but from everyone else he'd ever met. The seat of his soul was that of not merely a fighter but a warrior of the Roman kind. He wished he lived back in the times when you eviscerated your opponent when he fell before you, then you found his home and raped his wife and slaughtered his children. And after you looted his shit, you burned whatever was left down to the ground. But he lived in the here and now. And there was another complication of late. The body holding in this special part was starting to age on him. His shoulder was killing him and so were his knees, though he made sure no one knew it, in or out of the fight cage. Extending his arm to the side, he heard a pop and hit a wince. Meanwhile, the crowd of 50 roared and rattled the 10-foot-high chain-link fence. God, the fans loved him, called him by his name, wanted to see more of him. They were largely irrelevant to his special part, though. In the midst of the peanut gallery, he met the stare of the pale-haired man. Man, those were some freaky eyes, flat, no glow of life in them, and the guy wasn't cheering either. Whatever. Van nudged his opponent with his bare foot. The guy groaned but didn't open his eyes. Game over. The 50 or so men around the cage went apeshit with approval. Van sprang up to the lip of the fence and swung his 200-pound body over the top. As he landed, the crowd roared louder but backed out of his path. When one of them had gotten in his way last week, Flyboy had ended up spitting out a tooth. The fighting arena, such as it was in an abandoned underground parking garage, and the owner of the concrete wasteland brokered the matches. The whole thing was shady by def, with Van and his opponents nothing more than the human equivalent of fighting cocks. The pay was good, however, and so far there hadn't been any busts, although that was always an issue. Between the blood and the betting, the CPD badges wouldn't have been into the scene at all, so it was a private membership club kind of thing, and if you squealed you got tossed. Literally. The owner had a six-pack of thugs who kept shit in line. Van went over to the money man, got his $500 and his jacket, then headed for his truck. His Hanes undershirt was blood-stained, but he didn't care. What he was worried about was his aching joints, and that left shoulder. Fuck. Every week it seemed like it was taking more and more out of him to serve his special part and put the guys on the ground. Then again, he was getting up there. 39 was denture time in the fight world. Why did you stop? As he came up to his truck, Van looked into his driver's side windshield. He was not surprised that the pale-haired man had come after him. I don't answer to fans, buddy. I'm not a fan. Their eyes stayed locked together on the flat surface of the glass. Then why you been coming to my fights so much? Because I have a proposition for you. I don't want a manager. I'm not one of those either. Van looked over his shoulder. The guy was big and carried himself like a fighter, all jacked shoulders and loose arms. Iron pan hands on this one, the kind that could crank into a fist as big as a bowling ball. So that was the deal, huh? You want to get into the ring with me? You arrange it over there. He pointed to the money man. Not after that either. Van turned around, thinking the 20 questions thing was for shit. So what do you want? First I have to know why you stopped. He was down. Annoyance flashed over the guy's face. So, you know what? You're beginning to piss me off. Fine. I'm looking for a man who fits your description. Oh, that narrowed the field. Busted nose in a regular Joe face with a military haircut. Snooze. Lotta men look like me. Well, except for his right hand. Tell me something, the guy asked. Did you have your appendix removed? Van narrowed his eyes and put his truck's keys back in his pocket. One of two things are about to happen and you get to pick. You walk away and I get into my ride. Or you keep talking and shit goes down. Your choice. The pale man got in close. Jesus, he smelled funny. Like baby powder? Don't threaten me, boy. The voice was low and the body that backed up the words was coiled for action. Well, what do you know? A real contender. Van pushed his face even closer. Then get to your fucking point. Appendix. Not anymore. The man smiled, eased back. How would you like a job? I have one. And this. Construction. Knocking strangers around for cash. Honest work, both of them. And just how long have you been nosing around my biz? Long enough. The guy stuck out his hand. Joseph Xavier. Van let that palm hang out there. Not interested in meeting you, Joe. That's Mr. Xavier to you, son. And surely you wouldn't mind listening to a proposition. Van cocked his head to the side. You know something, I'm a lot like a whore. I like to get paid by jerk-offs. So how about you palm me a Benji, Joe? Then we'll see about your proposition. As the man just stared, Van felt an unexpected shot of fear. Man, something about this guy was not right. The bastard's voice was even lower as he spoke. Say my name properly first, son. Whatever. For $100, he'd flap his gums even for a freak like this. Xavier. That's Mr. Xavier. The guy smiled like a predator, all teeth, no jolly. Say it, son. Some unknown impulse had Van opening his mouth. Right before he let the words fly, he had a vivid memory of when he'd been 16 years old and had taken a dive into the Hudson River. In midair, he'd seen the massive underwater stone he was going to hit and knew there would be no change in course. Sure enough, his head had made contact as if the collision had been preordained, as if there had been an invisible string around his neck and the rock had pulled him home. But it hadn't been a bad thing, at least not right away. Immediately after the crack of impact, there had been a sweet, satisfied calm, as if destiny had been fulfilled. And he'd known instinctively that the sensation was a forerunner of death. Funny, he had that same spacey disorientation now. And the same sense that this man with the paper-white skin was like death, inevitable and fated and coming specifically for him. Mr. Xavier, Van whispered. When the $100 bill appeared in front of him, he reached forward with his four-fingered hand and took it. But he knew he would have listened without the cash. Hours later, Butch rolled over and the first thing he did was look for Marissa. He found her sitting in the corner of the room, a book open next to her. Her eyes weren't on the pages, though. She was staring at the pale linoleum tiles, tracing the pattern of flecks with one long, perfect finger. She looked achingly sad and so beautiful that his eyes stung. God, the idea he could infect her or endanger her in any way made him want to slit his own throat. I wish you hadn't come in here, he croaked. As she winced, he thought about his choice of words. What I mean is, I know what you mean. Her voice hardened. Are you hungry? Yeah. He struggled to push himself up. But I'd really like a shower. She got to her feet. Rising like mist, she was so graceful, and his breath caught as she walked to him. Man, that pale blue dress was the exact color of her eyes. Let me help you to the bath. No, I can do it. She crossed her arms over her chest. If you try to get to the bathroom on your own, you will fall and you will hurt yourself. Call a nurse, then. I don't want you to touch me. She stared at him for a moment, then blinked her eyes once, twice. Will you excuse me for a moment? She said in a level tone. I need to use the lavatory. You can call the nurse by pushing that red button on the remote there. She went into the bathroom and shut the door. Water started to run. Butch reached for the little button pad, but stopped as the rush of the sink continued to bleed through the door. The sound was uninterrupted, not as if someone was washing their hands or their face or filling a glass. And it continued on and on. With a grunt, he shuffled off the bed and stood up, hanging himself on the four-pole until the thing shook from the effort of keeping him upright. He put one foot in front of the other until he got to the bathroom door. He pressed his ear against the wood. All he could hear was water. For some reason, he knocked softly, then knocked again. He gave it one more shot, then turned the knob even though he would embarrass the hell out of them both if she was using the facilities. Marissa was on the toilet, as it turned out, but the seat was down, and she was weeping, shaking and weeping. "Oh Jesus, Marissa!" She let out a shriek, as if he were the last thing on the planet she wanted to see. "Get out!" He lurched in and sank to his knees in front of her. "Marissa!" Burying her face in her hands, she snapped, "I would like some privacy if you don't mind." He reached over and shut the water off. As the basin emptied with a little gurgle, her muffled breathing took over where the sound of the faucet had left off. "It's all right," he said. "You'll leave soon. You'll get out." "Shut up." She dropped her hands long enough to glare at him. "Just go back to bed and call the nurse if you haven't already." He sat back on his heels, woozy but determined. "I'm sorry you got trapped with me." "I bet you are." He frowned. "Marissa." The sound of the air lock being broken cut him off. "Cop." V's voice was unmuffled by protective gear. "Hold up," Butch called out. Marissa didn't need more of an audience. "Where are you, cop?" "Something wrong." Butch meant to stand up. He really did. But when he grabbed onto the four-pole and pulled, his body gave out, just went right to rubber on him. Marissa tried to grab him, but he slid from her grasp, ending up sprawled on the bathroom tile, his cheek next to the seal around the toilet base. Dimly, he heard Marissa talking in urgent bursts. Then V's goatee came into his line of sight. Butch looked at his roommate and shit. His vision got blurry. He was so happy to see the bastard. Vicious's face was just the same. The dark bearding around his mouth right where it should be. The tattoos on the temple unchanged. Those diamond-bright irises still glowing. Familiar, so familiar. Home and family wrapped up in a vampire package. Butch didn't let any tears fall, though. He was already hopelessly incapacitated next to a toilet, for Chris' sakes. Sapping out would be the cap to this gown of shame he'd pulled on. Blinking fiercely, he said, "Where's your fucking gear, man? You know, the yellow suit." V smiled, his eyes a little shiny as if he too were choked up. "Don't worry, I'm covered. So I guess you're back, true? And ready to rock and roll." "Really? For sure. I'm thinking about a future in contracting. Wanted to see how this bathroom was put together. Excellent tile work. You should check it. How about I carry you back to bed? I want to look at the sink pipes next." Respect and affection clearly drove V's cool smirk. "At least let me help you up." "Nah, I can do it." With a groan, Butch gave the vertical move a shot, but then eased back down onto the tile. Turned out lifting his head was a little overwhelming. But if they left him here long enough, a week, maybe 10 days? "Come on, cop. Cry uncle here and let me help." Butch was suddenly too tired to front. As he went totally limp, he was aware of Marissa staring at him and thought, man, could he look any weaker? Shit. The only saving grace was that there wasn't a cold breeze on his butt, which suggested the hospital gown had stayed closed. Thank you, God. V's thick arms tunneled under him, and then he was lifted easily. As they went forward, he refused to let his head rest on his friend's shoulder, even though it gave him the sweats to keep the thing upright. When he was back on the bed, shivers racked his whole body and the room spun. Before V straightened, Butch grabbed the male's arm and whispered, "I need to talk to you. Alone." "What's doing?" V said with equal quiet. Butch looked over at Marissa, who was hovering in the corner. With a flush, she glanced at the bathroom, then picked up 2 large paper bags. "I think I'll take a shower. Will you excuse me?" She didn't wait for a response, just disappeared into the loo. As the door shut, V sat on the edge of the bed. Talk to me. What kind of danger is she in? I've taken care of her and 3 days in, she seems fine. She can probably leave soon. We're all pretty convinced by now there's no cross-infection thing going on. What's she been exposed to? What was I exposed to? You know you were with the Lessers, true? Butch lifted one of his busted-up hands. And here I thought I'd been to Elizabeth Arden. Smartass. You were there about a day. Abruptly, he grabbed V's arm. I didn't crack. No matter what they did to me, I didn't say a thing about the Brotherhood. I swear. V put his hand over Butch's and squeezed. I know you didn't, my man. I know you wouldn't. Good. As they both let go, V's eyes went to Butch's fingertips, as if he were imagining what had been done to them. What do you remember? Only the feelings, the pain and the dread. Fear. Pride. The pride is how I know I didn't squeal, how I know they didn't break me. V nodded and drew a hand rolled out of his pocket. Just before he lit up, he looked at the oxygen feed, cursed and put the cig back. Listen, buddy, I gotta ask, you okay in the head? I mean, going through something like that, I'm cool. Always was too dumb to have PTSD or some shit, and besides, I've got no real memory of what went down. As long as Marissa can walk out of here okay, then yeah, I'm fine. He scrubbed his face, feeling the itch of his beard growth, dropped his arm. As his hand landed on his abdomen, he thought of the black wound. You have any idea what they did to me? When V shook his head, Butch cursed. The guy was like a walking Google link, so him not knowing was a bad thing. But I'm on it, cop. I will find an answer for you, I promise. The brother nodded at Butch's stomach. So how's it look? Don't know. Been too busy being in a coma to worry about my six-pack. Mind if I? Butch shrugged and pushed the covers down. As V lifted up the hospital Johnny, they both looked down at his belly. The skin was not right around the wound, all gray and puckered. Does it hurt? V asked. Like a mother. Feels cold. Like there's dry ice in my gut. Will you let me do something? What? Just a little healing thing I've been throwing at you. Sure. Except that when V brought up his business hand and started talking off that glove, Butch recoiled. What are you going to do with that thing? Trust me, true? Butch barked a laugh. Last time you said that I ended up with a vampire cocktail. Remember? Saved your ass. That's how I found you. So that had been the why of it. Well, then, fly me some of that hand. Still, as V put the glowing thing close, Butch winced. Relax, cop. This isn't going to hurt. I've seen you toast a house with that bastard. Point taken. But the firestarter routine isn't going down here. V hovered his tattooed, glowing hand over the wound, and Butch let out a ragged groan of relief. It was as if warm, fresh water was pouring into the wound, then flowing over him, through him, cleaning him out. Butch's eyes rolled back in his head. Oh God, that feels good. He went limp, and then he was floating, free of the pain, sliding into some kind of dream state. He let his body go, let himself go. He could actually feel the healing, as if his body's regenerative processes had kicked into high gear. As seconds passed, as minutes went by, as time drifted into the infinite, he felt like whole days of rest and eating well and being at peace were coming and going, leapfrogging him from the battered state he was in back to the miraculous gift of health. Marissa tilted her head back and stood right under the showerhead, letting the water fall down her body. She felt shaken loose and thin-skinned, especially after watching Vishouse carry Butch to the bed. The two of them were so close, the mutual bond clear in the way their eyes met and held. After a long while, she got out, toweled herself off roughly, then blew her hair dry. As she reached for a fresh set of undergarments, she looked at the corset and thought, the hell she was putting that on. She shoved it back into a bag, unable to bear having that iron grip around her rib cage right now. As she put her peach gown on over her naked breasts, it felt strange, but she'd had it with being uncomfortable. At least for a little while. Besides, who would know? She folded up the pale blue Rodriguez and put it into a biohazard bag along with her old underwear. Then she braced herself and opened the door out into the patient room. Butch was sprawled on the bed, the hospital gown pushed up onto his chest, the sheets down around his hips. Vicious's glowing hand was resting about 3 inches above the blackened wound. In the silence between the two males, she was an intruder, with nowhere to go. "He's asleep," V grunted. She cleared her throat, but couldn't think of anything to say. After a long silence, she finally murmured, "Tell me, does his family know what's happened?" "Yeah, the Brotherhood all know." "No, I mean his human family. They are irrelevant." "But shouldn't they be?" V looked up with impatience, his diamond eyes hard and a little mean. For some reason, it occurred to her now just how fully armed he was with his black daggers crossing his thick chest. Then again, his sharp expression went with the weapon. "Butch's family doesn't want him." V's voice was strident, as if the explanation were none of her business and he was elaborating just to shut her up. "So they are irrelevant. Now come over here. He needs you to be close to him." The contradiction between the brother's face and his command to come closer tangled her up. So did the reality that that hand was the biggest help. "He most certainly does not need me or want me here," she murmured, and wondered once again why the hell he'd called her 3 nights ago. "He's worried about you. That's why he wants you to go." She flushed. "Wrong, warrior." "I'm never wrong." With a quick flash, those navy-rimmed white irises flipped up to her face. They were so frigid that she stepped back. But Vishouse shook his head. "Come on, touch him. Let him feel you. He needs to know you're here." She frowned, thinking the brother was crazy. But she walked to the far side of the bed and reached out to stroke Butch's hair. The instant she made contact, he turned his face toward her. "See?" Vishouse went back to staring at the wound. "He craves you." "I wish he did," she thought. "Do you really?" She stiffened. "Please don't read my mind. It's rude." "I didn't. You spoke out loud." Her hand faltered on Butch's hair. "Oh, sorry." They grew quiet, both focused on Butch. Then Vishouse said in a hard tone, "Why'd you shut him down, Marissa? When he came to see you back in the fall, why'd you turn him away?" She frowned. "He never came to see me." "Yeah, he did." "I beg your pardon?" "You heard what I said." As they locked eyes, it occurred to her that although Vishouse was scary as all get out, he was not a liar. When did he come to me?" "He waited for a couple weeks after Wrath was shot. Then he went to your house. When he got back, he said you wouldn't even come down in person." "Man, that was a cold move, female. You knew he was feeling you, but you turned him away through a servant." "Nice." "No, I never did that. He didn't come. No one told me he—" "Oh, please. Do not take that tone with me, warrior." As Vicious's eyes shot to her face, she was too pissed off to care who or what he was. "At the end of last summer, I was flat on my back with the flu, thanks to feeding Wrath too much and then working in the clinic. When I didn't hear from Butch, I assumed he'd had second thoughts about us. As I haven't had a lot of luck with males, it took me a while to work up the nerve to approach him. When I did, 3 months ago here in the clinic, he made it clear he didn't want to see me. So do me the favor of not blaming me for something I did not do." There was a long silence, and then Vishouse surprised the hell out of her. He actually smiled at her a little. "Well, what do you know?" Flustered, she looked down at Butch and resumed stroking his hair. "I swear to you, if I had known it was him, I would have dragged myself out of bed to answer that door myself." In a low voice, Vishouse murmured, "Good deal, female. Good deal." In the silence that followed, she thought about the events of the previous summer. The convalescence she'd taken hadn't been just about the flu. She'd been overwhelmed by her brother's attempt on Wrath's life, by the fact that Havers, ever the calm, even-tempered healer, had gone so far as to betray the king's location to a lesser. Sure, Havers had done it to avenge her because of the way she had been cast aside for the queen, but that in no way excused the actions. Dear Virgin the Fade. Butch had tried to see her, but why hadn't she been told? "I never knew you came," she murmured, smoothing his hair back. Vishouse removed his hand and yanked up the sheet. "Close your eyes, Marissa. It's your turn." She looked up. "I didn't know." "I believe you. Now close." After he had healed her, V walked over to the door, his big shoulders rolling with his gait. At the airlock, he looked back over his shoulder. Don't think I was the only reason he healed. You're his light, Marissa. Don't ever forget that. The brother's eyes narrowed. But here's something to keep in mind. You ever hurt him on purpose, and I will consider you my enemy. John Matthew sat in a classroom that was right out of Caldwell High School. There were 7 long tables facing the blackboard, and all but one had a pair of trainees plugged into them. John was alone in the back, which was also just as it had been at CHS. The difference between this class and the stuff he'd taken in school, though, was that now he took careful notes and stared up front like the chalkboard was running a die-hard marathon. Then again, geometry wasn't ever the subject on deck around here. This afternoon, Zadist was at the head of the class, pacing back and forth, talking about the chemical composition of C4 plastic explosives. The brother was wearing one of his trademark black turtlenecks and a pair of loose nylon track pants. With that scar down his face, he looked exactly like he'd done what people said he had. Killed females, desecrated lessers, attacked even his brothers without provocation. But the strange thing was, he was a hell of a teacher. Now for detonators, he said. Personally, I prefer the remote variety. As John turned over a fresh page in his notebook, Z sketched a 3D mechanism on the board, some kind of box with wiring circuits. Whenever the brother drew, what he put up was so detailed and realistic you could almost reach out and touch the thing. When there was a lull, John checked his watch. Another 15 minutes, then it was time to have a light meal and hit the gym. He couldn't wait. When he'd started school here, he'd hated the mixed martial arts training. Now he loved it. He was still last in the class in terms of technical skills, but lately he'd more than made up for that in rage. And his aggression had caused a realignment in social dynamics. Back in the beginning, 3 months ago, his classmates had ridiculed him, accused him of sucking up to the brothers, derided him for his birthmark because it looked like the pectoral star scar of the Brotherhood. Now the other guys watched it around him. Well, everyone except for Lash. Lash still rode him, singling him out, cutting him down. Not that John cared. He might be in this class with the rest of the trainees, he might technically be living in the compound with the brothers, he might supposedly be linked to the Brotherhood by the blood of his father, but ever since he'd lost Tor and Wellesley, he was a free agent so far as he was concerned. Bound to no one. So the other folks in this room were nothing to him. He shifted his stare to the back of Lash's head. The guy's long blonde hair was in a ponytail that rested smoothly down a jacket made by some fancy designer. And how did John know about the designer thing? Because Lash always told everyone what he was wearing when he walked in for class. Had also mentioned tonight that his new watch was iced out by Jacob the jeweler. John narrowed his eyes, getting juiced up just thinking about the sparring the two of them would do in the gym. As if the guy felt the heat, Lash turned, his diamond earring sparkling. His lips lifted into a nasty little smile, then pursed as he blew John a kiss. John. Zadist's voice was hard as a hammer. Mind showing me some respect here? As John flushed and looked up front, Zadist continued, tapping the board with a long forefinger. Once a mech like this is activated, it's triggered by a variety of things, sound frequency being the most common. You can call in from a cell phone, a computer, or use a radio signal. Zadist started drawing again, the scratch of chalk loud in the room. Here's another kind of detonator. Zadist stepped back. This one is typical of car bombs. You wire the action box into the car's electrical system. Once the bomb's armed, whenever the cars started, tick, tick, boom. John's hand suddenly gripped his pen and he started to blink fast, feeling dizzy. The red-headed trainee named Blaylock asked, "Does it go off right away after ignition?" "There's a delay of a couple of seconds. I'd note also that because the car's wiring has been redirected, the engine won't catch. The driver will turn the key and hear nothing but a series of clicks." John's brain began firing in a rapid, flickering sequence. Rain, black rain on a car's windshield, a hand with a key in it, reaching forward toward a steering wheel column. An engine turning over but failing to catch. A feeling of dread, that someone was lost. Then a bright light. John flipped out of his chair and hit the ground, but he was unaware he'd gone into a seizure. Too busy screaming in his head, he didn't feel a thing physically. Someone was lost. Someone was left behind. He'd left someone behind. Chapter 10. As dawn arrived and the steel shutters came down all around the mansion's billiards room, this house bit into an Arby's roast beef sandwich. Thing tasted like a phone book, through no fault of the ingredients. At the soft smack of pool balls, he looked up. Beth, the queen, was just straightening from the felt. "Nice shot," Rage said as he lounged against a silk wall. "Careful training." She walked around the table, sizing up her next stroke. When she leaned down again and braced the cue on her left hand, the queen's saturnine ruby flashed on her middle finger. V wiped his mouth with a paper napkin. "She's going to beat you again, Hollywood." "Probably. Except she didn't get the chance." Wrath plowed through the doorway, clearly in a mood. His long black hair, which was down almost to his leather-covered ass now, flared behind him, then came to rest on his thick back. Beth put her cue down. "How is John?" "Who the hell knows?" Wrath went over and kissed her on the mouth, then on both sides of her neck over her veins. "He won't go to see Havers. Refuses to get anywhere near the clinic. Kid's asleep in Tor's office now, just exhausted." What was the trigger for the seizure this time? Z was doing a class on explosives. Kid just whacked out, ended up on the floor. Same as before when he saw you. Beth wrapped her arms around Wrath's waist and leaned into her Hellrun's body. Their black hair mixed together, his straight, hers wavy. God, Wrath's was so damn long now. But word had it that Beth liked the stuff, so he'd grown it out for her. V wiped his mouth again. Weird how males do shit like that. Beth shook her head. "I wish John would come stay in the house with us. Sleeping in that chair. Staying in the office, he spends so much time alone and he doesn't eat enough anymore. Plus Mary says he won't talk about what happened with Tor and Wellesley at all. He just refuses to open up. I don't care what he talks about as long as he goes to the damn doctor." Wrath's wraparound sunglasses shifted over to V. "And how's our other patient? Christ, I feel like we need an in-house physician around here." V reached for the Arby's bag and took out sandwich number 2. "Cop's healing up. I think he'll be out in a day or so. I want to know what the fuck was done to him. The scribe virgin's giving me nothing on this one." She's silent as stone. "I started the research yesterday. Began with the Chronicles, which were 18 volumes in the old language of vampire history. God, talk about your wallbangers. The damn things were about as much fun as reading an inventory list for a hardware store. If I don't find anything, there are some other places to check. Compendiums of oral tradition that were reduced to writing, that kind of shit. It is highly improbable that in our 20,000 years of taking up space on the planet something like this hasn't happened before. I'm going to spend today working on it. Because as usual there'd be no sleep for him. It had been over a week since he'd REM'd out, and there was no reason to think things were going to be any different this afternoon. Holy hell, being up for 8 days straight was not good for his brain wave activity. Without going into a dream state regularly, psychosis could easily take root and rewire your circuit. It was a wonder he hadn't lost it already. "V," Wrath said. "Sorry? What? You okay?" This house bit into his roast beef and chewed. "Yeah, fine. Just fine." When night fell some 12 hours later, Van Deen stopped his truck underneath a maple tree on a nice, tidy little street. He did not like this situation. The house on the other side of the shallow lawn wasn't trouble on the surface, just another whatever colonial in this whatever neighborhood. The problem was the number of cars parked in the driveway. 4 of them. He'd been told he was meeting Xavier one-on-one. Van cased the place from inside his truck. Shades were all down. Only 2 lights on inside. Porch light was off. But there was a lot on the line. Saying yes to this gig meant he could kick the construction shit to the curb, reducing the wear and tear on his body. And he could make more than he did now by double, so he could save something to survive on when he couldn't fight anymore. He got out and walked up to the front stoop. The ivy-themed welcome mat that he planted his boots on was just too frickin' creepy. The door swung open before he hit the bell. Xavier was on the other side, all big and bleached out looking. "You're late." And you said we'd be meeting alone. Worried you can't handle company? Depends on what kind it is. Xavier stepped to the right. Why don't you get in here and find out? Van stayed on the mat. Just so you know, I told my brother I was coming here. Address and everything. Which brother? The older or the younger? Xavier smiled as Van narrowed his eyes. Yes, we know about them. As you say, their addresses and everything. Van put his hand into the pocket of his parka. The 9mm he was packing slid into his palm like the thing was finding home. Money, think about the money. After a moment, he said, we going to get down to it or keep yakking it up in this draft? I'm not the one on the wrong side of the door, son. Van came in, keeping an eye on Xavier. Inside, the place was cold, like the heat was down low or maybe the house was abandoned. The lack of furniture suggested the latter. When Xavier reached into his back pocket, Van tensed up. And what came forward was a weapon of sorts. 10 perfectly crisp $100 bills. So do we have a deal? Xavier asked. Van looked around, then took the money and stashed it. Yeah. Good. You start tonight. Xavier turned and walked to the back of the house. Van followed, staying on high alert. Especially as they went down into the basement and he saw 6 more of Xavier standing around at the bottom of the stairs. The men were all tall, pale-haired, and smelling like old lady. Looks like you've got a few brothers of your own, Van said casually. They're not brothers. And don't use that word around here. Xavier glanced over at the Hardises. These will be your trainees. Moving under his own steam, but watched by a nurse in full hazmat dress. Butch got back into bed after having had his first shower and shave. The catheter and the 4 were out and he'd managed to suck back a good meal. He'd also slept soundly for 11 out of the past 12 hours. Man, he was beginning to feel human again, and the speed with which he was rebounding was a gift from God as far as he could tell. You did well, sire, the nurse said. Next stop, the Olympics. He pulled the sheets up himself. After the nurse left, he glanced at Marissa. She was sitting on the cot that he'd insisted be brought in for her, and her head was bent over the needlepoint she was doing. Ever since he'd woken up about an hour ago, she'd been acting a little strange, as if she was on the verge of saying something that she couldn't quite manage to let out. His eyes went from the bright crown of her head, to her delicate hands, to the peach gown that overflowed her makeshift bed, and then he eased his stare back up to the bodice of the dress. There were dainty buttons going all the way down the front. Like 100 of them. Butch shifted his legs around, feeling restless, and found himself wondering how long it would take him to slip each of those pearls loose. His body stirred, the blood pooling between his legs, making him swell up hard. Well, what do you know? He really was better. And man, he was a son of a bitch. He rolled away from her and closed his eyes. Trouble was, with his lids down, all he saw was him kissing her on Darius's second-story porch last summer. Oh shit, he remembered it clear as a photograph. He'd been sitting down and she'd been between his legs and his tongue had been in her mouth. They'd ended up on the floor when he broke the chair. Butch! He opened his eyes and jerked back. Marissa was right in front of him, her face on his level. In a panic, he glanced down to make sure the sheets hid what was doing between his thighs. Yeah? He said with so much gravel he had to repeat himself. Christ, his voice box always had rough edges, his words perpetually a little hoarse. But if there was one sure thing that made that worse, it was thinking about getting naked. Especially with her. As her eyes scanned his face, he feared that she saw everything, right down to the core of him, where his obsession with her was the strongest. Marissa, I think I should go to sleep now. Rest and all that. This house said you came to see me, after Wrath was shot. Butch squeezed his lids shut again. His first thought was that he was going to drag his sorry ass out of bed, find his roommate and beat the guy. Goddamn V. I wasn't told, she said. As he looked at her and frowned, she shook her head. I didn't know you'd been by until this house told me last night. Who did you see when you came? What happened? She hadn't known? A dog Jen answered the door. After she went upstairs, she said you weren't receiving and you'd call. When you never did, I wasn't going to stalk you or something. Well, okay, he'd stalked her a little. She'd just never known about it. Thank God. Unless, of course, that loose-lipped fool, had filled her in on that too. Bastard. Butch. I got sick and I needed some time to regroup. But I wanted to see you. That's why I asked you to come calling when I ran into you back in December. When you said no, I thought, well, you'd lost interest. She'd wanted to see him? Had she said that? Butch, I wanted to see you. Yeah, she had. Twice. Well, now didn't that perk a guy up? Shit. He breathed, meeting her eyes. Do you have any idea how many times I drove past your house? You did. Practically every night. I was pathetic. Hell, he still was. But you wanted me to leave this room. You were angry to see me here. I was angry because you weren't wearing a suit. And I assumed you'd gotten roped into being here. With a shaky hand, he reached out for a lock of her hair. God, it was so soft. This house can be very persuasive. And I didn't want your compassion or your pity to put you someplace you didn't want to be. I wanted to be here. I want to be here. She grabbed his hand and squeezed. In the oh my God, this has to be Christmas silence that followed. He struggled to reorder the last 6 months, to catch up with this reality they'd somehow missed. He wanted her. She wanted him. Was it true? Felt true. Felt good. Felt. He let incautious, desperate words fly. I am pathetic over you, Marissa. Yeah, totally Fuser, really pathetic. Over you. Her pale blue eyes teared up. Me too. For you. Butch wasn't even aware of making the big move. But one moment they were separated by air. The next, he was putting his mouth on hers. When she gasped, he pulled back. Sorry. No, I was just surprised, she said, eyes on his lips. I want you to. Okay. He tilted his head to the side and brushed her mouth. Come closer to me. With a tug on her arm, he eased her onto the bed, then pulled her over so she was lying on top of him. The weight of her was little more than warm air, and he loved it, especially as he was surrounded by her blonde hair. Putting both hands to her face, he stared up at her. As her lips parted in a gentle smile just for him, he saw the tips of her fangs. Oh God, he had to get into her, had to penetrate her in some way, so he leaned up and led with his tongue. She moaned while he licked into her mouth, and then they were kissing deep, his hands threading into her hair and cradling the back of her head. He spread his legs and her body eased between them, increasing the pressure where he was hard and thick and hot. From out of nowhere, a question shot into his mind, one he had no right to ask, one that tripped him up and had him losing his rhythm. He pulled back from her. Butch, what is it? He stroked her mouth with his thumb, wondering if she'd had a man. In the 9 months since he'd kissed her before, had she taken a lover? Maybe had more than one? Butch. Nothing, he said, even as a fierce possessive streak clawed into his chest. He took her mouth again, and now he kissed her with an ownership he had no right to, one hand shooting down to the small of her back, pressing her into his arousal. He felt this urgent need to stake a claim on her so that anything male would know whose woman she was, which was nuts. Abruptly she jerked back. As she sniffed the air, she seemed confused. Do human males bond? We get emotional, sure. No bond. She buried her face in his neck, inhaled, then started to rub her nose against his skin. He gripped her hips, wondering just how far things were going to go. He wasn't sure he had the strength for sex, even though he was totally erect. And he didn't want to presume anything. But Jesus, God in heaven, he wanted it from her. I love the way you smell, Butch. It's probably the soap I just used. As her fangs dragged up his neck, he groaned, Oh, shit, don't stop. Chapter 11. This house came into the clinic and headed straight back to the quarantine room. No one at the nursing station questioned his right to barge on through, and as he went down the hall, the medical staff tripped over their own feet to get out of his way. Smart. He was heavily armed and edgy as hell. The day had been a wasteland. He hadn't found anything in the chronicles that approached what had been done to Butch. Nothing in the oral histories either. And worse, he was sensing things in the future, parts of people's destinies realigning. But he could see nothing of what his instincts told him was happening. It was like watching theater with the curtain down. Every once in a while he would see the velvet move as a body brushed the far side, or he would hear indistinct voices, or the lighting would shift under the tasseled hem. But he knew no particulars, his gray cells shooting blanks. He strode past Havers's lab and went into the housekeeping closet. As he stepped through the concealed door, he found the anteroom empty, the computers and the monitors carrying on their sentry duties alone. V stopped dead. On the glowing screen closest to him, he saw Marissa lying on the bed on top of Butch. The cop's arms were around her. His bare knees split wide to accommodate her body as the two of them moved against each other in waves. V couldn't see their faces, but it was obvious their mouths were fused and their tongues wrapped. V rubbed his jaw, dimly aware that under his weapons and his leathers, his skin had grown hot. Goddamn, Butch's palm was slowly sliding up Marissa's spine now, going under her profusion of blonde hair, finding, caressing the back of her neck. The guy was totally sexed up, but he was so gentle with her, so tender. V thought of the sex he'd had the night Butch had been taken. Nothing gentle about that, which had been the point for both parties involved. Butch shifted and rolled Marissa over, making a move to mount her. As he did, the hospital Johnny broke open, the ties ripping free and revealing his strong back and powerful lower body. The tattoo at the base of his spine flexed as he pushed his hips through her skirts, trying to find home. And as he worked what was no doubt a rock-hard erection against her, her long, elegant hands snaked around and bit into his bare ass. As she scored him with her nails, Butch's head lifted, no doubt to let out a moan. Jesus, V could just hear the sound, yeah, he could hear it. And from out of nowhere an odd yearning feeling flickered through him. Shit, what exactly in this scenario did he want? Butch's head dropped back down into Marissa's neck, and his hips started to surge and retract, then surge again. His spine undulated and his heavy shoulders shrugged and released as he found a rhythm that made V blink really quick. And then not at all. Marissa arched up, her chining lifting, her mouth opening. Christ, what a picture she was under her mail, her hair strewn all over the pillows, some of it tangled around Butch's thick bicep. In her passion, in her vibrant peach gown, she was a sunrise, a dawn, a promise of warmth, and Butch was basking in what he was lucky enough to touch. The anteroom's door opened and V wheeled around, blocking the monitor with his body. Havers put Butch's medical chart down on a shelf and reached for a hazmat suit. Good evening, sire. You've come to heal him again, have you? Yeah, V's voice cracked and he cleared his throat. But now's not a good time. Havers paused, suit in hand. Is he resting? Not in the slightest. Yeah. So you and I are going to leave him alone right now. The doctor's brows shot up behind his horn-rimmed glasses. I beg your pardon? V picked up the chart, shoved it at the doctor, then grabbed the suit and hung it back up. Later, Doc. Two need to do an examination. I think he may be ready to go home. Great, but we're leaving. Havers opened his mouth to argue and V got bored with the conversation. Clamping a hand on the doctor's shoulders, he looked into the male's eyes and willed him into agreement. Yes, Havers murmured. Later. Tea tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow works. As V frog-marched Marissa's brother back out into the hall, all he could think about was the images on that screen. So wrong of him to watch. So wrong of him to want. Marissa was on fire. Butch, good Lord, Butch. He was heavy on top of her and big. So big her legs were stretched wide beneath her gown to accommodate him. And the way he moved, the rhythm of his hips was making her crazy. When he finally broke the kiss, he was breathing hard and his hazel eyes were full of sexual hunger, a rank male starvation. Maybe she should have been overwhelmed because she had no idea what she was doing. Instead, she felt powerful. As silence stretched, she said, Butch, though she wasn't exactly sure what she was asking for. Oh God, baby. With a light brush, his hand went down her neck to her collarbone. He paused as he got to the top of her dress, clearly asking for permission to take off her gown, which cooled her down fast. Her breasts seemed average enough, but it wasn't as if she'd seen any other females to compare, and she couldn't bear to catch the sort of disgust males of her kind had looked at her with, not on Butch's face, and especially not if she were naked. That distaste had been hard enough to bear fully clothed and coming from males she didn't care about. "It's okay," Butch said, removing his hand. "I don't want to push you." He kissed her lightly and rolled off her, dragging a sheet over his hips as he eased onto his back. He covered his eyes with his forearm, his chest going up and down like he'd been running. Marissa looked down at her bodice and realized she was clutching the fabric so hard her knuckles were white. "Butch!" His arm dropped and his head turned on the pillow. His face was still swollen in places, one of his eyes still black and blue, and she noticed that his nose had been broken, but not recently. Yet to her he was beautiful. "What, baby? Have you had many lovers?" He frowned, inhaled, looked like he didn't want to reply. Yeah, I have." Marissa's lungs turned to concrete as she imagined him kissing other females, unclothing them, mating. She was willing to bet the vast majority of his lovers hadn't been clueless virgins. God, she was going to throw up. "Which is another reason it's good that we stop," he said. "How so?" "I'm not saying it would have gone this far, but I would need a condom." Well, at least she knew what one of those was. "But why?" "I'm not fertile." The long pause didn't inspire confidence, and neither did the way he cursed under his breath. "I haven't always been careful." "With what?" "Sex. I've had a lot of sex with people who might not have been clean, and I did it without protection." He flushed as if ashamed of himself, the color riding up his neck and slamming into his face. "So yeah, I'd need a condom with you. I don't have any idea what I'm carrying." "Why weren't you more careful with yourself?" "Just didn't give a sure." Yeah, he reached out and took a piece of her hair. As he carried it to his lips and kissed it, he said under his breath, "Now I wish I were a goddamned virgin. I can't catch human viruses." "I wasn't just with humans, Marissa." Now she went completely cold. For some reason, if it was with females of his own species, with women, that struck her as different. But another vampire? "Who?" she asked tightly. "Somehow I don't think you'd know her." He dropped the strand of hair and put his arm back over his eyes. "God, I wish I could undo that. Undo a lot of things." "Oh Jesus. It happened recently, didn't it?" "Yeah." "Do you love her?" He frowned and looked over at her. "God, no. I didn't even know hero shit. That sounds worse, doesn't it?" "Did you take her into your bed? Did you sleep beside her afterward?" Why in the hell was she asking these questions? It was like poking at a cut with a steak knife. "No, it was in a club." Shock must have shown on her face, because he cursed again. "Marissa, my life isn't pretty. The way you've known me, being with the Brotherhood, dressed in fancy clothes, that's not the way I lived before. And that's really not who I am now." "Who are you then?" "No one you'd ever know. Even if I were a vampire, our paths would never cross. I'm a blue-collar kind of guy." At her look of confusion, he said, "Lower class." His tone was factual, as if he were reciting his height or weight. "I don't think of you as lower class, Butch. Like I said, you don't really know me. When I lie this close to you, when I smell your scent, when I hear your voice, I know everything that matters." She looked down the length of him. "You are the male I want to mate with. That's who you are." A dark, spicy scent came out of his skin in a rush, the kind of thing that were he a vampire she would have said was his bonding mark. As she drew it in through her nose, she took strength in the response. With fingers that shook, she went to the first of the little buttons on her bodice. He captured both her hands in one of his. "Don't force yourself, Marissa. There are things I want from you, but I'm in no hurry. But I want to. I want to be with you." She pushed him away and started working at the buttons, except she didn't get far because she was trembling so badly. "I think you're going to have to do it." His breath went in on an erotic hiss. "You sure?" "Yes." When he hesitated, she nodded at the bodice. "Please, get this off me." In slow succession, he freed each of the pearl buttons, his battered fingers sure, the dress opening little by little as he went. Without her corset on, her naked skin was revealed in the shallow V that formed. As he got to the last one, her whole body started to quake. "Marissa, you're not okay with this." It's just no male has ever seen me before. Butch went motionless. You are still untouched, she said, hating the word. Now his body trembled and that dark scent flowed from him even more strongly. It wouldn't have mattered if you weren't. I need you to know that. She smiled a little. I do. Now will you, as his hands came up, she whispered. Just be kind, all right? Butch frowned. I'm going to love what I see because it's you. When she didn't meet his eyes, he leaned forward. Marissa, you're beautiful to me. Impatient with herself, she gripped the bodice and bared her breasts. Closing her eyes, she found she couldn't breathe. Marissa, you're beautiful. She lifted her lids, bracing herself. Except he wasn't staring at what she'd revealed. But you haven't looked at me yet, have you? I don't need to. Tears speared into the corners of her eyes. Please just look. His eyes drifted downward and he inhaled sharply through his teeth, the hiss cutting through the room. Ah, hell. She knew there was something wrong. Jesus, you're perfect. With a quick pass, his tongue licked over his lower lip. May I touch you? Overwhelmed, she nodded with a jerk of the chin and his hand slipped under the bodice, smoothed up her rib cage and caressed the side of her breast, soft as a breath. She surged at the contact and then settled down, at least until he brushed her nipple with his thumb. Then she arched involuntarily. You're very perfect, he said in his hoarse voice. You blind me. Butch's head went down, his lips finding the skin at her sternum, then kissing the way up her breast. Her nipple gathered up on itself, straining for yes, his mouth. Oh God, yes, his mouth. His eyes stared into hers as he latched on to the tip of her breast, pulling her between his lips. He sucked on her for a heartbeat before releasing and blowing across the glistening tip. Between her legs, she felt a warm rush. You okay? He said. This okay? I didn't know they could feel like that. No. He brushed his lips over her nipple again. Surely you've touched this beautiful place? No? Not ever. She couldn't think straight. Females in my class were taught that we shouldn't do such things. Unless we are with a mate, and even then, God, what were they talking about? Ah well, I'm here now, aren't I? His tongue came out and licked over her nipple. Yeah, I'm here now. So give me your hand, Marissa. When she did, he kissed her palm. Let me show you what perfection feels like. He took her forefinger into his mouth and sucked on it, then popped it free and brought it to her distended nipple. He ran circles around the tip, touching her through her own hand. She let her head fall back, but kept her eyes on his. It's so soft and tight at the same time, isn't it? He lowered his mouth, covering her nipple and her fingertip, a smooth, licking warmth. Feels good. Yes, dear virgin in the fade, yes. His hand went to her other breast and rolled her nipple. Then he massaged the swell beneath. He was so big looming over her, the hospital gown slipping from his bunched-up shoulders, his heavy arms clenched from holding himself above her body. As he switched sides and went to work on her other nipple, his dark hair brushed against her pale skin, soft and silky. Lost in the heat and a growing restlessness, she didn't notice as her skirts started moving until they were up around her thighs. As she stiffened, he asked against her breast, Will you let me keep going a little farther? If I swear I'll stop any time you want. Yes. His palm slid onto her bare knee, and she jerked, but when he went back to work on her breast, she forgot the fear. With slow, lazy circles, his hand went higher and higher until it slipped between her thighs. Abruptly, she felt something spill out of her. In a panic, she clamped her legs together and pushed at him. What, baby? Blushing fiercely, she muttered. I feel something different. Where? Down here. He stroked her inner thigh. As she nodded, his smile was slow, sexy. Oh, really? He kissed her, lingering with their mouths together. Want to tell me what it is? As she flushed even more, his hand kept up the caressing. What kind of different? She couldn't say it. His mouth shifted so it was next to her ear. Are you wet? When she nodded, he growled deep in his throat. Wet is good, wet's right where I want you to be. It is? Why? With a smooth, quick move, he touched her panties between her legs, and they both jumped at the contact. "Oh God!" he groaned, his head dropping on her shoulder. "You're so with me right now. You're so right here with me." Butch's erection pounded as he kept his hand on the warm, damp satin over Marissa's core. He knew if he pushed the panties aside, he was going to dive into a whole lot of honey, but he didn't want to shock her out of the moment. Curling his fingers around her, he rubbed the heel of his palm against the top of her slit, right where it would feel best. As she gasped, her hips pushed forward, then followed his slow rhythm, which naturally put him through the roof. To maintain control, he rolled his hips so his stomach was sitting on that arousal of his, trapping it against the mattress. "Butch, I need something Baby, have you ever hell?" No way she'd ever pleasured herself. She'd been surprised at what her nipple felt like. "What? Never mind." He eased off her core and stroked her panties, just running his fingertips over her. "I'm going to take care of you. Trust me, Marissa." He kissed her mouth, sucking at her lips, getting her lost. Then he slipped his hand under the lip of satin at her core. "Oh, fuck," he breathed, hoping she was too dazed to hear the curse. She tried to pull back. "What's wrong with me?" "Easy, easy." He held her in place by putting his thigh over her legs, and then worried that he might have orgasmed given the rocket launch sensation that had just ridden up his shaft. "Baby, there's nothing wrong. It's just oh, God, you're bare here." He moved his hand, his fingers sliding into her folds. Holy heaven. She was so smooth, so honeyed, so hot. He was getting lost in all that slick flesh when her confusion registered through the haze. "You have no hair," he said. "Is that bad?" He laughed. "It's beautiful. It's exciting to me." Exciting? Try explosive. All he wanted to do was crawl up under her skirt and lick at her and swallow and suck her off, but all that was definitely too far. And shit, he was such a Neanderthal, but the idea he was the only one who'd put his hand where it was erotic as hell. "How's this feel?" he asked, tuning things up a little. "God, Butch." She arched wildly on the bed, her head kicking back so that her neck bent in a lovely upward curve. His eyes latched on to her throat, and the strangest instinct went through him. He wanted to bite her, and his mouth opened like he was prepared to do just that. Cursing, he shrugged off the bizarre impulse. "Butch, I ache." "I know, baby. I'm going to take care of that." He latched on to her breast with his mouth and started to touch her seriously, finding a rhythm with the stroking, being careful to stay on the outside so she didn't get thrown. Turned out he was the one who got tossed. The friction and the feel of her and the scent of it all snowballed on him until he realized he was shadow pumping her, pushing his hips into the mattress in tempo with his hand. As his head fell between her breasts because he couldn't hold it up anymore, he knew he had to stop the cock massage he was giving himself. He needed to pay attention to her. He looked up. Her eyes were wide and a little frightened. She was just on the verge and she was getting rattled. "All right, baby, it's okay." He didn't stop working between her legs. "What's happening to me?" He put his mouth to her ear. "You're about to come. Just let yourself feel it. I'm right here, I've got you. Hold on to me." Her hands bit into his arms, and as her nails drew blood, he smiled, thinking that was so perfect. Her hips tilted up sharply. "That's it. Come for me." I can't." She shook her head back and forth, getting trapped between what her body wanted and what her mind was having trouble assimilating. She was going to lose the momentum unless he did something fast. Without even thinking or knowing why it would help, he buried his face in her throat and bit her, right over her jugular. That was what did it. She cried out his name and started convulsing, her hips jerking, her body flexing all along her spine. With profound joy, he helped her ride the orgasm's pulses, and he talked to her the whole time, although God only knew what he was saying. When she'd come down, he lifted his head from her neck. Between her lips, he saw the tips of her fangs and was struck by a compulsion he couldn't fight. He pushed his tongue into her mouth and licked at the sharp points, feeling them rasp over his flesh. He wanted them in his skin. He wanted her to suck at him, fill her belly, live off of him. He forced himself to stop, and the retreat was so damn hollow. He strained from unmet needs, and they weren't all sexual. He needed things from her, things he didn't understand. Her eyes opened. I didn't know it would be like that. Did you like it? Her smile was enough to make him forget his own name. Oh yes. He kissed her gently, then rearranged her skirts and did up the buttons of her bodice, rewrapping the gift of her body. Easing her into the crook of his arm, he got good and comfortable. She was fading into sleep already, and he was so damned content to watch her slide. It just seemed like the perfect thing to do, to stay awake while she rested, to watch over her. Although for some reason, he wished he had a weapon. I can't keep my eyes open, she said. Don't even try. He stroked some of her hair and thought, in spite of the fact that in about 10 minutes he was going to have the worst case of blue balls known to mankind, that everything was right in his world. Butch O'Neill, he thought, you have found your woman. Chapter 12. He does so look like his grandfather. Joyce O'Neill Rafferty leaned over the crib and tucked the blanket around her 3-month-old son. This debate had been ongoing since his birth, and she was tired of it. Her son clearly took after her father. No, he looks like you. As Joyce felt her husband's arms wrap around her middle, she fought the need to pull away. He didn't seem to mind the baby weight, but it made her anxious as hell. Hoping to get him focused elsewhere, she said, so on Sunday you have a choice. You can either handle Sean by yourself or you can pick up Mother. What do you want to do? He dropped his hold on her. Why can't your father get her from the nursing home? You know, Dad, he doesn't deal with her all that well, especially in the car. She'll get agitated, he'll get frustrated with her, and we'll have a mess at the baptism when they get there. Mike's chest rose and fell. I think you better deal with your mother. Sean and I will be fine. Maybe one of your sisters can come with us. Yeah, Colleen, maybe. They were silent a while, just watching Sean breathe. Then Mike said, Are you going to invite him? She wanted to curse. In the O'Neill family, there was only one him. Brian. Butch. The him. Of the 6 children Eddie and Odell O'Neill had had, 2 of them had been lost. Janie had been murdered, and Butch had basically disappeared after high school. The latter had been a blessing, the first a curse. He won't come. You should invite him anyway. If he shows up, Mother will become unglued. Odell's rapidly escalating dementia meant she sometimes thought Butch was dead, and that was why he wasn't around. Her other option for dealing with the loss was making up crazy stories about him. Like how he was running for mayor down in New York. Or how he was going to medical school. Or how he was his father's son and that was why Eddie couldn't stand him. All of which were nuts. The first 2 for obvious reasons and the third because while it was true Eddie had never liked Butch, Eddie had never particularly liked any of his children. You should invite him anyway, Joyce. This is his family. Not really. Last time she'd talked to her brother had been God, at her wedding 5 years ago, and no one else had seen or heard much from him since then, either. Word in the family had it that her father had gotten a message from Butch back in August? Yeah, end of summer. He'd given a number he could be reached at, but that was about it. Sean let out a little whiffle through his nose. Joyce. Oh, come on, he won't show if I ask him. So you get the credit for putting the offer out and won't have to deal with him. Or maybe he'll surprise you. Mike. I'm not calling him. Who needs more drama in this family? Like her mother being crazy and having Alzheimer's wasn't enough of a problem? She made a show of checking her watch. Hey, is CSI on? With determination, she pulled her husband out of the nursery, distracting him from things that were none of his business. Marissa wasn't sure what time it was when she woke up, but she knew she'd been asleep for a long while. As her eyes opened, she smiled. Butch was out cold and crowding her at her back, his thick thigh between her legs, his hand cupping her breast, his head in her neck. As she rolled over slowly and faced him, her eyes drifted down his body. The sheet he'd pulled up earlier had slid off him, and underneath the thin hospital gown, something thick rested at his hips. Good Lord, an erection. He was aroused. What you looking at, baby? Butch's low voice was mostly gravel. She jumped and glanced up. I didn't know you were awake. I never went to sleep. Been watching you for hours. He pulled the sheet back into place and smiled. How you doing? Good. You want we call for some break? Butch. Exactly how was she going to put this? Males do what you made me do, right? I mean, last night when you were touching me. He flushed and tugged at the sheet. Yeah, we do. But you don't need to worry about that. Why? Just don't have to. Would you let me look at you? She nodded at his hips. Down there? He coughed a little. You want that? Yes. God. Yes, I want to touch you there. With a soft curse, he muttered. What happens might shock you. I was shocked when your hand was between my legs. Is it shocking like that? In that good kind of way? Yeah. His hips shifted, as if they'd rotated on the base of his spine. Jesus, Marissa. I want you naked. She sat up on her knees and reached for his Johnny. And I want to strip you. He took her hands in a hard grip. Marissa, do you have any idea what happens when a man comes? Because sure as shit, that's gonna happen if you start handling me. And it's not going to take long. I want to find out. With you. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Dear Lord in heaven. Lifting his upper body off the bed, he leaned forward so she could slip the two halves of the gown down his arms. Then he let himself fall back on the mattress and his body was revealed. The thick neck plugged into those broad shoulders, the heavy pads of his pectorals that were dusted with hair, the ribbed expanse of his belly, and she pulled back the sheet. Good God. His sex was, it's gotten so huge. Butch barked out a laugh. You say the nicest things. I saw it when it was I didn't know it got. She just couldn't take her eyes off his erection as it lay against his belly. His hard sex was the color of his lips and shockingly beautiful. The head blunt with a graceful ridge, the shaft perfectly round and very thick at the base. And the twin weights below were heavy, shameless, virile. Maybe humans were larger than her kind? How do you like to be touched? If it's you anyway. No, show me. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment, and his chest expanded. When he lifted his lids, his mouth parted and he slowly eased his hand down his pecs and his belly. Moving one of his legs out to the side, he captured himself in his palm, fisting that dark pink flesh of his man hand broad enough to hold the thing. With a slow, smooth movement, he stroked his arousal, base to tip, riding the shaft. Or something like this, he said hoarsely, keeping it up. Good God. Look at you, I could come right now. No. She pushed his arm out of the way and the erection bounced stiffly on his stomach. I want to make you do that. As she took hold of him, he groaned, his whole body undulating. He was hot. He was hard. He was soft. He was so thick she couldn't close her palm all the way around him. Hesitant at first, she followed his example, running her grip up and down, marveling at how his satin skin slid over the stone core of him. When he gritted his teeth, she stopped. Is this all right? Yeah, damn. His chin tilted back, the veins in his neck popping. More. She put her other hand on him, stacking her palms, moving them together. His mouth fell wide open, his eyes rolling back in his head, a sheen of sweat breaking out over his body. How does this feel, Butch? I'm so close already. He clamped his jaws together and breathed through teeth that were locked light. But then he grabbed her hands, stilling them. Wait, not yet. His erection pulsed, kicking in their grips. A crystal drop appeared at the tip. He took in a ragged breath. Hold me out. Make me work for it, Marissa. The longer you burn me, the better the end will be. Using his gasps and the spasms of his muscles as a guide, she learned the peaks and valleys of his erotic response, figured out when he was getting close and just how to suspend him at the tip of the sexual blade. God, there was power in sex, and right now she had it all. He was defenseless, exposed just as she'd been the night before. She loved this. Please, baby. She loved that hoarse breathlessness, loved the straining chords in his neck, loved the command she had as she held him in her hand, which made her think. She let go and attended to his sack, sliding her hand under the weight of it, cupping him. With a curse, he knotted the sheets up in fists until his knuckles went white. She kept going at him until he was twitchy and covered with sweat and shaking. Then she bent down and pressed her mouth to his. He gobbled her up, grabbing her neck and holding her against his lips, mumbling, kissing, thrusting with his tongue. "Now?" she said in the midst of the kiss. "Now." Taking him in hand, she moved her palm faster and faster, until his face contorted into a beautiful mask of agony and his body grew tight as a cable. Marissa, with no coordination. He grabbed the hospital gown and pulled it over his hips, shielding him from her eyes. Then she felt him jerk and shudder, and something warm and thick came out of him in pulses, covering her hand. She knew instinctively not to lose her rhythm until it was over. When his eyes finally opened, they were fuzzy, satiated, full of a worshipping warmth. "I don't want to let go of you," she said. "Then don't. Ever." He was softening in her palm, a retreat from the hard staff he'd been. Kissing him, she took her hand out from under the hospital Johnny and looked down, curious as to what had come out of him. "I didn't know it would be black," she murmured with a little smile. Horror flooded his face. "Oh, Christ." Havers walked down the hallway to the quarantine room. On the way, he checked on the little female he'd operated on days before. She was healing well, but he worried about sending her and her mother back out into the world. That Helren was violent, and there was a good chance they would be back in the clinic again. But what could he do? He couldn't let them stay here indefinitely. He needed the bed. He kept going, passing his laboratory, waving at a nurse who was processing various samples. When he got to the housekeeping door, he hesitated. He hated that Marissa was locked up with that human. But the important thing was she hadn't been contaminated. According to the physical they'd done on her early yesterday, she was just fine, so her lapse in judgment evidently wasn't going to cost her her life. And as for the human, he was going home. His last blood sample had been very close to normal, and he was getting stronger at an astonishing rate, so it was time to get him the hell away from Marissa. Havers had already called the Brotherhood and told them to come get the man. Butch O'Neill was dangerous, and not just because of the contamination issue. That human wanted Marisate was in his eyes, and that was unacceptable. Havers shook his head, thinking that he'd tried to keep them apart back in the fall. At first, he'd assumed Marissa was going to drain the human, and that would have been fine. But when it became obvious that she was pining for him in her illness, Havers had had to step in. God, he'd hoped she'd find a true mate at some point, but certainly not an inferior, roughneck human. She needed someone worthy, though it was unlikely that would happen anytime soon, given the Glimmer's opinion of her. But maybe, well, he was aware of how Revenge watched her. Maybe that would work. Rev was from very good bloodlines on both sides. He was a little hard, perhaps, but he was appropriate in the eyes of society. Perhaps that pairing should be encouraged? After all, she was untouched, as clean as the day she was birthed. And Revenge had money, lots of it, though no one knew how or why. Even more important, he was unswayed by the Glimmer's opinions. Yes, Havers thought, that would be a good pairing. The best she could hope for. He pushed open the closet door, feeling a little better. That human was on the way out of the clinic, and no one had to know the two of them had been locked in together for days. His staff was blessedly discreet. God, he could only imagine what the Glimmer would do to her if they knew she'd been in close contact with a human male. Marissa's tattered reputation just couldn't withstand any more controversy. And frankly, Havers couldn't take it either. He was utterly exhausted by her social failures. He loved her, but he was at the end of his rope. Marissa had no idea why Butch was dragging her into the bathroom at a dead run. "Butch, what are you doing?" He cranked on the sink, forced her hands under the water, and grabbed for a bar of soap. As he washed her off, the panic in his face stretched his eyes and flattened his mouth. What the hell is going on here? Marissa and Butch both wheeled around to the doorway. Havers was standing in it without benefit of a hazmat suit, more furious than she'd ever seen him. "Havers!" Her brother cut her off by lunging forward and yanking her out of the bathroom. "Stop, I touch." "Havers, that hurts." What happened next was too fast for her to track. Havers was suddenly just gone. 1 minute he was pulling at her and she was fighting against him, and the next Butch had him flattened face first against the wall. Butch's voice was a nasty drawl. "I don't care if you're her brother. You don't handle her like that. Ever." He pushed his forearm into the back of Havers's neck to emphasize the point. Butch, let him. We clear. Butch growled over her words. When her brother gasped and nodded, Butch released him, walked over to the bed, and calmly wrapped a sheet around his hips, as if he hadn't just manhandled a vampire. Meanwhile, Havers stumbled and caught himself on the edge of the bed. His eyes crazed as he rearranged his glasses and glared at her. I want you to leave this room. Now. No. Havers's jaw went slack. I beg your pardon? I'm staying with Butch. You most certainly are not. In the old language, she said. If he would have me, I would stand at his side as his Shellen. Havers looked as if she'd slapped him. Shocked and disgusted. And I would forbid you. Have you no nobility? Butch cut off her reply. You really should go, Marissa. She and Havers looked over at him. Butch, she said. That harsh face she adored softened for a moment, but then grew grim. If he'll let you out, you should go. And not come back, his expression said. She glanced at her brother, heart starting to pound. Leave us. When Havers shook his head, she shouted, Get out of here. There were times when female hysteria got everyone's attention, and this was one of them. Butch went quiet and Havers seemed nonplussed. Then her brother's eyes shifted to Butch and narrowed into slits. The Brotherhood are coming to pick you up, human. I called them and told them you are free to go. Havers tossed Butch's medical chart on the bed as if he were giving up on the whole situation. Don't come back here again. Ever. As her brother left, Marissa stared at Butch, but before she could get any words past her tight throat, he spoke. Baby, please understand. I'm not well. There's something still in me. I'm not afraid of you. I am. She linked her arms around her stomach. What's going to happen if I leave here now? Between you and me? Bad question to ask, she thought in the silence between them. Butch, I need to find out what was done to me. He looked down and fingered the puckered black wound next to his belly button. I need to know what's inside me. I want to be with you, but not like this. Not the way I am now. I've been with you for 4 days and I'm fine. Why stop? Go, Marissa. His voice was haunted and grim. So were his eyes. As soon as I can, I'll come find you. The hell you will, she thought. Dear Virgin in the Fade. This was wrath all over again, wasn't it? Her waiting, always waiting, while some male with better things to do was out into the world. She'd already put in 400 years of baseless anticipation. I'm not going to do that, she murmured. With more force, she said, I'm not waiting anymore. Not even for you. Almost half my life is over now and I've wasted it sitting at home hoping that a male would come for me. I can't do that anymore no matter how much I care about you. I care about you too. That's why I'm telling you to leave. I'm protecting you. You're protecting me. She eyed him up and down, knowing damn well he'd been able to peel Havers' offer only because Butch had had the element of surprise working for him and the male in question had been a civilian. If her brother were a fighter, Butch would have been leveled. You're protecting me? Christ, I could lift you over my head with one arm. Butch, there's nothing you can do physically that I can't do better. So don't do me any favors. It was, of course, the perfectly wrong thing to say. Butch's eyes shifted away and he crossed his arms over his chest, his lips narrowing flat. Oh God, Butch, I don't mean that you're weak. I'm very glad you reminded me of something. Oh God, of what? His tight smile was ghastly. I'm on the lower end of things on 2 counts. Socially and evolutionarily. He nodded to the door. So yeah, you go on now. And you're absolutely right. Don't wait for me. She started to reach out to him, but his cold, empty eyes held her back. Damn it, she'd blown it. No, she told herself. There hadn't been anything to blow. Not if he was going to shut her out of the ugly parts of his life. Not if he was going to take off and leave her and maybe come back at some indefinable, probably never point in time. Marissa went to the door and had to look back at him once more. The image of him with that sheet wrapped around his hips, his chest bare, bruises still healing all over him was one she was going to wish she could forget. She walked out, the airlock sealing him in with a hiss. Holy shit, Butch thought as he sagged down onto the floor. So this was what getting skinned alive felt like. Scrubbing his jaw, he sat there staring into space, lost though he knew exactly what room he was in, alone with the remnants of the evil in him. "Butch, my man." He jerked his head up. Vishouse was standing just inside the room and the brother was dressed for fighting, a big-ass, leather-wearing stabbing machine. The Valentino garment bag dangling from his gloved hand seemed totally out of place, just as whacked as a butler toting an AK-47. "Fuck, Havers has got to be nuts to release you. You look like crap. Bad day, all. And there were going to be a lot more of those, so he should get used to it. Where's Marissa? She left. Left. Don't make me say it again. Oh, hell." Vishouse took a deep breath and swung the bag onto the bed. "Well, got you some threads and a new cell phone. It's still in me, V. I can feel it. I can taste it." V's diamond eyes did a quick up and down. Then he came over and held out his hand. "Rest of you is healing up good. Healing up quick." Butch took his roommate's palm and got pulled to his feet. "Maybe if I'm free of here we can figure this out together. Unless you've found." "Nothing yet. But I haven't lost hope. That makes one of us." Butch unzipped the bag, dropped the sheet, and dragged on some boxers. Then he punched his legs into a pair of black slacks and stuffed his arms into a silk shirt. Putting on street clothes made him feel like a fraud because the truth was he was a patient, a freak, a nightmare. Jesus Christ, what had come out of him as he'd orgasmed? And Marissa, at least he'd washed her as soon as he could. "Your levels look good," V said as he read the chart Havers had tossed. "Everything seems back to normal. I ejaculated about 10 minutes ago and the stuff was black. So everything is not normal." Silence greeted that happy little announcement. Man, if he had hauled off and sucker-punched V, he would have gotten less of a shocked-out reaction. "Oh, Christ," Butch muttered, slipping his feet into his Gucci loafers and grabbing the black cashmere dress coat. "Let's just go." As they went to the door, Butch glanced back at the bed. The sheets were still tangled from him and Marissa getting all over each other. He cursed and walked out into a monitoring room. Then V led the way through a little closet stocked with cleaning supplies. Outside, they went down a hall, past a lab, and came into the clinic proper, going by patient rooms. As he went, he looked inside each one until he stopped short. Through the doorway, he saw Marissa, sitting on the edge of a hospital bed, that peach gown all around her. She was holding the hand of a little girl and talking softly while an older female, probably the young's mother, looked on from the corner. The mother was the one who glanced up. As she saw Butch and V, she retracted in on herself, bringing her pilled sweater closer to her body and dropping her eyes to the floor. Butch swallowed hard and kept going. They were at the bank of elevators, waiting for one, when he said, "V, yeah. Even though it's nothing concrete, you have an idea of what was done to me, don't you?" He didn't look at his roommate. V didn't look at him. "Maybe. But we're not alone here." An electronic ding sounded and the doors opened. They rode up in silence. When they'd walked out of the mansion and into the night, Butch said, "I bled black for a while, you know? They noted in your chart that the color came back." Butch snagged V's arm and wheeled the mail around. "Am I part lesser now?" "There." It was out on the table. His biggest fear, his reason for running from Marissa, the hell he was going to have to learn to live with. V stared into his eyes. "No. How do we know?" "Because I reject that conclusion." Butch dropped his hold. "Dangerous to put your head in the sand, vampire. I could be your enemy now." "Bull. Shit. Vishouse, I could." V grabbed him by the lapels and yanked him up against his body. The brother was trembling from head to foot, his eyes glowing like crystals in the night. "You are not my enemy." Instantly pissed off, Butch gripped V's powerful shoulders, bunching up the leather jacket in his fists. "How do we know for sure?" V bared his fangs and hissed, his black eyebrows cranking down hard. Butch gave the aggression right back, hoping, praying, ready for them to start clocking each other. He was jonesing to hit and get hit back. He wanted blood all over the both of them. For long moments, they stayed locked together, muscles straining, sweat blooming, right on the edge. Then Vicious's voice came out into the space between their faces, the cracked tone riding a panting, desperate breath and getting bucked off. You are my only friend, never my enemy. No telling who embraced who first, but the urge to beat the living shit out of the other guy bled from their bodies, leaving only the bond between them. They wound up tight together and stood for a time in the cold wind. When they stepped back, it was awkwardly and with embarrassment. After some throat clearing on both sides, V took out a hand-rolled and lit it. As he exhaled, he said, "You're not a lesser cop. The heart is removed when that happens. Yours is still beating. Maybe it was a partial job? Something that was interrupted. That I can't answer. I went through the race's records, looking for something, anything. Didn't find shit the first trip through, so I'm reading the chronicles all over again. Hell, I'm even checking in the human world, looking for obscure shit on the internet." V blew out another cloud of Turkish smoke. "I'll find out. Somehow, someway, I'll find out. Have you tried to see what's coming? You mean the future?" "Yeah. Of course I have." V dropped the hand-rolled, crushed it with his shit-kicker, then bent down and picked up the butt. As he slipped the deady into his back pocket, he said, "But I'm still getting nothing. Shit, I need a drink." "Me too. Zero-sum. You sure you're up for that?" "Not in the slightest." "All right then. Zero-sum it is." They walked over to the Escalade and got in, Butch riding shotgun. After putting on his seatbelt, his hand went to his stomach. His abdomen was hurting like a bitch now because he'd been mobile, but the pain didn't matter. Matter of fact, nothing really seemed to. They were just pulling out of Hayers's drive when V said, "By the way, you got a telephone call on the general line. Late last night. Guy named Mikey Rafferty." Butch frowned. Why would one of his brothers-in-law be calling, especially that one? Of all his sisters and brothers, Joyce disliked him the most, which was really saying something, considering how the others felt. Had his father finally had the heart attack that had been waiting in the wings all these years? What did he say? Baptizing a kid. Wanted you to know so you could show if you were into it. It's this Sunday. Butch looked out the window. Another baby. Well, Joyce's first, but it was grandchild number how many? 7? No, 8. As they drove along in silence, heading toward the city's urban hub, the lights from oncoming cars flared and faded. Houses were passed. Then stores. Then turn-of-the-century office buildings. Butch thought of all the people living and breathing in Caldwell. You ever want kids, V? Nope. Not interested. I used to. No more. Not gonna happen for me, but it doesn't matter. Plenty of O'Neills in this world now. Plenty. 15 minutes later, they were downtown and parked behind Zero-Sum, but he found it hard to get out of the Escalade. The familiarity of it all, the car, his roommate, his watering hole unsettled him, because even though it was just the same, he had changed. Frustrated, cagey, he reached forward and got a Red Sox hat out of the glove compartment. As he put it on, he opened the door, telling himself he was being melodramatic and this was all business as usual. The moment he stepped foot out of the SUV, he froze. Butch? What is it, my man? Well, wasn't that the million-dollar question? His body seemed to have turned into some kind of tuning fork. Energy was vibrating through him, drawing him. He turned and started walking down 10th Street, moving fast. He just had to find out what it was, this magnet, this homing signal. Butch? Where you going, cop? When V grabbed his arm, Butch snapped free and broke into a jog, feeling like he was on the end of a rope and something was pulling him. He was dimly aware of V jogging next to him and talking as if he'd gotten on his cell phone. Rage? I got me a situation here. 10th Street. No, it's Butch. Butch began to run flat out, the cashmere coat flapping behind him. When Rage's towering body materialized in his path from out of nowhere, he made a shift to get around the male. Rage jumped right in his way. Butch, where you going? When the brother grabbed at him, Butch shoved Rage back so hard the guy slammed against a brick building. Don't touch me. 200 yards of hauling it later, he found what was calling him. 3 lessers coming out of an alley. Butch stopped. The slayers stopped. And there was a hideous moment of communion. one that brought tears to Butch's eyes as he recognized in them what was inside of him. "Are you a new recruit?" one of them asked. "Course he is," another said. "And you missed check-in tonight, idiot." "No, oh God, no." In a synchronized movement, the three slayers looked over his shoulder at what had to be V and Rage coming around the corner. The lessers prepared to strike, falling into combat stance, bringing up their hands. Butch took a step toward the trio. Then another. Butch, the aching voice behind him, was Vishouse. "God, no." Chapter 13. John shuffled his little body around and closed his eyes again. Wedged into the seat of a beat-up, ugly-ass, avocado green armchair. He smelled Tor with every inhale he took. The decorator's nightmare had been the brother's favorite possession and Wellesley's situs non grata. Exiled here to his office at the training center, Tor had spent hours doing admin work in it while John studied. John had used the thing as a bed since the killings. Aggravated, he twisted himself around so his legs were draped over one arm and his head and shoulders were shoved back into the top half of the chair. He squeezed his eyes closed even harder and prayed for some rest. Trouble was, his blood was buzzing through his veins and his head was spinning with a whole lot of nothing specific. Everything urgent bullshit. God, class had ended 2 hours ago and he'd worked out even after the other trainees had left. Plus he hadn't slept well for a week. You'd think he'd be out like a light. Then again, maybe he was still worked up over Lash. That SOB had been all over him about passing out in front of the whole class yesterday. Man, John hated that kid. He really did. That arrogant, rich, snarky. "Open your eyes, boy. I know you're awake." John went into a full-body jerk and nearly landed on the floor. As he hauled himself back up, he saw Zadist in the doorway to the office, dressed in that uniform of skin-tight turtleneck and loose sweats. The expression on the warrior's face was as hard as his body. "Listen up, because I'm not going to say this again." John gripped the arms of the chair. He had a feeling what this was about. "You don't want to go to Havers's, fine. But cut the shit. You're skipping meals. You look like you haven't slept for days. And your attitude is beginning to irritate the fuck out of me." Yeah, this wasn't like any parent/teacher conference John had ever had. And he wasn't taking the criticism well. Frustration swirled in his chest. Z jabbed his forefinger across the room. "You stop marking Lash, we clear? Leave the fucker alone. And from now on, you come up to the house for meals." John frowned, then reached for his pad, so he'd be sure Z would understand what he wanted to say. "Forget about a response, boy. I'm not interested." As John started to get downright pissed, Z smiled, revealing monstrous fangs. "And you know better than to get up in my grill, don't you?" John looked away, certain the brother could break him in half without any effort at all, and resentful as hell about that fact. "You will quit it with Lash, you feel me? Do not make me get involved with the two of you. Neither of you will like it. Nod so I know you understand." John nodded, feeling ashamed, angry, exhausted, choking on all the aggression inside of him. He blew out a breath and rubbed his eyes. God, he'd been so calm all his life, maybe even timid. Why was everything setting him off lately? "You're getting close to the change. That's the why of it." John slowly lifted his head. He'd heard that right, hadn't he? "Am I?" He signed. "Yeah, that's why it is imperative that you learn how to control yourself. If you make it through the transition, you're going to come out the other side with a body capable of things that will floor you. I'm talking about raw physical strength. The brute kind. The kind that can kill. You think you got problems now? Wait till you have to deal with handling that load. You need to learn your control now." Zadis turned away, but then paused and looked over his shoulder. Light fell on the scar that ran down his face and distorted his upper lip. "One last thing. Do you need someone to talk to? About shit?" Yeah, right, John thought. Over his dead body, he was going back to Havers to see that therapist. Which was why he refused to go get checked out. Last time he'd tangled with the racist physician, the guy had blackmailed him into a therapy session he hadn't wanted. And he had no intention of repeating the Dr. Phil hour. With everything going on recently, he wasn't getting into his past again, so the only way he was going back to that clinic now was if he was bleeding out. "John, you want to talk to someone?" When he shook his head, Z's eyes narrowed. Fine. But you get the message about you and Lash, right? John looked down and nodded. Good. Now drag your ass up to the house. Fritz has made you dinner and I'm gonna watch you eat it. And you will eat all of it. You need to be strong for the change. Butch walked closer to the Slayers and they weren't threatened by him at all. If anything, they were annoyed, like he wasn't doing his job. Behind you, dumbass. The one in the middle said. Your target's behind you. 2 brothers. Butch circled around the Lessers, reading their imprints instinctively. He sensed that the tallest one had been inducted within the last year or so. There was some trace of human still in him, although Butch wasn't sure how he knew this. The other 2 were far older in the society, and he was certain of this not just because their hair and skin had paled out. He stopped when he was behind the 3 and stared through their big bodies at V and Rage, who were looking like they'd watched a good friend die in their arms. Butch knew exactly when the Lessers were going to attack, and he moved forward with them. Just as Rage and V sank down into fighting stances, Butch grabbed the middle Slayer around the neck and flipped him onto the ground. The Lesser hollered and Butch jumped on top of him, even though he knew he wasn't up to fighting. Sure enough, he was kicked off and the Lesser took the driver's seat, sitting on him, choking him. The bastard was brutally strong and pissed off, nothing less than a sumo wrestler with rabies. As Butch struggled to keep from getting his head ripped off his shoulders, he was dimly aware of a flash of light and a pop. And then another. Clearly, Rage and V had cleaned house and Butch heard them pound it over. Thank God. Except it was just as they arrived that the freak show started. Butch looked deeply into the undead's eyes for the first time and something clicked into place. Just locked the 2 of them up tight as if there were iron bars encircling their bodies. As the Slayer went utterly still, Butch felt this overwhelming urge to, he didn't know what. But the instinct was strong enough to have him opening his lips to breathe. And that was when the inhaling started. Before he knew what he was doing, his lungs began to fill in one long, steady draw. No, the Slayer whispered, trembling. Something passed between their mouths, some cloud of blackness leaving the Lesser and getting drawn into Butch. The connection was broken with a brutal attack from above. This house grabbed the Slayer and yanked the undead free, throwing the thing against a building headfirst. Before the bastard could recover, V fell upon it, black blade slicing down. As the spark and sizzle faded, Butch's arms fell limp against the asphalt. Then he rolled over onto his side and curled in on himself, arms linking tight against his stomach. His gut was killing him, but more to the point, he felt nauseous as shit, a nasty echo of what he'd struggled with when he'd been at his sickest. A pair of shit-kickers came into his line of sight, but he couldn't bear to look up and see either one of the brothers. He didn't know what the hell he had done or what had happened. All he knew was that he and the Lessers were kin. V's voice was as thin as Butch's skin. Are you okay? Butch squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. Think it's best that you get me out of here. And don't you dare take me home. This house unlocked his penthouse and muscled Butch inside while Rage held the door open. The 3 of them had taken the cargo elevator up the back of the building, which made sense. The cop was a dead load, weighing more than he looked like he did, as if the pull of gravity had singled him out for special attention. They laid the cop flat on the bed and he eased over onto his side, bringing his knees up until they hit his chest. There was a long stretch of silence, during which Butch seemed to pass out. Like he was walking off anxiety, Rage started pacing around, and shit, after that showdown, V was all up in his head, too. He lit up and inhaled hard. Hollywood cleared his throat. So, V, this is where you go with the females, huh? The brother went over and fingered a pair of chains bolted into the black wall. We heard stories, of course. Guess they're all true. Whatever. V headed to his bar and poured a long tall of Grey Goose. We've got to hit those Lessers' houses tonight. Rage nodded toward the bed. What about him? Miracle of miracles, the cop lifted his head. I'm not going anywhere right now. Trust me. V narrowed his eyes on his roommate. Butch's face, which normally got all Irish ruddy if he exerted himself, was utterly blushless, and he smelled faintly sweet, like baby powder. Jesus Christ. It was like being around those Slayers had brought out something else in him, something Omega in him. V. Rage's voice was soft. Real close. You want to stay here? Or maybe take him back to Havers? I'm fine, Butch croaked. A lie on so many levels, V thought. He polished off his vodka and looked at Rage. I'm coming with you. Cop, we'll be back and I'll bring food, true? No. No food. And don't come back tonight. Just lock me in so I can't get out and leave me. Fuck. Cop. If you hang yourself in the bathroom, I swear I will kill you all over again. You heard me? Dull hazels opened up. I want to know what was done to me more than I want to off my ass. So don't worry. Butch squeezed his lids shut again, and after a moment, Vishouse and Rage walked out to the balcony. As V locked the doors, he realized he was more worried about keeping Butch inside than protecting the guy. Where are we going? He asked Rage, even though he was usually the one with the plans. First Wallet has an address of 459 Wichita Street, apartment C4. Let's hit it. Chapter 14. When Marissa opened the door to her bedroom, she felt like an intruder in her own space. A wiped-out, heartbroken, lost stranger. Looking around aimlessly, she thought, God, it was such a pretty white room, wasn't it? With its big canopied bed and its chaise lounge and antique dressers and side tables. Everything was so feminine except for the art on the walls. Her collection of Albrecht Dürer woodcuts didn't match the rest of the decor. Those stark lines and hard edges more fitting to a male's eyes and a male's things. Except that the images spoke to her. As she went over to look at one, she had a passing thought that Havers had always disapproved of them. He'd thought that Maxfield Parrish paintings of romantic, dreamy scenes were more appropriate for a female princeps. They never had agreed on art, had they? But he'd bought the woodcuts for her anyway because she'd loved them. Forcing herself into action, she closed her door and went for the shower. She had little time before the regularly scheduled Princeps Council meeting tonight, and Havers always liked to arrive early. As she stepped under the water, she thought how strange life was. When she'd been with Butch in that quarantine room, she'd forgotten all about the council and the glimmer and everything. But now he was gone and it was all back to normal. The return struck her as tragic. After blowing her hair dry, she dressed in a teal Yves Saint Laurent gown from the 1960s, then went to her jewelry cabinet and chose an important suite of diamonds. The stones were heavy and cold around her neck, the earrings weighty on her lobes, the bracelet a lock on her wrist. As she stared at the flashing gems, she thought that females in the aristocracy were really just display mannequins for their family's wealth. Weren't they? Especially at Princeps Council meetings. Going downstairs, she dreaded seeing Havers, but figured it would be good to get it over with. He wasn't in his study, so she headed for the kitchen, thinking he might be having a bite to eat before they left. Just as she was pushing her way into the butler's pantry, she saw Carolyn coming out of the door to the basement. The dog Jen was carrying a heavy load of collapsed cardboard boxes. Here, let me help you, Marissa said, rushing forward. No, thank you, mistress. The servant flushed and looked away, but that was the way of the dog Jen. They hated accepting aid from those they served. Marissa smiled gently. You must be packing up the library for its new paint job. Oh, which reminds me, I'm late right now, but we do need to talk about tomorrow evening's dinner menu. Carolyn bowed very low. Forgive me, but Master indicated the party with the Princeps Leodire was cancelled. When did he say this? Just now, before he left for the council. He's gone already? Maybe he assumed she would want to rest. I'd better hurry off then, Carolyn. Are you all right? You don't look well. The dog Jen bowed so deeply the boxes brushed the floor. I am well, indeed, mistress. Thank you. Marissa raced out of the house and dematerialized to the Tudor home of the current council Leodire. As she knocked, she hoped Havers had cooled down. She could understand his anger considering what he'd walked in on, but he didn't have a thing to worry about. It wasn't like Butch was in her life or anything. God. She felt like throwing up every time she thought about that. She was let in by a dog Jen and shown to the library. As she walked into the meeting, none of the 19 at the polished table acknowledged her presence. This was not unusual. What was different was that her brother did not lift his eyes. Nor was there even a seat saved for her on his right. Nor did he even come around and settle her in her chair. Havers had not cooled down. Not in the slightest. Well, no matter, she would talk to him after the meeting. Calm him. Reassure him, though it killed her because she could have used some support from him right now. She sat at the far end of the table, in the middle of 3 empty chairs. As the last male walked into the meeting, he froze as he saw that all the seats were taken save for those on either side of her. After an awkward pause, a doggen rushed in with another and the princeps squeezed in elsewhere. The Leodire, a distinguished pale-haired male of great bloodline, shuffled some papers around, rapped on the table with the tip of a gold pen, and cleared his throat. I hereby call this meeting to order, and I am tabling the agenda you have all received. One of the members of the council has drafted an eloquent appeal to the king, which I believe we should consider with alacrity. He lifted a creamy piece of stationery and read from the thing. In light of the brutal killing of the princeps Welisandra, mated of the Black Dagger warrior Torment, son of Harm and blooded daughter of the princeps Relix, and in light of the abduction of the princeps Bella, mated of the Black Dagger warrior Zadis, son of Agony and blooded daughter of the princeps Rempun and blooded sister of the princeps Revenge, and in light of the numerous deaths of males from the Glimmera who have been taken in their youth by the lessening society, it is evident that the clear and present danger facing the species has grown more dire of late. Therefore, this council member respectfully seeks to resurrect the practice of mandatory seclusion for all unmated females of the aristocracy, such that the bloodlines of the race may be preserved. Further, as it is this council's duty to safeguard all members of the species, this council member respectfully seeks to have this seclusion practice extended to all class levels. The Leodire looked up. As per Princeps council practice, we shall now entertain the motion with discussion. Warning bells went off in Marissa's head as she looked around the room. Of the 21 council members present, 6 were females, but she was the only one to whom the writ would apply. Though she'd been Rathschellen, he'd never taken her, so she qualified as unmated. As a consensus of approval and support swelled in the library, Marissa stared at her brother. Havers would now have complete control of her. Well played of him, wasn't it? If he was her guardian, she couldn't leave the house without his permission, couldn't remain on the council unless he agreed, couldn't go anywhere or do anything because he would own her as his property, for all intents and purposes. And there was no hope of Rath turning down the recommendation if the Princeps Council voted yes on the motion. Given the way things were with the Lessers, there was no rational standing for a veto, and although no one could unseat Rath by law, a lack of confidence in his leadership could lead to civil unrest, which was the last thing the race needed. At least Revenge wasn't in the room, so they couldn't do anything tonight. The venerable laws of procedure for the Princeps Council provided that only representatives from the 6 original families could vote, but all of the council had to be present for a motion to be passed. So even though the bloodlines were at the table, with Rev not in attendance, there would be no resolution now. While the council enthusiastically discussed the proposal, Marissa shook her head. How could Havers have opened up this can of worms? And it was all for nothing because she and Butch O'Neill were nothing. Damn it, she had to talk to her brother and get him to derail this ridiculous proposal. Yes, Welisandra had been killed and that was beyond tragic, but forcing all females underground was a step backward. A retreat into the dark ages when females were totally unseen and all but possessions. With icy clarity, she pictured that mother and her young with the broken leg back at the clinic. Yes, this was not just repressive, it was dangerous if the wrong Helren was in charge of a household. Legally, no one had any recourse against a secluded female's guardian. At his discretion, he could do whatever he wished to her. Van Deen stood in another basement of another house in another part of Caldwell, a whistle between his lips as his eyes tracked the movements of the pale-haired men in front of him. The 6 students were in a line, knees bent, fists up. They were striking the empty air in front of them with blurring speed, alternating left and right, shifting their shoulders accordingly. The air was heavy with their sweet smell, but Van didn't notice that shit anymore. He blew the whistle twice. As a unit, the 6 brought both hands up as if grabbing a man's head like a basketball, and then they slammed their right knees forward repeatedly. Van blew the whistle again and they switched legs. He hated to admit it because it meant he was over the hill, but training men to fight was so much easier than going hand-to-hand in the ring. And he appreciated the break. Plus, he was good at the teaching, evidently. Although these gang members learned fast and hit hard, so he had something to work with. And these were definitely gang members. Dressed the same. Colored their hair the same. Packed the same weapons. What was not so obvious was what they were about. These boys had the focus of military men. None of that sloppy bullshit most street thugs covered up with bravado and bullets. Hell, if he didn't know better, he'd have assumed they were government. There were squads of them. They had top-notch gear. They were intense as shit. And there were a lot of them. He'd only been on board a week and he'd taught 5 classes a day, each filled with different guys. Hell, this was only his second trip through the park with this particular bunch of men. Except why would the feds use someone like him to teach? He blew the whistle for a long beat, stopping them all. That's it for tonight. The men broke ranks and went for their bags of gear. They said nothing, didn't interact with each other, didn't pull any of that macho, nut-busting routine that guys usually did when they were in a group. As they filed out, Van went to his own bag and got his water bottle. Sucking back some, he thought about how he had to head across town now. He had a fight scheduled in an hour. No time to food up, but he wasn't that hungry anyway. He put his windbreaker on, jogged up the basement steps, and did a quick tour of the house. Empty. No furniture. No eats. Nothing. And every single one of the other places had been exactly the same. Shells of houses that from the outside looked all cheery normal. Fucking weird. He went out the front, made sure he locked the door, and headed to his truck. The locations they met at had been different each day, and he had a feeling they always would be. Every morning at 7 a.m. he got a call with an address, and he stayed put when he got there, the men cycling through, the classes on mixed martial arts fighting lasting 2 hours apiece. The schedule ran like clockwork. Maybe they were paramilitary whack jobs. Evening, son. Van froze, then looked over the hood of his truck. A minivan was parked across the street, and Xavier was leaning up against the thing as casual as the mommy who should have been driving the POS. "What up?" Van said. "You're doing well with the men." Xavier's flat smile matched his flat, pale eyes. "Thanks. I'm just leaving now." "Not yet." Van's skin prickled as the guy eased off the car and crossed the street. "So, son, I've been thinking you might want to become more closely involved with us." "More closely involved? Huh? I'm not interested in crime. Sorry. What makes you think what we do is criminal?" "Come on, Xavier." The guy hated it when he dropped the Mr. So he did it often. "I've done time once. It was boring." "Yes, that carjacking ring you fell into. I bet your brother had a lot to say about that, didn't he?" "Which I don't mean the one you did the stealing with. I'm talking about the law-abider in the family. The clean one. Richard, isn't it?" Van frowned. "Tell you what, you don't bring my family into this. I won't drop a dime and turn in these houses you used to the CPD. I mean, cops would love to come for Sunday dinner, I'm damn sure. Wouldn't need to ask him over twice." As Xavier's face became remote, Van thought, "Gotcha." But then the man just smiled. "And I'll tell you what, I can give you something no one else can." "Oh yeah. Undoubtedly." Van shook his head, unimpressed. "Isn't this a little early to invite me in? What if I'm not trustworthy?" "You will be. Your faith in me is so fucking sweet. But the answer's no." "Sorry." He expected argument. All he got was a nod. "As you wish." Xavier turned and walked back to the minivan. Weird, Van thought as he got into his truck. These boys were definitely weird. But at least they paid on time and well. Across town, this house took form on the side lawn of a nicely kept apartment building. Rage was right behind him, materializing into flesh and blood in the shadows. Shit, V thought. He wished he'd taken a moment for another smoke before he'd come here. He needed a cigarette. He needed something. "V, my brother, you okay?" "Yeah, perfect. Let's do this." After pulling a little mind bend with the lock system, they walked in the front door. The inside of the place smelled like air freshener, a fake orange stench that coated the nostrils like paint. They skipped the elevator because it was in use and hit the stairwell. When they got to the second floor, they headed past apartments C1 and C2 and C3. V kept his hand under his jacket and on his Glock, although he had a feeling the worst thing that could come at them would be a hall monitor. The place was neat as a pin and QVC cutesy pie. Fake flower bouquets hung on doors. Welcome mats with hearts or ivy on them were on the floor outside each apartment. Framed inspirational pictures of pink and peach sunsets alternated with ones of fuzzy puppies and clueless kitties. Man, Rage muttered. Someone hit this place with the hallmark stick. Until it broke. V stopped in front of the door marked C4 and willed the locks to shift. What are you doing? He and Rage wheeled around. Holy shit, it was one of the frickin' golden girls. 3 feet high with a crown of kinky white on her head. The old lady was decked out in a bunchy quilted robe, like she was wearing her bed. Trouble was, she had the eyes of a pit bull. I asked you young men a question. Rage took over, which was good. He was better with the charm. Ma'am, we're just here visiting a friend. You know Dottie's grandson? Ah, yes, ma'am. We do. Well, you look like you would. Which was evidently not a compliment. I think he should move out, by the way. Dottie died 4 months ago and he doesn't fit in here. And neither do you, those eyes tacked on. Oh, he's moving out. Rage smiled pleasantly while keeping his lips together. Moved out, really? Yeah, tonight. V cut in. Excuse me, I'll be right back. As Rage shot him a don't you dare leave me with this hot potato glare, V stepped inside and shut the door on his brother's face. If Rage couldn't handle the biddy, he could just swipe her memories. Although that would be a last resort. Older humans sometimes didn't deal well with the erasing, their brains no longer resilient enough to withstand the invasion. So, yeah, Hollywood and Dottie's neighbor were gonna get tight while V cased the place. With a sneer, he glanced around. Man, everything smelled of lesser. Sicky sweet. Like Butch. Shit, do not think about that. He forced himself to focus on the apartment. Unlike most lesser pads, this one was furnished, though obviously by its former occupant. And Dottie's taste had run toward flower prints, doilies, and cat figurines. She fit right in with this building. Chances were good the Lessers had read about her passing in the paper and had copped her identity. Hell, maybe it even was her grandson camping out here after he'd been inducted into the society. V walked through the kitchen and out again. Not surprised there was no food in the cabinets or the refrigerator. As he headed for the other half of the apartment, he thought it was so curious that the Slayers didn't hide where they crashed. Hell, most died with ID on them that was accurate. Then again, they wanted to encourage conflicts. Hello. V went over to a pink and white desk where a Dell Inspiron 8600 was cracked open and running. He swiped his finger across the mouse and did a quick poke around. Encrypted files. Everything password protected up the wazoo. Blah blah blah. Although Lessers were all welcome mad about their cribs, they were very tight about their hardware. Most Slayers had a compy at home, and the Lessening Society pulled a lot of the same protections and coding maneuvers that V did at the compound. So basically their shit was impenetrable. Good thing he didn't know the meaning of impenetrable. He clapped the Dell shut and unplugged the power line from the unit and the wall. He stuffed the electrical cord in his pocket, zipped up his jacket, and tucked the laptop in close to his chest. Then he went deeper into the apartment. Bedroom looked like a chintz bomb had gone off with flour and frill shrapnel covering the mattress and the windows and the walls. And then there it was. On a little table beside the bed, sitting next to a phone, a 4-month-old issue of Reader's Digest and a colony of orange pill bottles. A ceramic jar about the size of a quart of milk. He flipped open his phone and dialed Rage. When the brother picked up, V said, "I'm out, Ty. I've got a laptop and the jar." He hung up, palmed the ceramic container and held it tightly against the hard body of the laptop. Then he dematerialized to the pit, thinking how handy it was that humans didn't line their walls with steel. Chapter 15. As Mr. X watched Van drive off, he knew the ask had come too soon. He should have waited until the guy was a little more hooked on the power trip he went on when he trained the Slayers. Except time was passing. It wasn't that he was worried about the loophole closing. The prophecy hadn't said anything about that kind of thing. But the Omega had been righteous pissed when Mr. X had left him last. hadn't taken at all well the news that the contaminated human had been offed by the brothers in that clearing in the woods. So the stakes were mounting, and not in X's favor. From out of nowhere, the center of his chest began to warm, and then he felt a beating where his heart once had been. The rhythmic pulse made him curse. Speak of the devil, the master was calling him. Mr. X got into the minivan, started the thing up, and drove 7 minutes across town to a shitty ranch house on a ratty lot in a bad neighborhood. Place still reeked like the meth lab it had been up until its former owner had been shot by a professional associate. Thanks to the lingering toxicity, the society had gotten the digs at a discount. Mr. X parked in the garage and waited until the door squeaked shut before getting out. After killing the security alarm he'd installed, he headed for the back bedroom. As he went along, his skin was irritated and itchy, like he had a case of prickly heat all over his body. The longer he put off responding to the master, the worse it would get, until he was crazed from the need to scratch at himself. Settling on his knees and lowering his head, he didn't want to get anywhere near the Omega. The master had radar instincts, and Mr. X's goals were now his own, not the society's. Problem was, when the Forelesser was called, he came as summoned. That was the deal. As soon as Vishouse walked into the pit, he heard the quiet and hated it. Fortunately, within 15 minutes of his cracking open that Lesser's laptop on his desk, there was a pounding on the door. He glanced at a monitor, then sprang the locks with his mind. Rage walked in munching on something, his hand shoved in a Ziploc bag. Having any luck with Mr. Dell's fine product? What are you eating? The last of Mrs. Woolley's banana nut bread. It's awesome. Want some? V rolled his eyes and went back to the laptop. No, but you could bring me a bottle of goose and a glass from the kitchen. No problem. Rage made the delivery, then leaned against the wall. So you find anything in there? Not yet. When silence expanded until it crowded out the air in the pit, V knew there was more to the visit than a check-in on the Dell. Sure enough, Rage said, "Listen, my brother, I'm not much for company right now. I know. That's why they asked me to come." V glanced over the top of the computer. And who's they? Even though he knew. The Brotherhood's worried about you. You're getting damn tight, V. Twitchy as shit, and don't deny it. Everyone's noticed. Oh, so Wrath asked you to come play Rorschach on me? Direct order. But I was on my way over here anyway. V rubbed his eyes. I'm fine. It's okay if you aren't. No, it really was not. If you don't mind, I'd like to go through this PC. We going to see you at last meal? Yeah, sure, right. V fiddled with the mouse and kept scanning through the computer's file systems. As he stared at the screen, he noticed absently that his right eye, the one with the tats on its side, had started to flicker like the lid was shorting out. Two massive fists knuckled down on the desk and Rage leaned in tight. You come or I come for you. As Vishouse glared up at his brother, Rage's teal gaze just stared back from his towering height and his mind-bending beauty. Oh, so they were gonna play chicken with the eyeballs, huh? Well, fuck you, V thought. Except Vishouse was the one who lost. Moments later, he looked down at the laptop, trying to make like he was just checking on something. You need to back off, okay? Butch is my roommate, so of course I'm going to be bleeding for him. But it's no big thing. Fury told us. About your visions drying up. Christ. V burst out of his chair, pushed Rage out of the way and walked around. That gum-flapping motherfew. If it's any consolation, Wrath didn't really give him a choice. So the king brass-knuckled it out of him? Come on, V. When I've whacked out, you've been there for me. This is no different. Yeah, it is. Because it's you. Bingo. Man, V simply couldn't talk about this shit. He, who spoke 16 languages, just had no words for the mind-bending fear he had over the future. Butch's. His own. The whole race's. His visions of what was coming had always pissed him off, but they were a strange comfort, too. Even if he didn't like what was around the bend, at least he'd never been surprised. Rage's hand landed on his shoulder and he jumped. Last meal, Vishouse. You show or I'm picking you up like mail, dig? Yeah, fine. Now get the fuck out of here. As soon as rage left, V went back to the laptop and sat down. Except instead of returning to IT land, he called Butch's new phone. The cop's voice was all gravel. "Hey, V. Hey." V held his phone between his ear and his shoulder and poured himself some vodka. As the juice hit the glass, there was the sound of shuffling over the line, like Butch was rolling over in bed or maybe taking his jacket off. They were silent for a long time, nothing but an open cellular connection. And then V had to ask, "Did you want to be with them? You feel like you should be with the lessers." "I don't know." Deep inhale. Long, slow exhale. "I won't front. I recognized those bastards. Felt them. But when I was looking into the eyes of that slayer, I did want to destroy him." V lifted his glass. As he swallowed, the vodka burned down his throat in the nicest possible way. "How you feeling?" "Not so hot." Queased out. "Like I lost some ground." More silence. "Is this what you dreamed of? Back in the beginning, when you said I was supposed to come with the Brotherhood, did you dream of me and the Omega?" "No, I saw something else." Although with everything that was going down, he couldn't see a path to what had been shown to him, couldn't see it on a lot of levels. The vision had been of him naked and Butch wrapped around him, the two of them high up in the sky, entwined in the midst of a cold wind. Jesus Christ, he was deranged. Deranged and perverted. "Look, I'll come at sundown and hit you with a little hand action." "Good. That always helps." Butch cleared his throat. "But V, I can't sit here and just wait this out. I want to go on the offensive. What say we pick up a few lessers and work them over, get them to do some talking for a change?" "Hardcore, cop. You get a look at what they did to me? You think I'm worried about the frickin' Geneva Convention? Let me talk to Wrath first. Do it soon. Today." "Good deal." There was another long silence. "So you got some tube in this place?" "Flat screens up on the wall to the left of the bed. Remotes, I don't know where it is. I don't usually, yeah. TV's not on my mind when I'm there." "V, man, what is this setup?" "Pretty self-explanatory, don't you think?" There was a little chuckle. "I guess this was what Fury was talking about, huh? When he said what? That you were into some kinky shit." V had a sudden vision of Butch on top of Marissa, the male's body surging while she gripped his ass with her beautiful hands. Then he saw Butch's head lift up and heard in his mind the hoarse, erotic moan that broke free of his roommate's lips. Despising himself, Vishouse hammered a shot of vodka and quickly poured another. "My sex life is private, Butch. So are my unconventional interests. I hear ya. No one's biz but yours. One question, though." "What?" "When the females tie you down, do they paint your toenails and shit? Or just do your makeup?" As V laughed in a loud crack, the cop said, "Wait, they tickle your pits with a feather, right? Smartass." "Hey, I'm just curious." Butch's own laughter faded. "Do you hurt them, though? I mean, more with the vodka. It's all about consent. And I don't cross the line." "Good. Little freaky for my Catholic ass." Granted, Sept. "Hey, it's whatever gets you off." V swirled the goose around in his glass. "So, cop, mind if I ask you something? Fair's fair. Do you love her?" After a while, Butch muttered, "Yeah, fuck me. But yeah." As the laptop screensaver came on, V put his fingertip on the mouse square and interrupted the metastasizing pipes. "What's that feel like?" There was a grunt as if Butch were rearranging himself and was stiff as a board. "Hell, right at this moment." V played with the arrow on the screen, making it whip around the desktop. "You know, I like her with you. The two of you make sense to me. Except for the fact that I'm a blue-collar human who could be part lesser. I'd say I agree with you. You're not turning into a... I took some of that Slayer in me tonight. When I inhaled, I think that's why I smelled like one afterward. Not because we'd been fighting, but because some of the evil was in me again." V cursed, hoping like hell that wasn't the case. "We're gonna figure this out, cop. I'm not going to leave you in the dark." They hung up a little later and V stared at the laptop while swirling the arrow around. He kept up the four-finger workout until he became thoroughly unimpressed with the time he was wasting. As he stretched his arms over his head, he realized that the cursor had landed on recycle bin. Recycle, recycle to reprocess in order to use again. What was it with Butch and the inhale thing? Now that V thought about it, when he'd pulled that lesser off the cop, he'd been aware he was breaking some kind of connection between them. Restless, he took his goose and glass and went over to the couches. As he sat down and swallowed some more, he looked at the pint of lag that was on the coffee table. V leaned forward and grabbed the scotch. Unscrewing it, he lifted it to his lips and took a slug. Then he brought the lag to the lip of his glass of vodka and poured. With low-lidded eyes, he watched the swirling combination. Seeing the two blend, the vodka and the scotch both diluted of their pure essence and yet stronger together. V brought the combo to his lips, tilted his head back, and swallowed the whole damn thing. Then he eased back into the couch. He was tired, way fucking tired, T.I. Sleep came to him so fast it was like getting slammed in the head. But the shut-eye didn't last long. The dream, as he was coming to think of it, woke him up minutes later with its characteristic violence. He came to on a scream with a splitting feeling in his chest, as if someone were using a rib spreader on him. As his heart skipped, then pounded, sweat broke out all over him. Ripping his shirt open, he looked down at his body. Everything was where it should be, no gaping wound to be seen. Except the feelings remained, the horrible pressure of being shot, the crushing doom that death had come upon him. He breathed raggedly, and figured that was it for shut-eye. He left the vodka behind and lurched over to his desk, determined to get good and intimate with that laptop. When the Princeps Council broke up, Marissa was totally drained. Which made sense as dawn was close. There had been a lot of discussion about the seclusion motion, none of the talk negative, all of it centered around the lesser threat. Clearly, when the vote was taken, not only would it pass, but if Wrath didn't issue a proclamation, the council was going to look at it as evidence that the king lacked commitment to the race. Which was something Wrath's detractors were dying to have come to the forefront. 300 years of him passing on the throne had left a bitter taste in the mouths of some of the aristocracy, and they were after him. Desperate to leave, Marissa waited and waited by the library's door, but Havers kept talking to the others. Eventually, she went outside and dematerialized back home, figuring she'd camp out in his bedroom if she had to in order to talk with him. As she came in the front door of their mansion, she didn't call for Carolyn as she usually did, but went straight upstairs to her bedroom. Pushing the door open, oh my God! Her room was a ghost town. Her walk-in closet was open and empty, not even a single hanger remaining. Her bed was stripped, her pillows gone, along with her sheets and blankets. All of the pictures were down, and cardboard boxes were stacked up against the far wall next to every piece of Louis Vuitton luggage she owned. Her voice dried out as she went into the bathroom, the cabinets of which were all barren. As she stumbled from the bath, Havers was standing by the bed. "What is this?" She swept her arm around. "You need to leave this house." At first all she could do was blink at him. "But I live here." He took out his wallet, removed a thick wad of bills, and spread them on the bureau. "Take this, and go." "All because of Butch?" she demanded. "And how's this going to work with that seclusion proposal you put to the council? Guardians have to be around there." "I didn't propose the motion. And as for that human," he shook his head. "Your life is your own. And seeing you with a naked human male who had just engaged in a sexual act." Havers's voice cracked and he cleared his throat. "Go now, live as you wish. But I will not sit back and watch you destroy yourself." "Havers, this is ridiculous. I can't protect you from yourself." "Havers, Butch is not. I threatened the king's life to avenge your honor." The sound of his voice ricocheted around the walls. "And then to find you with a human male. Two can't have you near me anymore. I don't trust this anger you bring out in me. It triggers acts of such violence." He shuddered and turned away. "I have told the Doggen they are to deposit you wherever you wish to go. But after that, they will return to this household. You will have to find your own." Her body went completely numb. "I am still a member of the Princeps Council. You will have to see me there." "No, because I am not required to render you mine eyes. And you assume you will stay on the council, which is doubtful." Wrath will have no cause to deny the seclusion motion. You will be without a mate and I will not function as your guardian, so you will have no one to grant permission for your presence to be out in the open. Not even your bloodline can override the law. Marissa's jaw unhinged. Holy heaven, she would be a total social outcast. A veritable no one. How can you do this to me? He glanced over his shoulder. I am tired of myself. Tired of fighting the urge to defend you from choices you make. Choices? Living as a female in the aristocracy, I have no choices. Untrue. You could have been a proper mate to Wrath. He didn't want me. You knew that, you saw it with your own 2 eyes. That's why you wanted to have him killed. But now when I think on it, I wonder, why did he feel nothing for you? Perhaps you didn't work hard enough to engage his interest. Marissa felt a raw fury, and the emotion grew hotter as her brother said, and as for choices, you could have stayed out of that human's hospital room. You chose to go in there, and you chose to, you could have not laid with him. Is that what this is about? For God's sake, I'm still a virgin. Now you lie. The 3 words snapped her out of her emotions. As the heat drained away, clarity came, and for the first time, Tally saw her brother, brilliant of mind, devoted to his patients, loving of his dead Shellen and utterly rigid. A male of science and order who liked rules and predictability and enjoyed a precise vision of life. And he was clearly willing to protect that worldview at the cost of her future, her happiness, her very self. You are absolutely correct, she said with a strange calm. I do have to go. She glanced at the boxes that were filled with the clothes she'd worn and the things she'd bought. Then her eyes found him again. He was doing the same, staring at them as if measuring the life she'd led. I shall let you keep the Dyrers, of course, he said. Of course, she whispered. Goodbye, brother. I am Havers to you now, not brother, and never again. He dropped his head and walked out of the room. In the silence that followed there was the temptation to fall on the bare mattress and cry. But there was no time. She had maybe an hour before light. Dear Virgin, where would she go? Chapter 16. When Mr. X came back from meeting the Omega on the other side, he felt like he had heartburn. Which seemed logical as he'd been fed his own ass. The master had been teed up about a variety of things. He wanted more lessers, more vampires bleeding out, more progress, more, but the thing was, no matter what he was given, he would always be unsatisfied. Maybe that was his curse. Whatever. The calculus of Mr. X's failure was up on the blackboard, the mathematical equation of his destruction outlined in chalk. The unknown in the algebra was time. How long before the Omega snapped and Mr. X got recalled for eternity? Things needed to move faster with Van. That man had to get on board and in place ASAP. Mr. X went over to his laptop and fired the Dell up. Sitting down next to the dried brown stain of a blood pool, he called up the scrolls and found the relevant passage. The lines of the prophecy calmed him. There shall be one to bring the end before the master, a fighter of modern time found in the 7th of the 21st, and he shall be known in the numbers he bears. One more than the compass he apperceives, though mere 4 points to make at his right. 3 lives has he, 2 scores on his 4, and with a single black eye in one well will he be birthed and die. Mr. X eased back against the wall, cracked his neck, and looked around. The stinky remnants of the meth lab, the filth in the place, the air of bad deeds done without remorse were like a party he didn't want to be at but couldn't leave. Just like the lessening society. Except it was going to be okay. At least he'd spotted the lesser exit. God, it had been so weird how he'd found Van Dien. X had gone to the ultimate fighting brawls to troll for new recruits and Van had immediately stood out from the others. There was just something special about him. Something that elevated him above his opponents. And watching the guy move that first night, Mr. X had thought he'd spotted an important addition to the society until he'd noticed the missing finger. He didn't like to bring in anyone with a physical defect. But the more he saw Van fight, the more clear it was that an absent pinky was no liability at all. Then, a couple nights later, he saw the tattoo. Van always fought with a t-shirt on, but at one point the thing got shoved up around his pecs. On his back, in black ink, An eye stared out from between his shoulder blades. That had been what sent Mr. X into the scrolls. The prophecy was buried deep in the text of the Lessening Society's handbook, an all-but-forgotten paragraph in the midst of the rules of induction. Fortunately, when Mr. X had become 4 lesser the first time, he'd read the passages thoroughly enough to remember the damn thing was there. As with the rest of the scrolls, which had been translated into English in the 1930s, the wording of the prophecy was abstract. But if you were missing a finger on your right hand, then you had only 4 points to make. 3 lives was childhood, adulthood, and then life in the society. And according to the fight crowd, Van was homegrown, born in the city of Caldwell, which was also known as the Well. But there was more. The man's instincts were twitchy as hell. All you had to do was watch him in that chicken wire ring to know that north, south, east, and west were only part of what he was sensing. He had a rare talent for anticipating the way his opponent was going to move. It was the gift that set him apart. The clincher, however, was the appendix removal. The word score could be construed in a variety of ways, but it very conceivably referred to scarring. And everyone had a belly button, so if you'd had your appendix removed as well, you'd have 2 scars on your 4, wouldn't you? Plus, it was the right year to find him. Mr. X reached for his cell phone and called one of his subordinates. As the line rang, he was aware that he needed Van Dien, that modern fighter, that 4-fingered bastard, more than anyone he'd met in his life, or after his death. When Marissa materialized in front of the dour gray mansion, she put her hand up to her throat and tilted her head back. God, so much stone rising from the earth, whole quarries stripped to gather the load, and so many leaded glass windows, the diamond panes looking like bars. And then there was the 20-foot-high retaining wall that wrapped around the courtyard and the grounds, and the security cameras, and the gates, so secure, so cold. The place was precisely as she'd expected it to be, a fortress, not a home. And it was surrounded by a buffer of what in the old country was called mice, so that unless you were supposed to be here, your brain couldn't process the location well enough for you to find your way around. Hell, the only reason she'd made it to the Brotherhood's compound was because Wrath was inside. After 300 years of living off his pure blood, she had so much of him in her that she could find him anywhere, even through the mice. As she faced the mountain before her, her nape tingled like she was being stalked, and she looked over her shoulder. In the east, the light of day was gathering momentum, and the radiance made her eyes burn. She was almost out of time. Hands still on her throat, she walked up to a pair of massive brass doors. There was no doorbell or knocker, so she tried one side. It opened, which was a shock at least until she stood in the vestibule. Ah, here was where you were screened. She put her face in front of a camera and waited. No doubt an alarm had gone off when she'd breached the first door, so someone would either come and let her in or refuse her, in which case she was on to her second choice. At a dead run. Revenge was the only other person she could have turned to, but he was complicated. His mammon was a spiritual counselor of sorts to the Glimmerer, and would no doubt be highly offended by Marissa's presence. With a prayer to the scribe virgin, she smoothed her hair with her palm. Maybe she'd gambled wrong, but she'd assumed that Wrath wouldn't turn her away this close to dawn. For all she'd endured with him, she figured he could spare her one day under the cover of his roof. And he was a male of honor. At least Butch didn't live with the Brotherhood as far as she knew. He'd stayed at another place somewhere else over the summer, and she guessed he still had it. Hoped he did. The heavy wooden doors ahead of her opened, and Fritz, the butler, seemed very surprised to see her. "Madam," the elderly Doggen bowed low. "Are you expected?" "No, I'm not." She was about as far away from expected as it got. "Fritz, who is it?" came a female voice. As footsteps got closer, Marissa clasped her hands together and lowered her head. Oh Lord, Beth the Queen. It would have been so much better to see Wrath first. And now she could only assume this wasn't going to work out. Surely Her Majesty would let her use the phone to call Revenge? God, did she even have time to dial? The doors creaked open even wider. "Who is Marissa?" Marissa kept her eyes on the floor and curtsied, as was custom. "My queen. Fritz, will you excuse us?" A moment later Beth said, "Would you like to come in?" Marissa hesitated, then stepped through the door. She had a peripheral sense of incredible color and warmth, but she couldn't lift her head to take it all in. "How did you find us?" Beth asked. "Your Helren's blood lingers within me. I have come to him for a favor. I would speak to Wrath if it would not offend." Marissa was shocked when her hand was grasped. "What's happened?" When she lifted her eyes to the Queen, she nearly gasped. Beth was so genuinely concerned, so worried. To be greeted with any kind of warmth was disarming, especially from this female who by all rights might be tempted to kick her out. "Marissa, talk to me. Where to start? I am in need of a place to stay. I have nowhere to go. I have been cast out. I am." "Wait, slow down. Just slow down. What happened?" Marissa took a deep breath and gave a condensed version of the story, one that avoided any mention of Butch. The words ran out of her like dirty water, spilling onto the brilliant mosaic floor, staining the beauty beneath her feet. The shame of the recounting stung her throat. "So you will stay with us?" Beth pronounced when it was over. "Just the one night. For however long you want." Beth squeezed Marissa's hand. "However long." As Marissa shut her eyes and tried not to break down, she became dimly aware of a pounding sound, of heavy boots descending carpeted stairs. Then Wrath's deep voice filled the cavernous three-story foyer. "What the hell's going on?" "Marissa is moving in with us." While Marissa dropped into another curtsy, she was totally stripped of her pride, as vulnerable as if she were naked. To have nothing and throw yourself on the mercy of others was a strange kind of terror. "Marissa, look at me." Wrath's hard tone was utterly familiar, the one he'd always used with her, the one that had made her cringe for 3 centuries. In desperation, she eyed the open door to the vestibule even though she was by now officially out of time. The wooden panels slammed shut as if the king had willed it so. "Marissa, talk." "Back off, Wrath," the Queen snapped. "She's been through too much tonight already. Havers threw her out." "What? Why?" Beth made quick work of the story, and hearing it from a third party only increased Marissa's humiliation. As her vision blurred, she struggled not to lose it, and the battle was lost when Wrath said, "Jesus Christ, that idiot. Of course she stays here." With a shaking hand, she brushed under both eyes, capturing her tears and quickly rubbing them away between her fingertips. "Marissa, look at me." She lifted her head. God, Wrath was just the same. His face too cruel to be truly handsome, those wraparound sunglasses making him look even more intimidating. Absently, she noted that his hair was much longer than when she'd known him, down nearly to the small of his back. "I'm glad you came to us." She cleared her throat. "I would be grateful for a short tenure here. Where are your things?" "They're all packed up at my houser, my brother Havers's house. I came back from the Princeps Council and everything I own was in boxes. But it can remain there until I figure out." "Fritz." When the dog Jen came running in, Wrath said, "Go to Havers's and pick up her stuff. You better take the van and an extra set of arms." Fritz bowed and took off, moving faster than you would think an old dog Jen could. Marissa tried to find words. "I'm going to show you to your room," Beth said. "You look like you're about to collapse." The Queen took Marissa over to the grand staircase, and as they went, Marissa glanced over her shoulder. Wrath had an utterly ruthless expression on his face, his jaw set like concrete. She had to stop. "Are you sure?" she asked him. His glower got worse. "That brother of yours has a real knack for pissing me off. I don't mean to inconvenience you." Wrath rolled right over her words. "This was about Butch, wasn't it? V told me that you went to the cop and pulled him through. Let me guess Havers didn't appreciate you getting too tight with our human. Right?" Marissa could only nod. "Like I said, your brother really pisses me off. Butch is our boy even if he isn't in the Brotherhood, and anyone who cares for him cares for us. So you take up residence here for the rest of your natural goddamned life as far as I'm concerned." Wrath headed around the base of the stairs. "Fucking Havers. Fucking idiot. I'll go find V and let him know you're here. Butch isn't around, but Veal know where to find him. Oh no, you don't have to. Wrath didn't stop, didn't even hesitate, reminding her that you didn't tell the king to do anything, even if it was not to worry about something. Well, Beth murmured, at least he's not armed right now. I'm surprised he cares this much. Are you kidding? It's appalling. To turn you out right before dawn? Anyway, let's get you settled. Marissa resisted the female's gentle pull. You welcome me so graciously. How can you be so? Marissa. Beth's navy blue eyes were level. You saved the man I love. When he was shot and my blood wasn't strong enough, you kept him alive by giving him your wrist. So let's be perfectly clear. There is absolutely nothing I wouldn't do for you. As dawn arrived and light poured into the penthouse, Butch woke up fully aroused and in the process of grinding his hips into a twist of satin sheets. He was covered with sweat, his skin hypersensitized, his erection pulsing. Groggy, confused as to what was reality and what he just hoped was real, he reached downward, undid his belt, burrowed through his slacks and his boxers. Images of Marissa swirled in his head, half the fantasy he'd been so gloriously lost in, half memories of the feel of her. He fell into a rhythm with his hand, unsure whether he was the one who was doing the stroking, maybe it was her god. He wanted it to be her. He closed his eyes and arched his back. Oh yeah, so good. Except then he woke up. As he realized what he was doing, he became vicious, angry with himself and so much of what was going on. He handled his sex roughly until he barked a curse and ejaculated. He couldn't even call it an orgasm. More like his cock swore out loud. With sickening dread, he braced himself and looked down at his hand, then just sagged from relief. At least something was back to normal. After kicking out of his trousers and wiping up with the boxers, he went into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Under the spray, all he could think about was Marissa. He missed her with a stinging hunger, a kind of craving pain that reminded him of when he'd quit smoking the year before. And shit, no Nicoderm for this. When he came out of the bath with a towel around his hips, his new cell phone was ringing. He fumbled around the pillows and finally found the thing. Yeah, V? He rasped. Man, his voice was always shot to shit in the morning and today was no different. He sounded like a car engine that wouldn't turn over. Okay, so that was two normals in his favor. Marissa's moved in. What? He sank down onto the mattress. What the hell are you talking about? Havers kicked her out. Because of me? Yup. That bastard. She's here in the compound, so you don't worry about her safety. But she's rattled as hell. There was a long silence. Cop? You there, my man? Yeah. Butch fell back on the bed. Realized his thigh muscles were twitching with the need to get to her. So like I said, she's okay. You want me to bring her to you tonight? Butch put his hand up to his eyes. The idea that someone had hurt her in any way made him positively mental. To the point of violence. Butch? Hello? As Marissa settled into a canopied bed, she pulled the covers up to her neck and wished she weren't naked. Trouble was, she had no clothes. God, even though no one would bother her here, being bare just felt wrong. Scandalous, though no one would ever know. She glanced around. The room she'd been given was lovely, done in a delphinium blue toile, with the pastoral scene of a lady and a kneeling suitor repeated on the walls, the drapes, the bed covers, the chair. Not exactly what she wanted to look at. The two French lovers crowded her, striking her as not visual but audible. A chaotic staccato of what she didn't have with Butch, wouldn't ever have with Butch. To solve the problem, she turned off the light and closed her eyes, and the ocular version of earplugs worked like a charm. Dear Virgin, what a mess. And she had to wonder in what manner things were going to get worse. Fritz and two other doggen had gone over to her brother Ustio Haversand. She half expected them to come back with nothing. Maybe Havers would decide to just get rid of her things in the meantime, like he'd done with her. While she lay there in the dark, she sifted through the rubble of her life, trying to see what was still usable and what she had to abandon as unsalvageable. All she found was depressing litter, a hodgepodge of unhappy memories that gave her no direction. She had absolutely no idea what she wanted to do or where she should go. And didn't that make sense? She'd spent 3 centuries waiting and hoping for a male to notice her. 3 centuries trying to fit in with the glimmer. 3 centuries working desperately to be someone's sister, someone's daughter, someone's mate. All those expectations had been the laws of physics that had governed her life, more pervasive and grounding than gravity. Except where had trying to meet them gotten her? Orphaned, unmated, and shunned. All right, then, her first rule for the rest of her days. No more looking outside for definitions. She might not have any clue who she was, but better to be lost and searching than shoved into a social box by someone else. The phone next to the bed rang and she jumped. After 5 rounds of chiming, she answered the thing only because it refused to stop going off. "Hello, madam," a dog Jen. "You have a call from our master Butch. Are you receiving?" Oh great, so he'd heard. "Madam." "Ah yes, I am." "Very well, and I've given him your direct dial. Please hold." There was a click and then that telltale gravel voice. "Marissa? Are you okay?" Not really, she thought, but it was none of his business. "Yes, thank you. Beth and Wrath have been very charitable to me. Listen, I want to see you." "You do? Then may I assume that all your problems have magically disappeared? You must be thrilled to be back to normal. Congratulations." He cursed. "I'm worried about you. Kind of you, but... Marissa, we wouldn't want to endanger me, would we? Listen, I just... So you better stay away so I don't get hurt. Damn you, Marissa. Goddamn this whole thing." She closed her eyes, mad at the world and at him and at her brother and herself. And with Butch getting angry too, this conversation was a hand grenade about to go off. In a low voice she said, "I appreciate you checking in on me, but I'm fine." "Shit. Yes, I believe that covers the situation well. Goodbye, Butch." As she hung up the phone, she realized she was shaking all over. The ringer went off again immediately and she glared at the bedside table. With a quick lean and grab, she reached over and yanked the cord out of the wall. Shoving her body down through the sheets, she curled over on her side. There was no way she was going to go to sleep, but she shut her eyes anyway. As she fumed in the dark, she came to a conclusion. Even though everything was well, shit, to use Butch's eloquent summation, she could say this at least. Being pissed off was better than having a panic attack. 20 minutes later, with his socks cap pulled down low and a pair of sunglasses in place, Butch walked up to a dark green '03 Honda Accord. He looked left and right. No one was in the alley. There were no windows on the buildings. No cars passing by on 9th Street. Bending down, he picked up a hunk of rock from the ground and punched a hole in the driver's side window. As the alarm went apes hit, he stepped away from the sedan and melted into the shadows. No one came running. The noise died off. He hadn't stolen a car since he was 16 and a juvenile delinquent in South Boston. But he was back in the groove now. He walked over calmly, popped the door, and got in. The sequence that came next was quick and efficient, proving that crime, like his Southie accent, was something he'd never quite lost. He ripped off the panel underneath the dash, found the wires, put the right two together and vroom. Butch knocked out the rest of the shattered glass with his elbow and took off at a leisurely roll. As his knees were nearly up to his chest, he reached down, hit the release and shoved the seat back as far as it could go. Propping his arm on the window, like he was just taking in the early spring air, he leaned back all casual. When he got to the stop sign at the end of the alley, he hit the directional signal and came to a full-tire halt. Following traffic laws when you were in a stolen vehicle and had no ID on you was mission critical. As he hung a Louis and headed down 9th, he felt bad for whatever Joe he'd just royally fucked over. Losing your wheels was not fun, and at the first stoplight he came to, he flipped open the glove compartment. Car was registered to 1 Sally Forrester, 1247 Barnstable Street. He vowed to return the Honda to her ASAP and leave her a couple of grand to cover the inconvenience and the busted window. Speaking of busted things, he tilted the rearview mirror toward himself. Oh Christ, he was a train wreck. He needed a shave and his face was still a mess from the beatings. With a curse, he repositioned the glass so he didn't have to look at his road map of ugly. Unfortunately, he still had a pretty clear picture of what was doing. Heading out of town in Sally Forrester's Accord, sporting a puss like a punching bag, he got nailed with a good shot of self-awareness that he didn't appreciate. He'd always straddled that line between good and bad, had always been willing to bend the rules to suit his purposes. Hell, he'd crack suspects around until they broke. Turned a blind eye on occasion if it would get him information on a case. Done drugs even after he'd joined the force, at least until he'd kicked his coke habit. Only no-nos had been kickbacks and sexual favors in the line of duty. So yeah, guess those two made him a hero. And what was he doing now? Going after a female whose life was already a mess. Just so he could join the shit parade that was marching all over her. Except he couldn't stop himself. After he'd called Marissa back on the phone over and over again, he'd been unable to keep himself from this road trip. Obsessed before, now he was possessed by her. He just had to see if she was all right, and well, hell, he was thinking maybe he could explain himself a little better. There was one good thing, though. He truly seemed back to normal on the inside. Back in V's lair, he'd given himself a fresh slice in the arm with a knife because, handjob results notwithstanding, he'd had to check his blood. The stuff had been red, thank God. He took a deep breath and then frowned. Putting his nose down to his bicep, he inhaled again. What the hell was this? Even with the wind rushing around in the car, and even through his clothes, he could smell something and know. Not the cloying baby powder bullshit, which had fortunately faded. Now there was something else coming out of him. Christ. Lately, it was like his body was a Glade plug-in that couldn't make its mind up. But at least the spicy scent he liked. Oh, couldn't be no, it wasn't. Just wasn't. Right? Absolutely not. He took out his cell phone and hit speed dial. As soon as he heard V's, "Hello?" he said, "Heads up, I'm coming in." There was a rasp and an inhale like this house had lit up. "I'm not surprised. But how are you getting here?" "Sally Forrester's Honda." "Whose?" "No idea, I stole it." "Look, I'm not pulling anything strange." "Yeah, right. Well, the lesser kind of strange. I just need to see Marissa." There was a long silence. "I'll let you in through the gates. Hell, the Mize has kept those slayers off this property for 70 years, so it's not like they could track you here. And I don't believe you're coming after us. Unless I've got my head wedged." "Damn straight I'm not." Butch repositioned the sock's cap, and as his wrist passed by his nose, he got another whiff of himself. V, listen. There's something weird going down with me." "What?" "I smell like men's cologne." "Good for you. Females dig that kind of thing." "This house? I smell like obsession for men. Only I'm not wearing any. You feel me?" There was silence on the line. Then, "Humans don't bond." "Oh, really? You want to tell that to my central nervous system and my sweat glands? They'd appreciate the news flash, I'm sure." "You noticed it after you two were in that patient room together?" "It's been worse since then, but I thought I smelled something like it one other time." "When?" "I watched her get into a car with a male." "How long ago?" "Like 3 months. Palmed a Glock when I saw it happen." Silence. "Butch, humans do not bond like we do." "I know." More silence. Then, "Any chance you were adopted?" "No. And there are no fangs in the family, if that's what you're thinking." "V, man, I drank some of you. Are you sure that I haven't become?" "Genetics is the only way. That bite/turning thing's just bullshit folklore." "Look, I'll let you through the gates and we'll talk after you see her. Oh, and check it. Wrath has no problem working over lessers to find out what happened to you. But he doesn't want you involved." Butch's hand cranked hard on the steering wheel. "Fuck that. I spent hours earning the right for payback, V. I bled for the right to knock those assholes around and get my own answers. Wrath is a nice guy, but he ain't my king, so he can lay down on this. He just wants to protect you. Tell him I don't need the favor." V let off a foul-sounding line or two in the old language, then muttered, "Fine. Thank you. One last deet, cop. Marissa's a guest of the Brotherhoods. If she doesn't want to see you, we're gonna haul your ass out, true? If she doesn't want to see me, I'll leave on my own. I swear." Chapter 17. When Marissa heard a knock on the door, she cracked her eyes open and checked the clock. 10 in the morning and she hadn't slept at all. God, she was exhausted. But maybe it was Fritz with a report on her things. Yes. The door opened to reveal a big dark shadow with a baseball hat. She sat up, keeping the covers to her bare breasts. Butch! Hi! He removed the cap from his head, crushing it in one hand, scrubbing his hair around with the other. She willed a candle to light. What are you doing here? I wanted to make sure you were okay in person. Plus your phone. His eyebrows lifted as if he'd caught sight of the cord she'd ripped out of the wall. Yeah, your phone isn't working. Mind if I come in for a minute? As she took a deep breath, all she smelled was him. The scent going in her nose and blooming all over her body. Bastard, she thought. Irresistible bastard. Marissa, I won't crowd you, I promise. And I know you're pissed off. But can we just talk? Fine, she said, shaking her head. But don't think we're going to solve anything. As he stepped forward, it dawned on her that this was a bad idea. If he wanted to talk, she should meet him downstairs. After all, he was very male, and she was very naked, and they were now shut in a bedroom together. Good planning. Excellent work. Maybe she should jump out a window next. Butch leaned back against the door he'd closed. First, are you all right here? Yes, I am. God, this was awkward. Butch, I'm sorry I got all Humphrey Bogart. Big man on you. His bruised face assumed a wince. It's not that I don't think you can take care of yourself. I'm absolutely scared shitless of myself, and I can't handle the idea of you getting hurt. Marissa stared at him. See, this was simply awful. This humble apology stuff was liable to get through to her if he kept it up. Butch, wait, please just hear me out. Hear me out and then I'll leave. He inhaled slowly, his big chest expanding under his fine black coat. Keeping you away from me seems like the only way to make sure you're safe. But that's about me being dangerous, not you being weak. I know you don't need to be sheltered or have some kind of caretaker. In the long silence that followed, she measured him. So prove it, Butch. Tell me what really happened to you. There was no car accident, was there? He rubbed his eyes. I got jacked by some lessers. As she gasped, he said quickly, it was no big deal. Honestly. She put her hand up. Stop. Give me all of it or none of it. I don't want half-truths. It demeans us both. He cursed. Did some more eye scrubbing. Butch, talk or get out. Okay. His hazel stare lifted to her face. As far as we can figure, I was interrogated for 12 hours. She gripped the sheets hard enough to numb out her fingers. Interrogated how? I don't remember much, but based on the damage, I'd say pretty standard stuff. Standard stuff. Electroshock, bare-knuckle punches, under the fingernails shit. As he stopped, she was very certain the list continued. A wash of bile bubbled up her throat. Oh God, don't think about it. It's over. Done with. Sweet virgin in the fade, how could he say that? Why, she cleared her throat, and thought that she'd wanted the whole story, so she damn well better show him she could handle it. Why were you quarantined, then? They put something in me. He untucked his silk button-down and flashed his black abdominal scar. V found me left for dead in the woods and took out whatever it was. But now I'm like connected to the lessers. As she stiffened, he dropped the shirt. Yeah, the slayers, Marissa. The ones who are trying to exterminate your kind. So believe me when I tell you, my need to know what was done to me isn't some kind of kumbaya, find my inner self bullshit. Your enemies tampered with my body. They put something inside of me. Are you one of them? I don't want to be, and I don't want to hurt you or anyone else. But see, this is the problem. There's too much shit I don't know. Butch, let me help you. He cursed. What if? What ifs don't cut it? She took a deep breath. I won't lie. I'm scared. But I don't want to turn my back on you, and you're a fool to try and make me. He shook his head, respect in his eyes. You always been this courageous? No. But it appears that for you, I guess I am. Are you going to let me in? I want to. I feel like I need to. But it was quite a while before he crossed the room. Is it okay for me to sit next to you? When she nodded and moved over, he lowered himself onto the bed, the mattress dipping down from his weight, her body sliding into his. He stared at her for the longest time before reaching for her hand. God, his palm was so warm and big. He bent down and brushed his lips over her knuckles, then rubbed his mouth back and forth. I want to lie down next to you. Not for sex. Not for anything like that. Just, yes. As he stood up, she lifted the sheets, but he shook his head. I stay on top. He took off his coat and stretched out beside her, pulled her up close, kissed the top of her head. You seem really tired, he said in the candlelight. I feel really tired. So sleep and let me watch over you. She wedged herself even more tightly against his big body and exhaled. It was so good just to rest her head on his chest and feel his warmth and smell him up close. He stroked her back slowly, and she fell asleep so fast she didn't realize she'd gone under until she felt the bed moving and woke up. Butch, I've got to go talk with Vishouse. He kissed the back of her hand. You keep resting. I don't like how pale you are. She smiled a little. No caretaking. That was just a suggestion. His lips lifted on one side. How about we meet before first meal? I'll wait for you downstairs in the library. When she nodded, he leaned forward and ran his fingertip down her cheek. Then he glanced at her lips and the scent he was throwing off abruptly got stronger. Their eyes locked. It took less than a second before a craving lit off in her veins. A kind of burning, clenching need. Of their own accord, her eyes shifted from his face to his throat and her fangs began to throb as her reality shrunk to nothing but instinct. She wanted to pierce his thick vein. She wanted to feed from him. And she wanted him to have sex with her body while she did. Bloodlust. Oh God, that was why she was so tired. She hadn't been able to feed from revenge the other night, and then there had been all the stress of Butch being so ill, followed by his taking off. Plus the thing with Havers. Not that the whys mattered at the moment. All she knew was the hunger. Her lips parted and she started to reach for him. Except what would happen if she drank from him? Well, that was easy. She'd drain him dry trying to satisfy herself because his human blood was so weak. She would kill him, but God, he would taste good. She cut off the voice of the bloodlust, and in an act of iron will, put her arms under the sheets. I'll see you tonight. As Butch straightened, his eyes dulled and he put his hands over the front of his hips, like he was hiding an erection, which naturally made the urge to grab him get even stronger. You take care of yourself, Marissa, he said in a low, sad tone. He was at the door when she said, Butch, yeah, I don't think of you as weak. He frowned as if wondering where that came from. Neither do I. Sleep well, beautiful. I'll see you soon. When she was alone, she waited for the hunger to pass and it did, which gave her some hope. With everything that was going on right now, she would love to put feeding off for a little while. Getting so close to revenge just seemed wrong. Chapter 18. Van drove downtown as night came rolling over Caldwell. After getting off the highway, he took a half-assed access road to the river, easing his truck along a pothole-riddled strip that ran beneath the city's big bridge. Stopping under a pylon marked F8 in orange spray paint, he got out and looked around. Traffic overhead rushed by, semis bumping along with echoing thunder, cars letting off the occasional horn blast. Down here, at river level, the Hudson was almost as loud as the din from above. The day had been the first to carry a shot of spring warmth, and the water was flowing fast from the runoff of melting snow. The dark gray rush looked like liquid asphalt, smelled like dirt. He scanned the area, instincts hackling up. Man, alone under the bridge was never a good place to be, especially as daylight faded. Fuck this, he shouldn't have come. He turned back to his truck. Xavier stepped from the shadows. Glad you made it, son. Van sucked back his surprise. Shit, the guy was like some kind of ghost. Why couldn't we do this over the phone? Well, didn't that sound weak? I got things I have to fucking do. I need you to help me with something. I told you I wasn't interested. Xavier smiled a little. Yes, you did, didn't you? The sound of wheels on loose gravel percolated into Van's ears, and he looked to the left. The Chrysler Town and Country, that gold-toned, utterly forgettable minivan, was pulling up right next to him. Keeping his eyes on Xavier, Van put his hand in his pocket and slipped his finger into the trigger of his 9. If they were going to try and whack him, they were going to get a lead fight. "There's something in the back for you, son. Go ahead. Open her up." There was a pause. "Afraid, Van?" "Fuck that." He walked over, ready to pull out his heat. But when he slid back the door, all he could do was recoil. His brother, Richard, was tied up with nylon rope, strips of duct tape over his mouth and his eyes. "Jesus, Rich," when he reached forward. He heard a gun get cocked and he looked up at the minivan's driver. The pale-haired bastard behind the wheel was pointing what looked like a Smith & Wesson 40 right in Van's face. "I'd like you to rethink my invitation," Xavier said. Behind the wheel of Sally Forrester's Honda, Butch cursed as he took a left at a stoplight and saw a Caldwell PD patrol car parked at the Stewarts on the corner of Framingham and Hollis. Holy hell. Driving around in a stolen car with $2,000 in cash did not make a guy feel relaxed. Good thing he had backup. V was right on his ass in the Escalade as they headed to the Barnstable Road address. 9.5 minutes later, Butch found Sally's little Cape Cod. After he killed the headlights and let the Accord roll to a stop, he broke the wire connection to cut off the engine. The house was dark, so he walked right up to the front door, shoved the envelope with the cash through the mail slot, and then beat feet across the street for the Escalade. He wasn't worried about getting caught on this quiet street. If anyone asked questions, V would just do a mental Windex on them. He was getting into the SUV when he froze, an odd feeling rushing through him. For no apparent reason, his body started to ring. That was the only way he could describe it. Like there was a cell phone smack dead in the center of his chest. Down the street, down the street. He had to go down the street. Oh, Godlessers were there. "What is it, cop?" "I feel them. They're close." "Game on, then." This house slipped out from behind the wheel and they both shut their doors. As V hit the alarm, the Escalade's lights flashed once. "Go with it, cop. Let's see where this takes us." Butch started walking, then fell into a jog. Together they ran through the shadows of the peaceful subdivision, staying out of the pools of light thrown by porches and street lamps. They cut through someone's backyard, dodged around an above-ground pool, sidled past a garage. The neighborhood got shittier. Dogs barked in warning. A car passed by with no headlights on and rap thumping. And then an abandoned house, followed by an empty lot, until finally they came up to a decrepit 2-story from the 70s that was surrounded by a 9-foot-high wooden fence. "In here," Butch said, looking around for a gate. "Give me your leg, cop." As Butch grabbed the top of the fence and cocked his knee, V tossed him over the thing like he was the morning newspaper. He landed in a crouch. There they were, 3 lessers, 2 of whom were dragging a male out of the house by his arms. Butch went into an instant overboil. He was radioactive angry about what had been done to him, frustrated by his fears for Marissa, trapped by his human nature, and those slayers became the focal point of his aggression. Except V materialized next to him and grabbed his shoulder. As Butch wheeled around to tell the brother to fuck off, this house hissed. "You can have it them. Just keep it quiet. We've got eyes everywhere and without rage around, I need to fight on all cylinders, true? So I can't pull off no mize. I'm not going to be able to mask this one." Butch stared at his roommate, realizing this was the first time he'd ever been given free rein to go fight. "Why are you letting me in now? We gotta be sure whose side you're on," V said, unsheathing a dagger. "And this is how we'll know. So I'll take the 2 with the civilian and you hit the other one." Butch nodded once, then sprang forward, aware of a great roaring between his ears and within his body. As he gunned for the lesser that was about to move in on the house, the thing turned like he heard the approach. The bastard merely looked annoyed as Butch ran up on him. "About time you backups showed." The slayer pivoted away. "There are 2 females in here. The blonde's really fast, so I want her." Butch tackled the lesser from behind and made like a vice, clamping on to the fucker's head and shoulders. It was like mounting a rodeo horse. The slayer went shit wild and spun around, grabbing at Butch's legs and arms. When that didn't work, the thing slammed the 2 of them back against the house hard enough to dent the aluminum siding. Butch stayed locked on, his forearm tight against the lesser's esophagus, his other hand on his straining wrist, pulling back. To get an even better hold, he linked his legs around the Slayer's hips, crossed his ankles, and squeezed with his thighs. It took a while, but asphyxia and exertion eventually slowed the undead down. Except, holy hell, by the time the lesser's knees started to wobble, Butch knew what a pinball felt like. He'd been knocked against the house's exterior, then its front door jamb, and now they were in the hall and he was getting banged back and forth in the narrow space. His brains were pinging around the inside of his skull and his internal organs were like scrambled eggs. But, goddammit, he was not letting go. The longer he kept the lesser occupied, the more chance those females had to escape. Oh shit, it was tilt-a-whirl time. The world spun and Butch hit the floor first, the lesser turtling over on top of him. Bad place to be. Now he was the one who couldn't breathe. He threw out a leg, kicked against the wall and slid out from under, wrenching the lesser's torso. Unfortunately, the bastard pulled a twist move, too, and the two of them started rolling around and around on the nasty orange carpet. Finally, Butch's strength wore out. With little effort, the Slayer flipped him over so they were face to face, then cranked Butch into a submission hold, immobilizing him. Okay, now would be a great time for V to show up. Except then the lesser looked down and met Butch's eyes, and the world just slowed down. Grinded to a halt. Stopped. Dead. Another kind of vice action bolted them together, but this was a locking of stairs and Butch was the one in control, even though he was on the bottom of the body pile. The lesser became transfixed and Butch followed his instincts, which meant he opened his mouth and began to inhale slowly. But he wasn't taking in air. He was taking in the Slayer, absorbing him, consuming him. It was as before in the alley, but now no one stopped the process. Butch just kept sucking in an endless draw, a streaming black shadow passing from the lesser's eyes and nose and mouth and going into Butch, who felt like a balloon filling up with smog, who felt like he was assuming the mantle of the enemy. When it was over, the Slayer's body just disintegrated into ash, the fine mist of gray particles falling onto Butch's face, chest, and legs. Holy shit! In utter despair, Butch shifted his eyes around. V was leaning in through the front door, holding on to the frame as if the house was the only thing keeping him standing. Oh God! Butch rolled over onto his side, the ugly carpet scratchy on his cheek. He was wretchedly sick to his stomach, and his throat burned like he'd been hammering scotch for hours. But worst, the evil was back in him, running through his veins. As he breathed through his nose, he smelled baby powder. And he knew it was him, not remnants of the lesser. V, he said with desperation. What did I just do? I don't know, cop. I have no idea. 20 minutes later, Vishouse shut himself and his roommate in the Escalade and hit all the locks. As he dialed his cell phone and put it up to his ear, he eyed Butch. The cop was looking multifactorially ill in the passenger seat, like he was seasick and jet-lagged and coming down with the flu all at the same time. And he reeked of baby powder, as if he were sweating out the scent through every one of his pores. While the phone rang, Vishouse started the SUV, threw it into drive, and thought back to Butch working some kind of mojo shit on that lesser. To steal a phrase from the cop, Holy Mary, Mother of God. Man, that suck job was a hell of weapon. But the complications were legion. V glanced over again, and realized it was to reassure himself that Butch wasn't eyeing him as a lesser would. Fuck. Wrath. V said as his call was answered. Listen, Ishid, our boy here just consumed a lesser. No, not rage. Butch. Yes, Butch. What? No, I saw him consume the thing. I don't know how, but the lesser disappeared into dust. No knife involved. He inhaled the damn thing. Look, just to be conservative, I'm gonna take him to my place and let him sleep it off. Then I'm coming home, true? Right, no, I have no clue how he did it, but I'll give you the blow-by-blow when I get to the compound. Yup, right. Oh, for God's size, I'm fine and quit asking me that. Later. As he hung up and tossed the phone onto the dash, Butch's voice drifted over, all weak and hoarse. I'm glad you're not taking me home. Wish I could, though. V took out a hand-rolled and lit it, drawing hard on the thing. As he blew smoke, he cracked one of the windows. Jesus Christ, cop. How did you know you could do that? I didn't. Butch coughed a little, like his throat was bothering him. Lemme have one of your daggers. V frowned and looked at his roommate. Why? Just give it to me. As V hesitated, Butch shook his head with sadness. I'm not going to come after you with it. I swear on my mother. They hit a red light and V shifted his seat belt out of the way so he could unsheath one of his blades from his chest holster. He gave the weapon to Butch handle first, then checked the road ahead. When he glanced back over, Butch had shoved up his sleeve and was slicing himself on the inside of his forearm. They both stared at what came out. I'm bleeding black again. Well, not a surprise. I smell like one too. Yeah. Man, V did not like the way the cop was fixated on that dagger. How about you give my blade back, buddy? Butch handed the thing over and V wiped the black steel on his leathers before resheathing the weapon. Butch wrapped his arms around his middle. I don't want to be anywhere around Marissa when I'm like this. Okay? No problem. I'll take care of everything. V. What? I will die rather than hurt you. V's eyes shot across the space between them. The cop's face was grim and his hazels were dead serious. The words not a mere expression of thought but a vow. Butch O'Neill was prepared to take himself out of the game if shit got critical. And he was fully capable of doing the job. V inhaled on his hand rolled again and tried not to get even more attached to the human. Hopefully it won't come to that. Please God, let it not come to that. Chapter 19. Marissa paced another circle around the Brotherhood's library and ended up back at the windows that looked out over the terrace and the pool. The day must have been a warm one, she thought. There were patches in the snow that had melted through, revealing black slate at the terrace or brown ground over the lawn. Oh, who the hell cared about the goddamned landscape? Butch had left after first meal, saying he had a quick errand to run, which was fine. Dandy. Okay. But that had been 2 hours ago. She wheeled around as someone came into the room. Bucho, it's you. Vishouse stood in the archway, a full-blooded warrior framed by the extravagant gold leaf molding around him. Dear Virgin, in the fade his expression was utterly blank, the kind of thing you put on your face when you had bad news to deliver. Tell me he is alive, she said. Save my life right here and now and tell me he is alive. He is. Her knees buckled and she grabbed on to one of the wall-to-wall bookshelves. But he isn't coming, is he? No. As they stared at each other, she noticed absently that he was wearing a fine white shirt with his black leathers, a Turnbull and Asser button down. She recognized the cut. It was what Butch wore. Marissa wrapped an arm around her waist, overwhelmed by Vishouse even though he was all the way across the room. He seemed like such a dangerous male, and not because of the tattoos on his temple or the black goatee or that fearsome body. The brother was cold to the core, and someone that removed was capable of anything. Where is he? She asked. He's okay. Then why isn't he here? It was just a quick fight. Quick fight. Her knees loosened again as memories of being at Butch's bedside crashed over her. She saw him lying on hospital sheets in that Johnny, beaten up, almost dying, contaminated by something evil. I want to see him. He's not here. Is he at my brother's? No. And you're not going to tell me where he is, are you? He's going to call you in a little bit. Was it with the Lessers? When all Vishouse did was continue to stare at her, her heart kicked into overdrive. She couldn't bear for Butch to be involved in this war. Look what had already been done to him. God damn it. Tell me if it was with the Slayers, you smug bastard. Only silence, which of course answered the question, and also suggested that Vishouse didn't care whether or not she was pissed off at him. Marissa gathered up her skirts and marched over to the warrior. Up close, she had to crane her neck to look at his face. God, those eyes, those diamond white eyes with the midnight blue lines around the irises. Cold, so very cold. She did her best to hide her shiver, but he caught it, tracked it in her shoulders. Scared of me, Marissa? He said. Exactly what do you think I'd do to you? She ignored that. I don't want Butch fighting. One black eyebrow cocked. Not your call. It's too dangerous for him. After tonight, I'm not so sure about that. The brother's hard smile made her take a step back, but anger saved her from a full-on retreat. You remember that hospital bed? You saw what they did to him last time. I thought you cared about him. If it turns out he's an asset, and he's willing, he will be used. I don't like the Brotherhood right now, she blurted. Or you. She started to go past him, but his hand shot out, grabbing her arm and jerking her close, holding her, though not hurting her. His eyes went over her face, her neck, then swept down her body. And that was when she saw the fire in him, the volcanic heat, the interior inferno that was caged by all that glacial self-control. Let go of me, she whispered, heart beating hard. I'm not surprised. His reply was quiet as a sharp knife laid on a table. About what? You're a female of worth, so you shouldn't like me. Those glittering eyes narrowed on her face. You know, you really are the great beauty of the species, aren't you? No, I am not. Yeah, you are. Vicious's voice grew lower and lower, softer, until she wasn't sure whether she was hearing it or he was in her mind. Butch is a wise choice for you, female. He'll take good care of you if you let him. Will you, Marissa? Will you let him take care of you? As those diamond eyes hypnotized her, she felt his thumb move over her wrist, shifting back and forth. Her heart rate gradually slowed to the lazy rhythm. Answer my question, Marissa. She swayed. What did you ask? Will you let him take you? Vishouse leaned down and put his mouth at her ear. Will you take him inside of you? Yes, she breathed, aware they were talking about sex, but too seduced in the moment not to reply. I will have him within me. That hard hand loosened, then stroked her arm, traveling over her skin warmly, strongly. He looked down at where he was touching her, an expression of deep concentration on his face. Good, that's good. The two of you are beautiful together. A fucking inspiration. The male turned on his heel and stalked out of the room. Disoriented, shocked, she stumbled over to the library's doorway and saw Vishouse going up the stairs, his heavy thighs eating the distance with no effort. Without warning, he stopped and snapped his head her way. Her hand fluttered to her throat. Vicious's smile was as dark as his eyes were pale. Come on, Marissa. Did you really think I was going to kiss you? She gasped. That was exactly what had been going through her. Vishouse shook his head. You're Butch's female, and whether you end up with him or not, you always will be to me. He started up again. Besides, you're not my type. Your skin's too soft. V walked into Wrath's study and shut the double doors, thinking that little chat with Marissa had been disturbing as hell on a variety of levels. God, he hadn't gotten into anyone's thoughts for weeks now, but he'd read hers clear as day. Or maybe he'd just hazarded a guess. Hell, more likely the latter. Going by those saucer-wide eyes of hers, she'd clearly been convinced he was going to lay his mouth on her. Wrong. The reason he'd stared at her was because she fascinated him, not attracted him. He wanted to know what it was about her that made Butch lay with her with such warmth and love. Was it something in her skin? Her bones? Her beauty? How did she do it? How did she take Butch to a place where sex was communion? V rubbed the center of his chest, aware of a piercing loneliness. Hello? My brother. Wrath leaned onto his dainty desk, all heavy forearms and big hands. You here to report or make like sculpture? Yes, sorry. Distracted. Vishouse lit up and replayed the fight, especially the final part when he'd watched a lesser disappear into the thin air, thanks to his roommate. Goddamn, Wrath breathed. V went to the fireplace and chucked the ass end of his hand rolled into the flames. Never seen anything like it. Is he okay? Don't know. I'd take him to Havers to get checked out, but there's no going back to the clinic with the cop. Right now, he's at my place with his cell phone. He'll call me if things get ratty and I'll think of something. Wrath's brows disappeared behind his mirrored wraparounds. How confident are you that the lessers can't trace him? Damn confident. In both cases, he's the one that went after them. It's like he smelled them or something. When he gets up close, they seem to recognize him. but it's always him engaging first. Wrath looked down at the stacks of paper on his desk. Don't like him out there alone. Don't like it at all. There was a long pause, and then V said, I could go get him. Bring him home. Wrath took off his sunglasses. As he rubbed his eyes, the king's ring, that massive black diamond, sparkled on his middle finger. We got females here, one of whom is pregnant. I could watch him. I could make sure he stays in the pit. I could seal off the tunnel access. Hell, those sunglasses got slid back on. Go get him. Bring our boy home. For Van, the scariest part of his induction into the lessening society was not the physical conversion or the omega or the involuntary nature of it all. Not that shit wasn't horrifying. It was Jesus Christ to know that evil actually existed and walked around and did things to people. Yeah, huge wake-up call in a bad way. But not the scariest part. With a grunt, Van pushed himself up on the bare mattress he'd been on for God only knew how long. Staring down at his body, he extended his arm out from his shoulder socket, then curled it in tight. No, the scariest part was the fact that when he'd finally stopped throwing up and managed to catch his breath, he couldn't quite remember why he hadn't wanted to join in the first place. Because the power was back in his body. The roar from his 20s was parked in his garage once again. Thanks to the Omega, he was returned to himself, no longer a faded, washed-up shadow of what he once had been. Sure, the means had been a mind-bender of terror and disbelief, but the ends were glorious. He flexed his bicep again, just feeling the muscles and bones, loving them. You're smiling, Xavier said as he came into the room. Van looked up. I feel great. Really fucking great. Xavier's eyes were distant. Don't let it go to your head. And listen up good. I want you to stay close to me. You never go anywhere without me. We clear? Yeah, sure. Van shifted his legs off the bed. He couldn't wait to run and see what that felt like. As he stood, Xavier's expression was odd. Frustration? What's wrong? Van asked. Your induction was so average. Average? Getting your heart taken out and your blood exchanged for something that looked like tar didn't count as average to him. And for Chris' sakes, Van wasn't interested in this buzzkill routine. The world was fresh and new again as far as he was concerned. He was reborn. Sorry to disappoint you, he muttered. I'm not disappointed in you. Yet. Xavier checked his watch. Get dressed. We leave in 5. Van went into the bathroom and stood over the toilet, only to realize he didn't have to go. And he wasn't thirsty or hungry either. This was weird. It seemed unnatural not to follow his morning routine. Leaning forward, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror above the sink. His features were the same, but his eyes were different. With unease snaking through him, he rubbed his face with his palm to reassure himself that he was flesh and blood still. As he felt the bones of his skull through his thin skin, he thought of Richard, who was at home with his wife and 2 kids. Safe now. Van would have no more contact with his family. Ever. But his brother's life seemed like a fair trade. Fathers mattered. Besides, look at all he'd gained for that sacrifice. His special part was back in business. You ready to go? Xavier called from down the hall. Van swallowed hard. Man, whatever he was caught up in was so much darker and deeper than just a criminal life. He was an agent of evil now, wasn't he? And that should have bothered him more. Instead, he reveled in his power, ready to wield it. Yeah, I am. Van smiled at his reflection, feeling as if his special destiny had been realized. And he was exactly who he needed to be. Chapter 20. That following evening, Marissa was getting out of the shower when she heard the shutters lift for the night. Shame all she wanted to do was go back to bed. God, she was tired. But then it had been a busy day. Very busy. Although the good thing was at least everything she'd had to do had kept her from obsessing about Butch. Well, mostly kept her occupied. Sometimes stopped her from thinking about him. The fact that he'd been hurt by a lesser again was only part of her preoccupation. She wondered where he was and who was caring for him. Not her brother, obviously. But did Butch have someone else? Had he spent the day with another female, being nursed by her? Sure. Marissa had talked to him last night and he'd said all the right things. He'd reassured her he was okay, hadn't lied about fighting with a lesser, been upfront about not wanting to come see her until he felt more stable. And he'd told her he'd see her at first meal tonight. She'd assumed if he'd been stilted, it was because he'd been rattled, and she didn't blame him. It was only after they hung up that she realized everything she'd neglected to ask him. Disgusted with her insecurities, she marched over to the laundry chute and shoved her towel down the mouth of it. As she straightened, she got so dizzy she weaved on her bare feet and had to sink down into a crouch. It was either that or pass out cold. Please let this need to feed pass. Please. She breathed deeply until her head cleared, then slowly stood up and headed for the sink. As she cupped her hands under cold water and splashed her face, she knew she was going to have to go to revenge. Just not tonight. Tonight she needed to be with Butch. She needed to see him up close and reassure herself that he was okay. And she had to talk to him. He was the important thing, not her body. When she felt steady enough, she got dressed in that teal YSL gown. God, she really hated wearing the thing now. It held such bad associations for her, as if the scene with her brother was a nasty smell that had permeated the dress's fabric. The knock she'd been waiting for came at precisely 6 o'clock. Fritz was on the other side of the bedroom door, the old male smiling as he bowed. "Good evening, mistress." "Good evening. Do you have the papers?" "As you asked." She took the file he held out and went to a bureau, where she leafed through the documents and signed on several lines. As she closed the top of the folder, she laid her hand on it. "This is over so fast. We have good lawyers, don't we?" She took a deep breath and handed the power of attorney and the rental papers back to him. Then she went to the bedside table and picked up the bracelet from the suite of diamonds she'd still had on when she'd arrived at the Brotherhood's compound. As she held the glittering length out to the dog Jen, she had a fleeting thought that her father had given her the set over 100 years ago. He would never have guessed how it would be used. Thank the scribe virgin. The butler frowned. "Master does not approve." "I know, but Wrath has been too kind to me already." The diamonds sparkled as they hung from her fingertips. "Fritz, take the bracelet. Master really does not approve. He's not my guardian, so it's not his call. He is king. Everything is his call." But Fritz took the piece of jewelry. As he turned away, the dog Jen looked so stricken. She said, "Thank you for bringing me some of my undergarments and for dry cleaning this gown. You are very thoughtful." He brightened a little at a job well done. "Perhaps you should like me to retrieve a few of your dresses from your trunks?" She looked down at the Saint Laurent and shook her head. "I won't be here for long. Best to leave them packed." "As you wish, mistress." "Thank you, Fritz." He paused. "You should know that I have put fresh roses in the library for your rendezvous this evening with our Master Butch. He asked me to get some for your pleasure. He asked me to ensure they were as lovely and pale a gold as your hair." She closed her eyes. "Thank you, Fritz." Butch rinsed out his razor, tapped it on the edge of his sink, and shut off the water. According to the mirror, the shave hadn't helped much. In fact, it just showcased his bruises, which were now yellowing out. Crap. He wanted to look nice for Marissa, especially since last night had turned out to be such a mess. As he stared at his reflection, he poked his front tooth, the one with the little chip out of it. Shit, if he wanted to look like he deserved her, he'd need plastic surgery, detox, and a full set of caps. Whatever. He had other things to worry about if he was going to see her in 10 minutes. She'd sounded like hell over the phone last night, and it looked like they were back to having distance between them. But at least she was willing to see his ass, which led to his big concern. He reached down and picked up a paring knife off the edge of the white sink. Extending his forearm, he, "Cop, you're going to be full of holes if you keep this up." Butch looked into the mirror. Behind him, V was leaning against the door jamb, a glass of goose and a cigarette in his hand. Turkish tobacco scented the air, pungent, masculine. "Come on, V. I need to be sure. I know your hand works wonders." But he drew the blade over his skin, then closed his eyes, afraid of what was going to come out. "It's red, Butch. You're okay." He glanced at the wet crimson streak. "How do I know for sure, though?" You don't smell like a lesser anymore, and you did last night. V came into the bathroom. And secondly, before Butch knew what was doing, V grabbed his forearm, bent down and licked the cut, sealing it up quick. Butch yanked out of his roommate's hold. Jesus, V. What if that blood's contaminated? It's fine. Just F. With a boneless lurch, Vishouse gasped and collapsed against the wall, eyes rolling back in his head, body twitching. Oh God, Butch reached out in horror, only to have V cut the seizure off and calmly take a drink from his glass. You're fine, cop. Tastes perfectly okay. Well, fine for human guy, which really ain't my tale of choice, you feel me? Butch hauled back and nailed his roommate in the arm with his fist. And as the brother cursed, Butch popped him another one. V glared and rubbed himself. Christ, cop. Suck it up, you deserve it. Butch pushed by the brother and headed for his closet. As he tried to figure out what to wear, he was rough with his clothes, shoving them around on their hangers. He stopped, closed his eyes. What the fuck, V? Last night I was bleeding black. Now I'm not. Is my body some kind of lesser processing plant? V eased onto the bed, leaning back against the headboard, resting his glass on his leather-clad thigh. Maybe. I don't know. Man, he was so tired of feeling lost. I thought you knew everything. Not fair, Butch. Shit, you're right. I apologize. Can we screw the sorry part and let me hit you back instead? As they both laughed, Butch forced himself to pick a suit and ended up tossing a blue/black Zegna on the bed next to V. Then he fingered his ties. I saw the Omega, didn't I? That thing in me was part of him. He put part of himself in me. Yeah, that's what I think. Butch felt a sudden need to go to church and pray for his salvation. No going back to normal for me, is there? Probably not. Butch stared at his tie collection, getting swamped by the colors and the choices. As he stood frozen with indecision, for some reason he thought about his family in South Boston. Talk about normal, and they were unchanging too, so relentlessly the same. For the O'Neill clan, there had been one pivotal event, and that tragedy had thrown the chessboard of the family up in the air. When the pieces had fallen, they'd landed in glue. After Jane had been raped and murdered when she was 15, everyone had stayed in their places. And he was the unforgiven outsider. To cut off his train of thought, Butch pulled a blood-red Ferragamo from the rack. So what's on deck for you tonight, vampire? I'm supposed to be off. Good. No bad. You know I hate not fighting, true? You're strung too tight. Ha! Butch glanced over his shoulder. Do I need to remind you about this afternoon? V's eyes dropped to his glass. Nothing doing. You woke up screaming so loud I thought you'd been shot. What the hell were you dreaming about? Nothing. Don't try and fade me. It's annoying. V swirled the vodka in his glass. Swallowed it. Just a dream. Bullshit. I've lived with you for 9 months, buddy. You're stone quiet if you sleep at all. Whatever. Butch dropped his towel, pulled on a pair of black boxers and took a starched white button-down out of the closet. You should let Wrath know what's doing. How about we don't go there? Butch put on the shirt, buttoned it up, then snapped the pinstriped pants off their hanger. All I'm saying. Can it, cop? God, you're a tight-lipped bastard. Look, I'm here if you want to talk. Okay? Don't hold your breath, but predate it. V cleared his throat. By the way, I borrowed one of your shirts last night. That's cool. It's you whoring my socks that pisses me off. Didn't want to see your girl in fighting clothes, which is all I got. She said you'd talk to her. I think you make her nervous. V said something that sounded like, I should. Butch looked over. What did you say? Nothing. V shot up off the bed and headed for the door. Listen, I'm gonna go hang at my other place tonight. Being here by myself when everyone's on the job makes me batshit. You need me? Come find me at the penthouse. V. As his roommate stopped and looked back, Butch said, Thanks. For what? Butch lifted his forearm. You know. V shrugged. Figured you'd feel better being around her that way. John walked through the underground tunnel, his footsteps an echoing drum roll that made him feel how alone he was as nothing else could. Well, alone except for his anger. That was with him always now, close as his own skin, coating him like his skin, too. Man, he couldn't wait for class to start tonight so he could let some of it out. He was twitching, overactivated, restless. But maybe some of that was because, as he headed for the main house, he couldn't help remembering the first time he'd come this way with Tor. He'd been so nervous then, and having the mail next to him had been reassuring. Happy fucking anniversary, John thought. 3 months ago tonight was when it had all gone down. 3 months ago tonight, Wellesley's murder and Sorrell's murder and Tor's disappearance had been dealt like bad news tarot cards. Bang, bang, bang. And the aftermath had been a special kind of hell. For a couple of weeks following the tragedies, John had assumed Tor would come back. He'd waited, hoped, prayed, but nothing. No communication, no phone calls, no nothing. Tor was dead. Had to be. As John came up to the shallow set of stairs that led into the mansion, he could not bear to go through the hidden door into the foyer. He so wasn't interested in eating. Didn't want to see anyone. Didn't want to sit at the table. But sure as hell, Zadist would come after him. The brother had totally dragged him to the big house for meals the last couple of days, which was embarrassing and pissed them both off. John forced himself to go up the steps and into the mansion. To him, the foyer's blinding splash of color was an affront to the senses, no longer a feast for the eyes, and he headed for the dining room with his stare locked on the floor. When he walked under the grand arch, he saw that the table was set but not yet occupied, and he smelled roast lamratha's absolute favorite meal. John's stomach rumbled with starvation, but he wasn't falling for it. Lately, however hungry he was, the instant he put food in his gut, even the kind specially made for a pretrans, he got cramps. And he was supposed to eat more for the change? Yeah, right. When he heard light, rushing footfalls, he turned his head. Someone was racing along the second-floor balcony. Then laughter drifted down from above. Glorious feminine laughter. He leaned out the archway and glanced at the grand staircase. Bella appeared on the landing above, breathless, smiling. A black satin robe gathered in her hands. As she slowed at the head of the stairs, she looked over her shoulder, her thick dark hair swinging like a mane. The pounding that came next was heavy and distant, growing louder until it was like boulders hitting the ground. Obviously, it was what she was waiting for. She let out a laugh, yanked her robe up even higher, and started down the stairs, bare feet skirting the steps as if she were floating. At the bottom, she hit the mosaic floor of the foyer and wheeled around just as Zadist appeared in the second-story hallway. The brother spotted her and went straight for the balcony, pegging his hands into the rail, swinging his legs up and pushing himself straight off into thin air. He flew outward, body in a perfect swan dive, except he wasn't over water, he was 2 floors up over hard stone. John's cry for help came out as a mute, sustained rush of air, which was cut off as Zadist dematerialized at the height of the dive. He took form 20 feet in front of Bella, who watched the show with glowing happiness. Meanwhile, John's heart pounded from shock, then pumped fast for a different reason. Bella smiled up at her mate, her breath still hard, her hand still gripping the robe, her eyes heavy with invitation. And Zadist came forward to answer her call, seeming to get even bigger as he stalked over to her. The brother's bonding scent filled the foyer, just as his low, lion-like growl did. The male was all animal at the moment, a very sexual animal. "You like to be chased, Nala?" Z said in a voice so deep it distorted. Bella's smile widened even more as she backed up into a corner. "Maybe. So run some more, why don't you?" The words were dark, and even John caught the erotic threat in them. Bella took off, darting around her mate, going for the billiards room. Z tracked her like prey, pivoting around, his eyes leveled on the female's streaming hair and graceful body. As his lips peeled off his fangs, the white canines elongated, protruding from his mouth. And they weren't the only response he had to his shelling. At his hips, pressing into the front of his leathers, was an erection the size of tree trunk. Z shot John a quick glance and then went back to his hunt, disappearing into the room, that pumping growl getting louder. From out of the open doors, there came a delighted squeal, a scramble, a female's gasp, and then nothing. He'd caught her. John put his hand on the wall, steadying a lurch he hadn't realized he'd fallen into. As he thought about what they were doing, his body grew curiously loose and a little tingly, like maybe something was waking up. When Zadist came out a moment later, he had Bella in his arms, her black hair trailing down his shoulder as she lounged in the strength that held her. Her eyes were locked on Z's face while he looked where he was going, her hand stroking his chest, her lips curved in a private smile. There was a bite mark on her neck, one that had very definitely not been there before, and Bella's satisfaction as she stared at the hunger in her Helren's face was utterly compelling. John knew instinctively that Zadist was going to finish two things upstairs: the mating and the feeding. The brother was going to be at her throat and in between her legs, probably at the same time. God, John wanted that kind of connection. Except what about his past? Even if he made it through his transition, how was he ever going to be that comfortable and confident with a female? Real males hadn't been through what he hadn't been forced at knife point into a hideous submission. Hell, look at Zadist. So strong, so powerful. Females went for that kind of thing, not weaklings like John. And there was no mistaking it. No matter how big John's body got, that's what he would always be. A weakling marked forever by what had been done to him. He turned away and went to the dining room table, sitting down alone in the midst of all the china and silver and crystal and candles. But alone was okay, he decided. Alone was safe. Chapter 21. While Fritz went upstairs to get Marissa, Butch waited in the library and thought about what a good guy the doggen was. When Butch had asked for a favor, the old man had been thrilled to take care of the request, even though it had been an odd thing to ask. When the smell of an ocean breeze drifted into the room, Butch's body threw out an instantaneous and very noticeable response. As he turned around, he made sure his suit jacket was in place. Oh Christ, she was beautiful in that teal gown. Hey, baby. Hello, Butch. Marissa's voice was quiet, her hand unsure as she smoothed her hair. You look well. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks to V's healing palm. There was a long silence. Then he said, Is it okay if I greet you properly? When she nodded, he went over and took her hand. As he bent down and kissed her, her palm was cold as ice. Was she nervous? Or ill? He frowned. Marissa, you want to sit down for a minute before we go into dinner? Please. He led her over to a silk-covered couch and noticed that she was unsteady as she gathered the skirting of her gown and sat down with him. He tilted her head around. Talk to me. When she didn't speak right away, he pushed. Marissa, you've got something on your mind, right? There was an awkward pause. I don't want you fighting with the Brotherhood. So that's what it was. Marissa, last night was unexpected. I don't fight. Truly. But V said if you were willing, they were going to use you. Well, news to him. Far as he knew, that thing the night before had been about testing his loyalty, not bringing him into the field as a regular gig. Listen, the brothers have spent the last 9 months keeping me out of fights. I'm not getting involved with the lessers. That's not my deal. Her tension eased. I just can't bear the thought of you being hurt like before. You don't worry about that. The Brotherhood does their thing. It's got little to do with me. He tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. You got anything else you want to talk about, baby? I do have a question. Ask me anything. I don't know where you live. Here. I live here. At her confusion, he nodded toward the library's open doors. Across the courtyard in the gatehouse. I live with V. Oh, so where were you last night? Right over there. But I stayed put. She frowned, then blurted, Do you have other females? As if anyone could measure up to her. No. Why do you ask? We haven't laid together and you are a male with obvious needs. Even now, your body has changed, hardening, growing big. Crap. He tried to hide the erection he really had. Marissa, surely you need to be eased regularly. Your body is fearsome. That didn't sound good. What? Potent and powerful. Worthy of entering a female. Butch closed his eyes, thinking Mr. Worthy was really rising to the occasion now. Marissa, there's no one but you. No one. How could there be? Males of my kind may take more than one mate. I don't know if humans. I don't. Not with you. I can't imagine myself with another woman. I mean, could you see yourself with someone else? In the hesitation that followed, a blast of cold shot up his spine, racing from his ass right into the base of his skull. And while he freaked, she fiddled with her extravagant skirt. Shit, she was flushing, too. I don't want to be with anyone else, she said. What aren't you telling me, Marissa? There is someone I've been around. Butch's brain started to misfire, like his neuropathies had just blown apart and there were no more roads left in his gray matter. Around? As in how? It's not romantic, Butch. I swear. He's a friend, but he is a male, and that's why I'm letting you know. She put her hand to his face. You're the one I want. Staring into her solemn eyes, he couldn't doubt the truth in what she said. But shit, he felt like he'd been 2x4'd, which was ridiculous and petty and oh, God, he totally couldn't handle her being with someone else. Pull it together, O'Neill. Just yank your ass back to reality, buddy. Right now. Good, he said. I want to be the one for you, the only one. Shoving aside all his jealous guy horseshit, he kissed her hand and was alarmed by the tremors in it. He smoothed her cold fingers out between his palms. What's going on with this shaking thing? Are you upset or are you sick? Do you need a doctor? She waved off his concern with none of her usual grace. I can take care of it. Don't worry. The hell he wouldn't. Christ. She was totally weak here. Her eyes dilated, her movements uncoordinated. Ill, definitely ill. Why don't I take you back upstairs, baby? It'll kill me not to see you, but you don't look as if you're up to dinner. And I can bring you something to eat. Her shoulders sagged. I was so hoping yes. I think that would be best. She stood up and swayed. As he caught her arm, he cursed that brother of hers. If she needed medical help, who would they take her to? Come on, baby. Lean on me. Taking it slow, he led her up to the second floor, then down past Rage and Mary's room, past Fury's and even farther, until they got to the corner suite she'd been given. She put her hand on the brass knob. I'm sorry, Butch. I wanted to spend time with you tonight. I thought I had more strength. Can I please call a doctor? Her eyes were dazed but curiously unconcerned as she looked up into his face. It's nothing I can't handle on my own. And I'm going to be all right soon. Man, right now I want a caretake like you read about. She smiled. Not necessary, remember? Does it count if I just do it to ease myself? Yes. As they stared at each other, he had a screaming thought flash through his pea-brain. He loved this woman. He loved her to death. And he wanted her to know it. He stroked her cheek with his thumb and decided it was a crying shame he didn't have the gift of words. He wanted to say something smart and tender to give the L-bomb a good intro, except he just came up dry. So he blurted out, with his typical lack of finesse, I love you. Marissa's eyes popped. Oh shit, too much too soon. She threw her arms around his neck and held on hard, burying her head in his chest. As he wrapped his arms around her and geared up to go full sap all over the place, voices drifted down the hall. Opening her door, he ushered her into the room, figuring they needed a little privacy. As he took her to the bed and helped her lie down, he lined up all kinds of sissy words in his head, ready to romance it up. But before he could say anything, she grabbed his hand and squeezed so hard his bones bent. I love you too, Butch. The words made him forget how to breathe. Totally knocked out, he sank down to his knees next to the bed and had to smile. Now, why you want to go and do that, baby? I'd figured you as a smart female. She laughed softly. You know why? You pity me? Because you are a male of worth. He cleared his throat. I'm really not. How can you say that? Well, let's see. He'd been canned from homicide for busting the nose of a suspect. He'd fucked mostly whores and lowlifes, shot and killed other men. Then, yeah, there was that former cokehead shit and the current and persistent scotch sucking. Oh, and did he mention he'd been sort of suicidal since his sister's murder all those years ago? Yup, he was worth something, but only a trip to a landfill. Butch opened his mouth, about to spill the beans, but then stopped himself. Shut your face, O'Neill. The woman tells you she loves you and she's more than you deserve. Don't ruin it with the ugly past routine. Start fresh here and now with her. He rubbed his thumb over her flawless cheek. I want to kiss you. You feel like letting me? As she hesitated, he couldn't say he blamed her. Last time they'd been together had been a mess, with his body kicking out that nasty stuff and her brother walking in. Plus, she was clearly tired now. He pulled back. I'm sorry, Dash. It's not that I don't want to be with you. I do. You don't have to explain. And I'm happy to just be around you, even if I can't be inside of you. Even if we don't, make love. I'm holding back because I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Butch smiled fiercely, thinking if she ripped his back to shreds hanging on tight, that was perfectly fine with him. Doesn't matter if I get hurt. It matters to me. He started to get up. That's sweet of you. Now listen, I'll just bring you up some. Wait. Her eyes glowed in the dimness. Oh God. Butch, kiss me. He stilled, then sank back down to his knees. I'll take it easy. I promise. Leaning into her, he put his mouth on hers and brushed her lips. Good Lord, she was soft. Warm. Shit, he wanted in. But he wasn't going to push. Except then she grabbed onto his shoulders and said, more. Praying for control, he stroked her mouth once again, then tried to ease back. She followed, keeping them linked, and before he could stop himself, he ran his tongue across her lower lip. With an erotic sigh, she opened herself and he had to slide inside. Couldn't possibly turn down the opportunity to penetrate her. As she tried to get even closer to him, he moved his torso up on the bed, pressing his chest into her, which was not such a hot idea. The way her breasts absorbed his weight set off a 5-alarm fire in his body, reminding him just how desperate a man could be when he had his woman horizontal. Baby, I should stop, because in another minute he was going to have her under him with that dress yanked up around her hips. No. She slipped her hands under his jacket and slid it off of him. Not yet. Marissa, I'm getting raw here. Fast. And you don't feel well. Kiss me. She dug her nails into his shoulders, the sting cutting through his fine shirt in a series of delicious little flares. He growled and took her mouth a hell of a lot less gently. Again, bad idea. The harder he kissed her, the harder she kissed back until their tongues were dueling and every muscle in him was twitching to mount her. I have to touch you, he groaned, shifting his whole body up on the bed and swinging his leg over hers. He palmed her hip and squeezed, then moved his hand up onto her rib cage just below the swell of her breast. Shit, he was so on the ledge right now. Do it, she said into his mouth. Touch me. As her back arched, he took what she offered, capturing her breast, stroking it through the silk bodice of the gown. With a gasp, she put her hand over his, holding him tighter to her. Butch. Oh shit. Let me see you, baby. Can I see you? Before she could respond, he captured her mouth, but the way she met his tongue gave him his answer. He sat her up and started in on the buttons down the back of her gown. His hands were clumsy, but by some miracle the satin parted. Except there were so many other layers to get through. Goddamn it, her skin, he had to get to her skin. Impatient, aroused, fixated. He stripped the front of the gown off her, then pushed the straps of her slip down so that the pale silk pooled at her waist. The white corset that was revealed was an erotic surprise, and he ran his hands all over it, feeling the structure of its bones and the warmth of her body underneath. But then he couldn't stand it any longer and all but tore the thing from her. As her breasts were freed, her head fell back, the long, elegant lines of her neck and shoulders stretching out for him. Eyes on her face, Butch bent down to her and took one of her nipples with his mouth, suckling. Sweet heaven, he was gonna come. She was so good. He was panting like a dog, already deranged from the sex, and they were nowhere near naked. But she was right there with him, straining, hot, needy, her legs scissoring under her skirts. Man, this whole situation was spiraling out of control, a combustion engine turning over faster and faster with every second. And he was powerless to stop. Can I take this off you? Shit, his voice was totally gone. This gown, the whole thing? Yes, the word was a groan, a frantic groan. Unfortunately, the dress was a project and damn it, he didn't have the patience to keep working all those buttons in the back of it. He ended up bunching the floor-length skirt at her hips and drawing a pair of whisper-thin white panties down her long, smooth legs. Then he ran his hands up the insides of her thighs, parting them. As she tensed up, he stopped. "If you want me to back off, I will. In a heartbeat. But I just want to touch you again. And maybe look at you." When she frowned, he started to pull down the dress. "It's okay. I'm not saying no. It's just, oh, God, what if I'm unattractive there?" Jesus, he could not comprehend why she'd ever worry about that. "Not possible. I already know you how perfect you are. I felt you, remember?" She took a deep breath. "Marissa, I loved the feel of you. I really did. And I have a beautiful picture of you in my mind. I just want to know the reality." After a moment, she nodded. "All right, go ahead." Keeping their gazes locked, he swept his hand between her thighs and then, oh yeah, that soft, secret place of hers. So slick and hot he swayed and dropped his mouth to her ear. "You're so beautiful here." Her hips surged as he stroked her, his fingers light and slippery from her honey. Yeah, I want to be inside of you. I want to put the word cock was definitely too coarse. But that's what he was thinking, myself in you, baby. Right here. I want to be surrounded by all this, held in you tight. So you believe me when I say you're beautiful? Marissa, tell me what I want to hear. Yes, as he rubbed a little deeper, she shivered. God, yes. You want me to come inside of you someday? Yes. You want me to fill you up? Yes. Good. Because that's what I want. He nipped at her earlobe. I want to lose it deep in you and have you fist me as you come, too. Rub yourself against my hand. Let me feel you move for me. Oh shit, that's nice. That's work your core for me, oh. Yeah. Shit, he had to stop talking. Because if she took direction any better, he was going to explode. Oh, screw it. Marissa, spread your legs farther apart for me. Spread them wide. And don't stop what you're doing. As she complied, he slowly, discreetly, shifted back and looked down her body. On the other side of yards of twisted, teal blue satin, her creamy thighs were split open, his hand disappearing between them, her hips rolling in a rhythm that made his cock pop in his pants. Latching on to the closest breast, he gently smoothed one of her legs even wider. Then he moved all that skirting to the side, lifted his head and removed his hand. Down the flat plane of her stomach, past the dimple of her belly button, over the perfectly pale skin of her pelvic cradle. He saw the graceful little slit of her sex. His whole body trembled. So perfect, he whispered. So exquisite. Enthralled, he moved down the bed and filled himself with the sight of her. Pink, glistening, delicate, and he was catching a contact high from her scent. His brain shorting out in a flickering series of sparks. Oh, Jesus! What's wrong? Her knees snapped together. Not a thing. He pressed his lips to the top of her thigh and stroked her legs, trying to part them gently. Never seen anything so beautiful. Hell, beautiful didn't even cut it, and he licked his mouth, his tongue desperate for so much more of that action. In an absent voice, he said, God, baby, I want to go down on you so badly right now. Go down. He flushed at her confusion. I want to kiss you. She smiled and sat up, taking his face between her hands. But when she tried to draw him to her, he shook his head. Not on your mouth this time. As she frowned, he eased his hand back between her thighs. Here. Her eyes flared so wide he wanted to curse. Way to make her feel relaxed, O'Neill. Why? She cleared her throat. Why would you want to do that? Good Lord, hadn't she ever heard of, well, of course not. Aristocrats probably had very polite, very missionary sex, and if they even knew about the oral stuff, they certainly would never tell their daughters about it. No wonder she was shocked. Why, Butch? Because if I do it right, you'll really enjoy it. And yeah, so will I. He glanced down her body. Oh God, would he enjoy it? Going down on a woman had never been something he'd had to do before. With her, he needed it. He craved it. When he thought about making love to her with his mouth, every square inch of him got hard. I just want to taste you so damned much. Her thighs relaxed a little. Go slowly. Holy shit. She was going to let him? He started to tremble. I will, baby. And I'm going to make you feel good. I promise. He shifted farther down the mattress, staying to the side of her so she didn't feel crowded. As he got closer to her core, his body whacked out on him even more and the small of his back got tight, just like it did right before he had an orgasm. Man, he was so gonna have to go slow. For the both of them. I love your scent, Marissa. He kissed her belly button, then her hip, going downward inch by creamy inch. Lower until he finally pressed his closed mouth to the top of her cleft. Which was great for him. The problem was she went totally rigid. And jumped as he laid his hand on her outer thigh. He moved back up a little and rubbed his lips back and forth on her stomach. I'm so lucky. WY. How would you feel if someone trusted you like this? Trusted you with such a private thing? He blew into her belly button, and she laughed a little as if the warm air tickled. You honor me, you know that? You really do. He soothed her out with words and leisurely kisses that lingered a little longer and went a little lower each time. When she was ready, he swept his hand down the inside of her leg, clasped the back of her knee, and gently separated her just a couple of inches for himself. He kissed her slit softly, again and again, until the tension eased out of her. Then he lowered his chin, opened his mouth and licked her. She gasped and sat up. Butch! As if she were checking to make sure he knew what he'd done. Didn't I tell you? He bent down and lightly traced up her pink flesh with his tongue. This is all about French kissing, baby. As he repeated the slow sweeps, her head fell back, and the tips of her breasts rose as her spine curled. Perfect. Just where he wanted her to be. Not worried about modesty or anything like that. Just enjoying the feel of someone loving her like she deserved. With a smile, he kept going, gradually dragging deeper and deeper until he got a real honest-to-God taste of her. His eyes rolled back in his head as he swallowed. She was like nothing he'd ever pulled down his throat. The ocean and ripe melon and honey all together. A cocktail that made him want to weep from the perfection of it. More he needed more. But goddamn, he had to put a choke hold on himself before he could keep going. He wanted to feast on her, and she wasn't ready for that kind of gluttony. As he took a little breather, she tilted her head up. Is it over? Not by a long shot. Man, he loved that glassy, sexed-up look in her eyes. Why don't you lie back and let me do my thing? We're just getting started here. As she relaxed a little, he looked down at her secrets, seeing the high gloss on the tender flesh, thinking there was going to be a whole more of that shine when he was through. He kissed her again, then lollipopped her, flattening his tongue out and trolling up nice and lazy-like. Then he swept his mouth from side to side, nuzzling in farther, hearing her moan. With gentle pressure, he opened her thighs more and latched onto her, drawing on her core in a rhythmic sucking. When she started to thrash, a buzzing lit off in his head, the shrill warning of danger. Will Robinson from the civilized part of him that things were about to go meteoric. But he couldn't quit, especially as she grabbed onto the sheets and arched up like she was going to come at any second. Feel good. He tickled the top of her cleft, flicking over the most sensitive part. You like this? You like me tonguing you? Or maybe you like this? He sucked her into his mouth and she cried out. Oh, yeah God. My lips are covered with you, feel them. Feel me. He took her hand and brought it to his mouth, moving her fingers back and forth, then licking them clean. She watched him with wide eyes, panting, nipples tight. He was pushing her hard and he knew it, but she was right there with him. He bit her palm. Tell me you want this. Tell me you want me. Her body undulated on the bed. Tell me you want me. He nailed her harder with his teeth. Shit, he wasn't sure why he needed to hear it from her so badly, but he did. Say it. I want you, she gasped. From out of nowhere, a dangerous, greedy lust slapped hold of him and his control shattered. With a dark sound that came from his gut, he clamped his hands on the insides of her thighs, split her wide and literally dove between her legs. As he fell upon her flesh, penetrating her with his tongue, finding a rhythm with his jaw, he was dimly aware of some kind of noise in the room, a growling. Him? Couldn't be. That was the sound of an animal. Marissa had been shocked by the act at first. The carnality of it, the sinful closeness, the scary vulnerability. But soon none of that mattered. Butch's warm tongue was so erotic she could hardly bear the slick, slippery sensation of it and couldn't stand the idea that he'd ever stop what he was doing, either. Then he started sucking on her, sucking and swallowing and saying things that made her sex swell until the pleasure stung like pain. But all that was nothing compared to when he let loose. With a surge of male need, his heavy hands held her down, his mouth, his tongue, his face going all over her. God, that sound coming out of him, that throaty, pumping purr. She orgasmed wildly, the most shattering, beautiful thing she'd ever felt, her body arching into the liquid flashes of pleasure. Except at the crest, the seething energy shifted, transformed, detonated. Bloodlust roared along the sexual current between them, then pulled her down into a spiral of starvation. Hunger ripped through her civilized nature, shredding everything but the need to go for his neck, and she bared her fangs, ready to flip him over onto his back and strike at his jugular and drink hard. She was going to kill him. She cried out and struggled against his hold. Oh God, no! What? Shoving at Butch's shoulders, she hauled her body away from him, shooting off the side of the bed and falling to the floor. As he reached for her in confusion, she scrambled across the rug to the far corner, her dress dragging behind, the top hanging from her waist. When there was no farther to go, she curled into a ball and held herself in place. As her body shook uncontrollably, the pain in her belly hit in waves, redoubling each time it returned. Butch came after her, panicked. Marissa! No! He hauled up short. His face was stricken, all the color run out of his skin. I'm so sorry, dear God. You've got to go. As tears came up her throat, her voice went guttural. Sweet Jesus. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. She tried to control her breathing so she could reassure him, but lost the fight. She was panting, crying. Her fangs throbbed, her throat was dry, and all she could think of was launching herself onto his chest, pushing him down on the floor, closing her teeth on his neck. God, the drinking. He would taste good. So good. She couldn't imagine ever getting enough of him. He tried to come close to her again. I didn't mean for things to go so far. She leaped up, opened her mouth, and hissed at him. Get out. For God's sake, leave, or I'm going to hurt you. She raced for the bathroom and locked herself in. As the sound of the door slamming shut faded, she skidded to a halt on the marble and caught the horrible sight of herself in the mirror. Her hair was tangled, her dress undone, her fangs showing white and long in her gaping mouth. Out of control, undignified, defective. She grabbed the first thing she saw, a heavy glass candle holder, and hauled it against the mirror. As her reflection shattered, she watched through bitter tears as the pieces of herself fell apart.